also need to have really good contacts
Yeah.
to then, get further people and then, helps.
Yeah.
And at that point, couple uncles there, he's talking to me and I'm talking to him about sometimes some World Cup game that he's telling me and, what's it like, his dream team. And now we live in this tiny apartment in Bandra, and for all of you who know Bandra, know the size of apartments, right? Does anyone have a big apartment in Bandra? Okay,
It's around the size of this room, yeah.
It's very reassuring. If someone said yes, I'd be like, okay. So, I was just like, the only place we have depth is the living room. The other problem was where the camera was fixed right behind that. Sorry, I have to tell you the setting because it's very important to my story. So the camera is fixed here, but the main door opens, and if it opened like an inch more, the camera would fall. So, and by now, this was like the 7th interview, and Angad was just coming back with some drill workout, whatever. And he's like, and I'm like, so then the camera's here, and we're just like, I'm like, okay. So then all that is happening, and then he's like, okay, and literally, like, this is the camera, and Angad's like, yeah, and I think it was his gym bag or something that he decided to fling into the frame, and then couple of us like,
are you being robbed?
Is that Angad Bedi at the back? I'm like, yes, sir. And then suddenly he stood up and he's just like, hi. So I'm like, that's one thing, there's that.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, I still remember it was Shilpa Shetty who decided to give me time at 3:30 in the afternoon. And I was like, oh my God, ab dinner kaise banega? Because with cooker ki seeti ki awaaz. And I'm just like, oh my God, sound.
Yeah.
So, that, or like, I remember sending the mics to Kiara's house.
Yeah.
And right before giving the mic, because it was peak of COVID, like my driver like took the mic out and handed it over. And then she's like, I can't do this because, and she was right. Like, she was like, this could be a carrier. So I was like, okay, wait.
It's not sanitized enough.
Because this was like, the first wave and everybody was paranoid. I'm taking names because now they're all like fun stories to kind of go back to.
Of course.
But it was just chaotic.
Yeah. But there's so many aspiring podcasters, content creators here, and I think that they would love to know some of the things that you have learned, because you've been, a professional actor for so long, but moving to a different sort of medium, right? Because you don't have the physical expression to use. You have to use your voice, you have to use silence. So what did you find and what did you learn from that experience that you felt, this is the magic? Like, I'll tell you, as a radio DJ for many years, and my MD from Radio 1 is sitting here beneath, I remember the key thing for us would be when you put this, faders up and you're speaking and you just get the fader up just when the song starts and you're like, yes, that's the moment. So for you, what did you feel was like really like the immersive feeling of it where you're like, I'm onto something?
I feel like a great conversation. That's it. Like at that point, it shouldn't be about how many listens I'm going to get, or it shouldn't be about what's going to happen, or what's my producer going to think. I mean, and I feel like about podcasting, like always produce people who you can collaborate with, as opposed to people who put you under pressure, because it's not such a big production. You can figure it out. Like I'm somebody who's sitting in front of you who did season 4 literally, like Zoom, one little mic that I invested in. I mean, of course, there were days where we would go hungry because of 3:30 times, but kyunki pressure cooker nahi bad sakta. But I'm just saying, just collaborate with people who understand the message you want to give out. Like I know what my next podcast is going to be, and if nobody else gets it, I'm not telling you now.
Oh, come on.
I mean, who knows? They just steal my idea and then whatever. No, I'm just saying that. So, and it's okay. Like sometimes just package those 12 conversations which you think will form a season and throw them out into the universe, because if it's a great chat, people are going to listen, and it doesn't matter and nothing else matters. Firstly, that and you should be, don't be worried about taking risks. That's the first thing. Secondly, listen when you're hosting or whatever part of the podcast you are. Listen really carefully. And third and most, actually, one more advice would be, if you're not interested in the conversation and the conversation's already had, don't be scared of cutting the fat out. Not like, isne mereko 40 minutes ka chat de diya hai. So it's okay to have a shorter conversation that you put up, but put only the interesting parts out, because everything else, and people have such a short attention span, because we're doing like 1 minute music reels and we're doing 6-second videos. So you want to go like I mean, everybody suffers from very little attention.
Yeah, you need that hook, you need that edge. I think what's interesting though about podcasting, and someone told me this. Sorry.
And the last and most important thing, and I'm going to underline it and take like really big highlighters and write this down. Research the person who you're talking to. Research, like, and I'm giving you an example. Like I still remember Ranveer. I tried to get him on the show for months on end. He's like, Neha, I don't know when to give you time, and I was just like, okay, fine. I'm just going to wait for him till I was sure I'm not going to drop season 2 till I don't get Ranveer. If it means waiting 11 months, I will. 2 weeks later, he's like, where are you? I'm just like having dinner. Okay, see you tomorrow morning. Give me the address, 10 a.m. The entire night, I was up talking to different friends of his, and I mean, lucky for me, a lot of them were awake at that point. That I started my research at 11 at night. But when I went there, he was just like, how do you know this? And oh my God, this guy told you this? He knew the people who would have potentially told me. Like, from like finding someone who was awake in New Zealand to waking someone else up in a different part of the world, the research. Because you have to, throw information at them that make for really good stories as opposed to just giving them multiple choice questions. What would you rather? So, I mean, that kind of stuff you see on people's Instagram page now, so you don't want to give them that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and the age-old, aapke set pe kaun sa prank khela? Like, people have literally told me, like, I now have to get someone to play a prank on set because I know some journalist is going to ask me this question. But, the one thing that I think people are always so intrigued about, especially when it comes to, Bollywood sort of chat shows, and it's where you get a little more meat, and the reason people love Bollywood is because it's such an exciting medium, and we love the romance, so anything what people wear, what they do, who they date is extensions to that. But the one thing I've always been so curious about are celebrity writers and demands. So Neha is very chilled out, very sweet. She has been so, like, please, I have to give her a round of applause for being so kind and doing this, because we have heard some crazy demands. I want to know, even for a podcast, did you ever get any, like, strange demands?
I mean, I can tell you like stories about different people, which I did right now, and I took names. But as far as the strange demands are concerned, yes, I have my manager here. His name is Rishi.
Rishi, raise your hand.
Yes, Rishi, there he is. Lots of strange demands go on over there. But then they need the room set up in a certain way as to, one is what you're going to have while you're going to be talking for an hour, which is great. But then, the setting of the room, and angles I totally get.
Yeah.
Like, I would always stay on my left. I totally get, like, that was throwing me off, but it's better. But all that I get. But yeah, there have been some really funny, really strange demands as to, what's snacking. And it's so hard to tell them that munching sound is going to kill my voice, and it can't happen. So I don't know. And then suddenly I'd be like, we couldn't get the biscuit pudding that you asked for, but we got the soft brownie,
the non-crunchy,
like gluten-free. So this is really healthy. So you got to work around it because you don't want sound, or like anything soft is good. And you can give them that. So it was so hard. There was this one person.
Have some baby food.
Yeah. Why do you need to eat almonds in the middle of this recording? Can they not wait for an hour? But it was just like, and then you, or just like But yeah, I mean that kind of stuff happens. But it's all good as long as you have a season. I can't complain because I really, and please note that I've had 60 celeb conversations over 5 seasons, and each one more interesting, funnier, candid, fearless, and I feel like because I started, because 2 years I haven't done one, so technically started 7 years ago, everything wasn't kind of dissected the way it is nowadays. Like anything you say is just like, whatever. Like you could say, इसने podcast के बीच में ये क्यों बोला? I can't even say the ये because I'm scared because वो ये का बड़ा बात ना बन जाए. But things were not dissected as much, but now they are. So I don't know if I go back to doing another season. I just want to have some more fun.
We want one more season, right, of No Filter. Oh yeah. So that's one of the things I really wanted to create, this ambience as well. And we do have a pass around mic where we're going to let some people ask some questions, and it'll be part of our live podcast that people are listening to, Chasing Pods. But I also really wanted to ask you about this thing that I, as somebody who comes from the audio medium, the best part was I used to be able to wake up in my pajamas, not put on any makeup, and do my radio show for 4 hours and enjoy it. Now, full makeup, camera setup. Does it kill the medium?
I mean, we're moving with the times, right?
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what for me, it's just like, before I actually get down to doing the real job, I'm tired. Because pehle makeup karo, फिर photo खींचो, फिर reel नहीं बनाई, फिर candidates ले लो, फिर wait करो. So by the time you're like, hey,
cover photo ले लो, yeah.
And then you're like, चलो अब मैं lunch करने जा रही हूँ. No, celeb is 2 minutes away. I'm like, but 4 घंटे से हम wait कर रहे थे, so.
Yeah.
But I just get tired, and that's not just when you're doing the show. I feel like nowadays you just get exhausted before you actually get down to doing the real job, because you're doing that, some reel is going on and something else. But from the beginning, except season one we would just take like candid pictures and just put it out. Season 2 onwards, and there's you also want to call in the media because that helps circulate. So I feel like it may be tiring, but don't shy away from it, because everybody wants a little bit of the visual medium along with audio. And it's the biggest win. I mean, when people are going for a walk, and the strangest story actually was I was in New York for New Year's a couple of years ago, and housekeeping, there was a lady, and then she was like, I know you, and I was like, okay, that's sweet. She's like, and I listen to you all the time. And then I really thought she was talking about one of my movies, and she's like, I listened while she was making the sheets.
How
and all.
cool.
She's like, this morning when you spoke to me, I wanted to tell you that every morning I listen to your interviews, and we were on season 3 by then. So to have somebody who's a part of the housekeeping service in New York to be able to listen to your voice.
That's huge.
Yeah, so the travel is amazing. You don't know where someone's listening to.
No, and the great thing about the audio medium is you can multitask with it, right?
Yeah.
That the reason why we watch such short form videos is that you have to pay all your attention here. But I listen to podcasts all the time. Like my husband loves to cook. He's always listening to it when he's cooking. I listen to it to sleep. It just is something that you can do as an immersive combined experience. But I have to ask you now, I know it's like choosing your between children, but what was your highlight moment from all the seasons so far that you're like, I can't believe that happened, and tell us something about that experience.
I think it's always the first ones, the first conversation. And I didn't know anything about streams, and I didn't know anything about anything. This was me 7 years ago, like, just doing this as, I mean, for me, it was just an experiment that I was trying out, because at some point, almost 7 or 8 years ago, I realized that as an actor or as somebody who's a part of the entertainment business, or even otherwise, if you're not doing anything between half a dozen to a dozen things, you're not doing enough. I mean, look at Malini, of course, she does 8 dozen things, but that's completely different. So I was like, let me give this a shot, let me see where it goes. People started listening to it that morning when we dropped it at midnight.
Yeah.
And then in the morning at about 9 or 10 o'clock, I was stuck at this red light. We're still, Rishi, I think he's coming
yes.
later.
Rishi K, yeah, of
Rishi
course.
K, he hates me because I've never been on time. I don't know, his office is at that damn red light, it takes too long. And when standing there, I'm just like, and my PR is like, you're supposed to promote this podcast, and I was just like, wait. But then I had some like 16 missed calls.
Yeah.
So for an audio show, to have like 16 people from different parts of the world, from Mumbai, from media, and then tags as to what people said and how far it had reached, I knew that we were on to something correct.
Yeah.
And we hit like, I think with Karan's podcast, in less than 3 days, at that time, we hit over 100,000 streams.
That's incredible.
It's incredible.
That deserves a massive, and the thing is, see, one level is to say, okay, you're a celebrity, you know celebrities. Yeah, left, please.
Left.
Yeah, and mine also, this is perfect. Me also not right.
Or no flash, huh?
Yeah, correct. Same, high five this. I completely agree. Yeah. No, so one thing is to say, okay, I'm a celebrity, I have celebrity friends, so I can do that. But I'll tell you what really immersed me in No Filter was it really lived up to its name. It felt so candid. It felt like I am now part of this cool kids gang, and I'm listening into a private conversation of theirs that they probably have had on set. And that was the texture of your show throughout. So when you prepared for it, did you have a certain thing in mind? Especially, a lot of people say, because I'm a very unstructured person, even though I seem very OCD. So I'll just start something and say, okay, it'll figure yourself out. But did you plan your show? I'm also asking for aspiring podcasters. They might have a great idea, but should they plan it?
Yes.
Is there something around it? Did you have a sequence in mind? Was there something you wanted to get out of your guest?
Yes. So my first thing was the image, because I'm a visual medium person. So the first thing was an image, and all I could see was a big couch. Imagine a throw in the middle, like one
Nice.
of those, you know, IKEA throws, where two ends, and you know, as friends, you tuck in your feet from either side, and then
Cute.
you're holding on to a cup of tea or coffee, whatever you want.
Nice.
And that's the start point. And then from there, what's the conversation? Because before that, I know everything about you.
Yeah.
So if I'm talking to a close friend and I'm like hanging out after my day is over, the first thing would be like, what happened? What's up? It's not going to be like, so you were born in this time and you know, what's your favorite color? That's not. So my start point would already be of knowing them 110%. That's where the research kicked in. And then, of course, it's got a lot to do with conversation. We have to touch into profession for sure, but not the professional side. So tell me about your character as opposed to, you know, what went wrong while filming this? Why don't you tell me? Like, are you okay with that? Or are you okay with this coming out? Or why did you back out of this film? Because I read about it and this is a great film. It's done really well. Are you feeling bad about it? You know, this, as opposed to saying, so how many days did you shoot for it? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? That would be like personal, then professional, and then of course going into games, because the games
always work.
Always had the research actually fell into a little 2-3 questions, and then we had answers. So we would give multiple choice questions where these MCQs would always be would have a result in a way that they didn't have a choice but to tell us the real stuff.
Oh, nice.
So it's a lot of fun. Like it's kind of really well calculated, well balanced. And sometimes, and always remember, if you're going to follow, like with Malini, it's very like ODF, it's on the fly. I know she goes unscripted and makes it really interesting. Whereas for me, I always have these points and I'm always referring back. And it doesn't matter how much research you've done, it doesn't matter what work you've done. If at question number 8, you know you've got your material and you have 15 questions prepared, leave the others, because all you're doing is you're also tiring the other
You're exhausting them. And then you can tell when they start to zone out.
Yeah, you can, and then they want to check their phones, and the management comes back, and then you know you won't get
The
your
management's
video
doing this in the back, like, or wrap it up. And,
and always have your back to the door and tell the management to stay out, so that the artist can see the management, but your back is there. So you just come out saying, I'm sorry, but I didn't see you, you know. So
this is a very good tip I'm going to apply, and a lot of people are going to give me grief, and then I will say Neha gave me this.
Yeah.
Like somebody, Madhavan.
This is not going out anywhere.
It's a live stream, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oops. Oh, we're good. No, I remember because I asked Madhavan once. There's a, well, we'll see. I think there's a 5-second delay. Got it? No, I remember I asked Madhavan, what do you do when you go to a film screening and you don't like the movie, right? So he says, say something about the cinematography.
Oh.
So he's like, the view, that camera pan, that action, and then they get very distracted by any other kind of compliments. I'm like, okay, that's an interesting tip to use.
Yeah, or just hug them and say, oh my
God, and that's it.
Love you and how
I
hot
love
are
you.
Okay? Oh my God. Gaadi lekar aana 1 minute.
I'll be right back.
That's it.
That's incredible.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like now as an audience, you just know when you see the first look of a film, you're also like, okay,
should I even ask?
Then drive that far, like, you know.
But I also have to ask you, because I'm sure, especially in the celebrity world, and it's not even honestly celebrity fault, people twist celebrity words so much. I've seen it happen, and you know, we've always taken the track that Miss Malini will only ever write what we can say to someone's face, you know, because it's just, you know, I want to be a kinder person, and also like I should have the balls to say it. But that doesn't always happen, right? So going on a show where they're feeling so comfortable talking to you, but knowing the whole world's going to listen to it, was there any such demands where it said like, just don't ask me about this, Neha, I know you know, but we can't talk about it? Did that happen?
Yeah, I would never, ever go into anyone's
personal life,
like relationships. And unless they want to tell me, or they're like, oh, then I'll be like, if there's someone special in your life, which is a song that you'd like to dedicate. So, you know, so people would like
have fun with it.
Yeah, like have fun with that, but never go into someone's personal life if they don't want to tell, because I don't think it's fair.
Yeah.
And I just feel like there's so much more to a person than who you're dating. Like imagine if you meet a friend and be like, what's up? Are you seeing someone? Yeah, I'm seeing this person. Okay, what? Then move on to the other stuff, because just like, I'm not interested in knowing who somebody's dating.
I think you said something so interesting. I think that's the real crux, and I think, you know, I've been trying to figure out what's so unique about this. you weren't asking questions like an outsider. You were asking as a friend. That also makes that camaraderie come alive. And I think that's really the key to the audio medium. And that's what I always learned in radio. They told me that when you're hosting, don't host to Mumbai, because even if there's 6 people in a car, everyone is listening individually and having a very personal experience. So you have to talk to your best friend in a slightly more enthusiastic fashion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cue Shravan for being the most enthusiastic person in the entire universe.
Yeah.
I told him today, you're on the mic, you'll have to dial down the enthusiasm because otherwise it'll burst everyone's eardrums. But it's amazing. I love that. Okay, we do have a mic in the audience because I wanted this to be a conversation, and because this is a live stream, you will also be part of Neha's first podcast appearance. So can I have the mic in the audience? Raise your hand if you have a question. My lovely lady with the red hair right here. Can we pass her a microphone? There you go. Oh, Shravan has it right here.
Also, it's a really interesting.
Both are red. Okay, fine.
But I guess I'll go first.
What's your question?
I'm Aarti, and
Hi.
known Malini a while. But what I wanted to ask you is that, like, what's the most exciting part of what you do, and what's the most challenging part of what you do?
The most exciting part is the conversation, like when I actually get down to sitting and talking to that person, and when there's nobody else in that room, because we just create an environment making them believe that this is a living room and there's just that person and me. So once the conversation starts, the introduction's over, and that's it, like, you know, and then we're just free rolling with it. That's the most exciting part for me, the conversation, always, because I always come out more kind of getting to know the person more and a lot more enriched, because these are really successful people. You always learn something or the other from them. The hardest part is sometimes, even in my case, like a lot of people would think I'm an insider, so it's easy for me, is getting the date.
Oh my God, that's the
Yeah,
hardest.
it's tough, right? Because, you know, to get somebody to, I think it was Varun who was shooting during Jurva, and then he's like, I can't, and then one morning he's like, I'm done with the gym, so
Come now.
there's a delay on my set, so I'm coming, address bhej do. I'm like, but I waited 3 months, but and I had just literally just woken up, and you know, lots of funny experiences like this that make it interesting. But getting the date would, I mean, maybe in season 6, if I do it, it may be slightly easier, but let's see.
I just want to ask you one more thing. So when it's so last minute, right? Like if someone tells you last minute that, okay, I'm free now, can we do this? How do you handle that?
Like she said, she stays up all night researching.
No, I made every season, I would make my wish list, wait 3 months for those 12 people, and every time that I waited those 3 months, every time it always happened. The only person who hasn't been on my show, and I've asked him every year, and he hasn't been free, is Abhishek Bachchan.
We will manifest this, Abhishek.
Yeah, so, because I have a feeling like he'll have really interesting things to say. So I have a script ready. So if he says yes now, then I'll be like, okay, fine, let's just use the script from like 5 years ago. So my list has never broken out, but by season 3, I think I was just like, he's going to flake on me again. So yeah, so keeping the script ready, because at least I'm close enough to them to say that there's no way you can't take out an hour in 3 months, because I know how the business runs. And they're very nice.
Again, dropping gems that I'm going to use.
Yeah, and I know that if we do another season next, we're 100% opening with Ananya, because she had just had her first film, which is like, why am I not on the show? And I'm like, no matter what happens, I'm going to open with this girl, because A, I'm very fond of her.
Yeah.
B, she drops gems like nobody else does.
She's hilarious.
Yeah, and C, and most importantly, the amount of love that girl is given, no filter. Yeah, I've not seen anyone give.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
she's going to be definitely.
See, another great lesson. Throw love out in the universe, it'll come back at you for sure. Next question.
Hi Neha, I'm Vineet.
Hi.
Ideas can come from anywhere. Would you ever consider doing a podcast called Pressure Cooker?
On
Call-
pressure cook. on
Pressure Cooker.
Oh, just leave the mic on in my house. You'll have 12 episodes in one day.
What are you guys cooking over there? It sounds-
No, I thought I was a pressure cooker, but I putto 12 times a day.
But No Filter kind of was that pressure cooker feel. There were so many great moments I remember just what they're like, Neha, don't do it, don't ask this question. You're like, come on, you can sort of dance around it and have
Yeah,
fun
I
with
think we should talk about that on the side. Yeah.
it. I like it, it's a good, catchy name.
Hi Neha, this is
Hi.
Radhika here. So I wanted to ask you, like, you know, we all know that you are such a great actress. So what was that something in between that you decided to, you know, interview celebrities, you yourself being in that industry? So what is that something which we are not aware about in the between, the trigger point?
I think it's always necessity, right? I was sitting around without doing too much work. And I feel like I've always, my career's been that, okay, suddenly there's some nice stuff that happens and then again I'm back to neutral. And then something amazing happens and I'm back to neutral. It's just like, you know, it's literally the mother of all invention, because at that time I really did not have any work and I was sitting around, like if you're having really long extended lunches in Bandra day after day, you know that you're out of work, and after a point you better do something with your life. So that's what happened. I was out of work.
I love it. From like a lot of chilling came this brilliant idea. Okay, one last question.
Okay, so Neha, I wanted to ask you that podcasting, normally people talk only about audio, but these days you see a lot of people combining audio with the video. How important do you think is it for a podcaster to have a video podcast also?
I think it's very important because as much as you say that, okay, you're going to get your streams when people go for a walk or people are cooking or in the car and everything, if you don't have, you know, your 19 to 25 under your belt, whatever content you're creating, it's never going to be good enough. It's never going to be a success. So it's, and they for sure right now need the video, the visual medium for sure. So I think it's more for them. So we serve it on a platter, saying dekho, ab suno. So
And exactly why I'm going to make you make a reel after this. Okay, one last question,
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
gentleman has been waving for the longest
there's
time.
one
Visible?
lady in
Yeah.
red also.
Yeah,
Can I?
all right,
Yeah,
yeah, sure.
after. Yeah,
Can we
after
start?
you.
Okay, yeah. So Neha and you all are the masters of content creation when we talk about. So basically,
What, right?
content creator.
I know, I said thank
so-
you.
Okay, yeah. So sorry. So when you're
I'm
talking
in
about
shock. I didn't say thank you, but it's very sweet of him to say
yeah.
this to me.
So when you talk about content, basically when YouTube started, YouTube had a long content going on in the market, and then Instagram rolled to from long to short form, which are more running in the market. And now we're talking about a podcast. So you would, as in you all are currently aware of the market trends and all, what's the length of podcast preferable would be more running the market? Or you have done multiple podcasts, which is the length you would suggest?
So I would say, actually, it's a very good question. When we started off, season 1, we had the bandwidth to play around with a longer length. Anything above 30 would get really long for us. Then we brought it down to 22, and then we started kind of doing 16 to 21. And this was me. I haven't done one in 2 years. So I think, you know, someone from Hubhopper will be able to tell you exactly what the drop-off point is. Also, how interesting you keep it. You know, that's the thing. Like, you can keep a chat on for as long as you want, but if it's going to be interesting, then people will come back to you. But
And then you can always do the extended cut later, right?
yeah,
Like
and
more.
I'll be honest that I'm the one with the attention issue, because I can't, if someone's boring, I'll only drop it off. So my thing is very
Ruthless.
clear. Like, I would remember and be like, send me edit 1. And it's not like I'll go back and listen to it again. I'm like, this is where the fat is, take it out. This is
Now
where the fat is,
I'm
take
going to
it
make
out.
Shravan go listen to all of them and see what length what was.
Yeah, and
we'll
there's
make an
no-
infographic.
There should be like no negotiation. If you're not interested and you're like listening, acha, then suddenly take out the phone and stuff.
Yeah.
Guy. Because if you're doing this to your own show,
Yeah.
then you can't turn around and there's no explanation. And the thing is, you don't want a drop-off point at all, because that's where the calculation happens. So,
Absolutely.
shorter.
I think the same thing for me. I always make myself a rule that would I send this to my friends? And would they judge me for sending them this?
Yeah.
And that's usually a filter. Okay, last question, lady in red, since Neha pointed you out.
Hi Neha.
Hi.
I'm really happy to see you. And Malini, hi. Second time we are meeting. Neha, my question to you is that initially we saw you as a very glamorous girl, beautiful looking actress, and then suddenly you switched to roadies, which is a completely different
Yes.
thing. My husband is a
Just a
big
little
fan of
different.
roadies, so I know. So what is it that you were always like that? Like you could play both the roles, or you had to change yourself for that? And second question is, when you are doing this podcast, does it have any language barrier? Because I see people doing in different regional languages, but majority stick to English. So do you think there is any kind of barrier?
So we did
Thank
ours
you.
in English, so there was no language barrier as such, and I feel like if you're giving great content, it's going to be consumed in any language. So language should never be a barrier at all. Of course, a lot of people may not understand it, and I'm not sure if there's a system of like switching language on audio like you have on video, like you have a translation that gets
No, I think you
complicated.
probably have to. That's another good question there. The Hubhopper team is here. We will answer all those questions for you.
So that I feel, and then English, Hindi is a great language because a lot of people speak that. So that would be good. Coming to your question as far as movies and roadies is concerned, I don't think so. I'm the same person, But reality TV.
Neha, you're a badass. Let's just be honest over here.
No, but
In
the
a
thing-
very good way.
Yeah. So, my head went. somewhere.
Your entire wardrobe in roadies just flashed before my eyes.
No, but the thing is that, I mean, as far as movies is concerned, it's not that when I do roadies, I can't do movies. But reality TV, you know, especially when you're on an adventure-based reality show, it really gets the real side out of you. And the truth is, I am very competitive as a person. So, you know, catch me playing Taboo with my friends. Of course, I just want to put it out there that Soha thinks she's better than me, but I'm not going to let her win every time.
Well, now my next interview, I'm calling both of you and I'm going to make you play and that's when we will figure it out, the answer.
okay,
Wait
yeah,
for that.
But in front of people, she always wins, otherwise I'm winning. No, so the thing is that, you know, if you've got to hold your own and you've got to, you know, kind of compete for people and against people and, you know, just be in a space that the only option you leave for yourself is winning, it's going to get out like, you know, an interesting side of me, and then, you know, maybe I'm a little colorful when it comes to language, but I'm not, I have no like kind of regrets in saying that, yeah, that's who I am. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like whatever people want to think of me, they can think of me, but it's reality TV. That's closer to the person I am because the cameras are on all the time. So, I mean, you'd like to be on my team. You wouldn't want to be on someone else's team because you don't want to go against.
That's a low-key threat, by the way. Please note. But Neha, this has been amazing.
Thank you.
I have to say, please give her a round of applause
Thank
for
you.
being so absolutely incredible for coming. And thank you for your first appearance on a podcast with me. I think it was just so much fun. And my
I
mic
mean,
is
I
dropped.
wouldn't want it any other way. You're really the best. And I'm so glad that I got to do this.
This has been awesome. And guys, there are lots of sessions happening here. Please go play Creator Bingo. There's lots of fun activities. Like I said, Monkey Shoulder Bar, lots of photo ops. I'm going to steal you to go make our reel now so that we can promote this episode. But we're going to be around. I'll come and meet you guys back in the thing. Make sure you get your Creator Bingo. And once again, welcome to Hubhopper and Good Creator Co. presents Chasing Pods, powered by Amazon Music. Thank you guys. Over to you, Shravan.
Thank you so much, Neha and Mali, for a wonderful conversation.
That is for you. Yes, and these are for you. Sorry, these are for you.
Thank you very much.
Some goodies from Good Glam, My Glam,
thank
Anish Malhotra, Good Creator Co. And let's go outside. Wait, why don't you hold this for her so we can do our pictures outside? We'll just run over here to make the
I'll
reel.
just grab my bag.
Yes, come. All good?
Yeah, I don't have my watch, so I don't know what time it is.
What time? By the way, please meet Ramona and Zoe. I'm sure you guys know each other. We all.
Hi. Very nice to meet you.
They're the cutest, man. It's like I watch their couple content and I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah, they do really cute like reels and all
Check.
the content that they do is really adorable. So I'm trying to get them to
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. How many times did you
Check.
thank you to me?
come. We'll go outside. Come. Sorry, we'll just go outside and finish our reels. Come this way. That way.
Thank you, Neha and Mali,
We can go
for
from this
such
side.
a
so you don't trip.
wonderful
Oh, okay, fine.
conversation.
Rishi has found a path.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Ashraf Engineer, host of Hydra
Bye,
Breeze,
Shravan.
All Indians Matter podcast, who will shed light on how podcasting truly is a unique medium, bringing new perspectives and shaking the news and the information industry. Powered by Amazon Music, this session
Just 1 second. We're
will
just
show
going to step
you
outside. We're going to come
why
back
the
in a minute.
medium works so well in the news space and what lies ahead.
Thank you, Mali. That was amazing. You got a day full of this. Rishi, get the car ready. I'll give the mic.
You have my phone for this. So we're doing a really fun reel where I'm like pretending we're saying. me and my
Just a
best
minute,
friend
we are
send each
shooting
other
the content,
reels.
just no?
And when we actually meet, we're on.
Check, check.
Were you inside listening?
Check, check. Coming?
Typing. Typing smile.
Works. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Works. Excuse me.
Going and coming down. What was it? Sorry? That mic is going and coming. Going and coming.
On live stream. Live.
Just say something.
It's me, Sonu. So I'm going to talk for about 15 minutes. Then they'll throw it open for questions. I'm mic'd up. Yeah. They say it's on. Where do you think I should sit? This side or that side?
Bye. 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 Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll just come down. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank Thank you. Malini, you stay home.
Nice application.
What's that? Thank you. It's okay if I mention Idea Brew, right?
Yes. Sure, 100%, right? Yeah, I'm waiting for the host to come. That's him there in the jacket.
Next up, we have Ashraf Engineer, host of Idea Brews, All Indians Matter podcast, who will shed light on how podcasting truly is a unique medium, bringing new perspectives and shaping the news and the information industry. Powered by Amazon Music, this session will show you why the medium works so well in the news space and what lies ahead. Take it away, Ashraf.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? All right, wonderful. Wait, first of all, I don't think this audio is working. I don't think the mic is working. Yeah, I'll just take this here. Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me now? All right, wonderful. So first of all, Gautam, thanks so much for putting me right after Neha Dhupia. So basically.
I want to give a massive shout out to Idea Brew for being such awesome folks. I mean, the story is before the dark ages of podcasting, before the prehistoric era of podcasting, there were a few people that were in the space. The founder of Idea Brew, Aditya Kuber, is one of them. He, in fact, was a part of podcasting when he managed to convince Book My Show to be a part of podcasting. So, I mean, his story goes so long back with podcasting that it's amazing. And he's got a veritable laundry list of wonderful shows. And of course, I'm going to hand it over to somebody who's much more proficient with the medium than I am. And thank you so much for taking out the time to do this. Let's get started, yeah.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Gautam. So very quickly, I'll make a quick introduction. Before that, I'll talk for about 10 or 15 minutes at most for my session, and then I'll throw it open for questions if there are any. Yeah? So who am I? What am I? As Gautam said, Ashraf Engineer. I'm the host of the All Indians Matter podcast. I used to be a journalist. I was an editor for about 20 years. I started my career with Midday, worked with the Times Group, Hindustan Times. I was in Afghanistan during the war in 2011, training journalists there, and I'll talk a little bit about that as we go along. But today I want to talk about the relevance of podcasting in the news and news commentary space. And I think that relevance is best explained through the story of the Indian media itself. Now I'll start with the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19, something strange happened. News consumption, according to a BARC Nielsen survey, rose by 219% overnight. Right? And when you look back at it, I don't think it's surprising, because in times of uncertainty, in times of crisis, people want information. And they don't just want information per se. They want that to be decoded. They want that to be explained. What does it mean for me? How does it affect me? And really, that's really the big transformation that we saw in the way the news is approached. There were, of course, several other consumption patterns that we began to see. I'm not referring only to podcasting here. The rise of collective viewing, the rise of a new prime time, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., for example. All of these were things that we saw. But podcasting also came into its own for the reasons that I just described. Right? Now, this fits in very, very well with the way we journalists look upon our role now. Now, back in 95, when I started my career, by the way, anybody here born before 95? No, usually the answer is no. Okay, I think there are 3 people, 4, 5, 6, so quite a few. Good to see people my generation. But 95, when I started my career, no internet, no email, no cell phones, no social media, right? Living in the dark ages, satellite television was just about coming in. So our job as journalists was to inform. Right? That went out the window very, very fast with the rise of the digital age, really. And our job then changed very quickly to interpret, to analyze, to comment. So, if Narendra Modi wins an election, you don't really go to the traditional media, newspapers, for example, to know that he has won. What you want from them is an explanation of what it means for me. If I'm a small business holder, what does it mean for me? If I'm a stock market investor, what does it mean for me? If I'm a foreign institutional investor, what does it mean for me? And really, that's the role that we see ourselves in now. Right? So it fit in perfectly with that. Podcasts, having the ability to engage with us better than most mediums actually did that very, very well. Right? And again, the picking up or the uptake of podcasts is also not surprising for other reasons, environmental reasons as I call them. Smartphones are very, very cheap. We have the cheapest data in the world now. So as the co-founder of Idea Brew Studios, Aditya Kuber, once wrote, as he said he came up with an algorithm or equation. Great content plus easy availability is equal to high consumption. And I think that really hits the nail on the head. Now, all of this has coincided at a time when trust in institutions is at an all-time low. Whether it's the government, whether it's not-for-profits, whether it's corporations, trust is an all-time low, as also in media houses. I mean, speaking of credibility, have any of you watched the news recently? It's like the world is on fire. You take any contemporary issue or the issues that are big in the recent times, the right to wear the hijab, the othering of communities, the mayhem over mask mandates, the confusion over vaccines, the big media have taken all of that and turned it into noise instead of clarity, all in the race for eyeballs. You look at a television panel today, 16 people screaming at each other, saying nothing of consequence. So it's not surprising, therefore, that trust in the media is at an all-time low. Much of it can be blamed on media owners and editors and so on, but there is also pressure from the government. So just to put it in perspective, on the World Press Freedom Index of 2022, put together by Reporters Without Borders, India stands at 150 out of 180 nations. This is a fall of 8 points from the previous year, where we were 142. Not a good place to begin with, but we've been falling anyway, right? So it is in this situation where a lot of people, a lot of journalists are turning independent. It's the independent journalists that are saying, we need to pick up the baton and run with it. Now, essentially what they're doing is that they're doing this and they're looking for mediums to reach their audiences, and many of them are choosing podcasts. Why podcasts? Because essentially the technology removes the intermediary for you. I don't need to go and prostrate myself in front of a news editor in a print newsroom and say, please publish my column. I don't need to go to a television studio and talk to the editor and say, please put me on air. Now I can go to my audience directly. It's not tough to create a podcast. It's fairly cheap and it's fairly easy. So for tech illiterates like me, I can bring it out. Anybody can bring it out, right? So that brings me to my own effort. I mean, what did I do? When I looked in February of 2020, I looked back to the past 5 or 6 years, and as a journalist, I was extremely disappointed with the way the mainstream media were functioning. I really thought that take away the bias, take away the prejudice. Other than that, the primary function, how does a news event or a fact impact my life? That question was not being answered. So if government debt is too high, what does that mean for me? If 3 new farm laws are introduced, how does that affect my household budget? And those were the kind of questions that were not being answered. And as a citizen, as a journalist, I was by then not a full-time journalist. I had moved on to something else, but I was still doing journalism on the side. I decided to launch a website called allindiansmatter.in. And that was the kind of work that I was going to do. Now, 2 months in, I get a call from Aditya Kuber, I said, co-founder of Idea Brew Studios, who says that, you've done this, well and good, but the real maza is in the podcasting space. So why don't you expand it to a podcast? And I said, why not? I mean, not like I'm in the pandemic, I'm doing anything of great importance. I may as well devote some time to that. And that's how it happened. Eve of Independence Day 2020, the podcast launched. Since then, we've done more than 230 episodes. We publish twice a week. On Saturdays, I do a monologue on any issue that I think is important. And on Wednesdays, we publish an interview. And where's Gautam? Along the way, we won 2 Hubhopper Awards for India's Best News Podcast. Now, I'm the first to admit that the podcast space is full of challenges. It's not utopia. Of course, it has advantages, but there are serious challenges also. But look at the advantages. It has great retention. It has great finishing rates. It has great engagement. And I think it's probably the only medium that you can consume while doing other things. Though, of course, once I remember I was on the C-Link and my Uber driver insisted on watching an IPL match while we were on it. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can consume other mediums along with it, but you may not survive to tell the tale. right? The other thing, that is interesting to watch, and I think, first of all, I think India is ripe for the podcasting space in the news genre, news and news commentary. As far as I know, and maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, we are at about 100 million regular listeners of podcasts already. That's more than the population of most countries, right? But of course, it's only 1% or less than 1% of ours. 10% or thereabout of ours. And the space to watch, in my view, is the Indian language space. And I'll explain that by giving you perspective of traditional media. These are numbers I checked with the Information and Broadcasting Ministry less than a week ago, so they are contemporary numbers. India has 118,329 print publications, right? More than 880 television channels and more than 550 radio channels. From the 118,000 odd print publications that we have of every variety, dailies, fortnightlies, weeklies, annuals, etc., only 13,500 are in English. Do the math. Only 13,500 are in English. And it's the same proportion for the television channels, for the radio channels, and so on. So the regional space, the regional language space is where the action is going to be, in my view, even in news, and that's going to be the fastest one to grow. India consumes its content in Indian languages. Most of us actually have grown up on English language content. We don't think like that. But actually India consumes its content in regional languages. That's why we say, even in the marketing space, that India should be looked upon as a subcontinent and not as a country when it comes to consumption, right? Other than that, who knows what formats will come up when it comes to news commentary? It could be 10 things you didn't know about a subject, Q&A, interviews, short snackable content, so on and so forth, right? We don't know, right? But it's going to be extremely exciting. I'm going to finish very, very soon so that we can catch up on time and have your questions in. But whenever I think about the Indian media space, especially news and news commentary, I'm always taken back to my time in Afghanistan. And please indulge me, I'm getting a little philosophical here. And when I was training journalists there, those journalists understood the value of news to the democracy that they had, that was fledgling, because they had had neither for generations. And they understood, if news is to make an impact in a country like theirs, they have to rely on technology. It was no point publishing newspapers, they had to go to them digitally. If they still had a free media, a media that they could reach out to people with, they would have embraced podcasting with a vengeance. As it happens, I lost so many of them to suicide attacks, specific targeted killings. Those who survived are in exile. We have to value our news media space. It doesn't matter how we deliver that news, but we must value it. And I think that podcasting is going to be very, very valuable in that. If you permit me, I'll actually close with something that I read recently. And this was part of Ravish Kumar's farewell message, right? And here's what he said, journalists are meant to be the medium that takes your voice to the highest levels. I always try to see the nation through your eyes. Your activism keeps Indian democracy alive. Shaheen Bagh and the farmers' protests strengthened my belief in you. I saw you transform into responsible citizens. You people will make better societies in the future. Today, some believe that they control all major aspects of our society. They believe citizens are dispensable, the media is dead, and political opposition is struggling. All of that is true. But such a state is not eternal. One day, people will overcome their hatred. They will look for a new society to build, and they will think of journalism then. Whenever that then comes, I believe that news will be delivered through an ecosystem of digital platforms, right? So I'm not suggesting that it's only going to be podcasting. It's going to be an ecosystem of digital platforms. It's going to be video, it's going to be audio. Maybe there'll be digital homes of multimedia content that will deliver it to you. But whatever that ecosystem is, in my view, as a journalist now of how many years has been? 1995 to 27 years, nearly 30 years. in my view, as a journalist of nearly 3 decades, I think that whatever that ecosystem is, podcasting will play a central role there. Thank you. So I think I've done good on time, Gautam. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Yeah.
Suppose in case if you're planning to start a podcast, what would be the best platform? Spotify, Google Podcast, and we also have other platforms. I have one more question.
Yeah,
firstly.
No, go ahead. I'll answer both.
This is one question, and the second question is, normally people also make YouTube videos along with the podcast. So is that mandatory? Because making a video is a big task, and making an audio is becoming simple.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah. So first of all, which is the best platform? Hubhopper. Okay. Well, look, without getting into names, right? I think virtually every platform would have its pros and cons. I personally believe that you should be on every platform that allows you to be there, because you want breadth, right? You want distribution to be as wide as possible for your content. So I don't know if there's any best platform. I think you should be there on all. Yeah, that's the first answer part of your question. The second part is, what about videos? Like I said, I believe that the most effective way of distributing content, especially news content, is going to be through an ecosystem of different content forms. So audio, video, etc. The problem, as you rightly identified, is that videos are tougher to make. It's no good to just put yourself in front of a video with all that, you know, dogs barking in the background, pressure cookers going off, all of that, and then, you know, putting that content out there, because it doesn't feel good. It really won't be taken seriously. So until we get to a stage, or, you know, any of us get to a stage where we can do justice to every single content form, you shouldn't get into it. Each form by itself is anyway quite powerful. So until you can do justice to that, don't get into that second part. That's my advice. I haven't done that either, for example. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Okay, now when you podcast, how do you make sure that you differentiate between the facts and your opinions? Or, you know, in other words, how do you remain unbiased? Yeah.
If you're asking about me personally, well, I'm not in the business of being unbiased. It's a commentary podcast. So I better take a stand, otherwise it's not commentary. You know, so I'm not unbiased. I very much have an opinion, and I'm on the podcasting platform to express that opinion. It's important for me, I think, or any podcaster, to not just come and rant. I think you have to have expertise in a particular subject. So in my case, journalism; in somebody else's case, music and food and what have you, right? It's important to have expertise. So that's what you should really focus on. And if I may just add, though you didn't ask that, I think expertise and intent, but more important than intent, passion. In my opinion, you shouldn't be in podcasting if you have an interest in a particular, you know, genre. You should be in podcasting because you have a passion for a particular genre, and that's the only reason you should be there. Otherwise, you shouldn't be in it. It will show up. Yeah.
Hi Ashraf, thank you for the session. Basically, you know, I am into content business since last 16 years, and we provide content to most of the telecom operators across the globe. Podcast is a new bit in the entire, bouquet. I always say podcast is the next big thing beyond music. But I see a struggle with all these podcasters that they are not able to make revenues. What is the revenue stream for them? Because while there's so much excitement around podcasts as a category, but there's no clear-cut revenue stream to excite the upcoming, you know, the budding artists, basically.
So Aditya, kabhi bhej rahe ho check? No, look, I think you're 100% right. Revenue is an issue, and we haven't got there yet. There would be only a handful of podcasts, I would say, across the world, not just in India, especially in the news space, which are making enough money, right? So I don't think we are there yet. That's the answer, honest answer to your question. We'll get there at some stage. The point is, what are you doing now to ensure that when we do get there, you are in the best position to be, you know, getting the lion's share of that revenue or getting enough revenue for yourself. Look, media, in my view, is such a space that you don't just get in. People take you seriously or consume you because you have a track record. You have a reputation, especially in news, and it takes time to build that. So are you building that now so that when we get there, we will be in the right position, optimum position to get? That's really what it's all about at this moment. Yeah, I think there's a lady at the back.
So, giving a backstory, I create content on data analytics, and I have done analytics for BARC, which you mentioned, and there I understood, looking at the data, that Hindi and regional languages are important, which you rightly point out. Now, I have a question that I create content on data analytics, right? So, for somebody to be a data analytics or study about it, they need to know English, because all the coding and all the classes requires English. But I do understand the importance of regional language, and I've always been in this dilemma whether I should deliver my thing in Hindi or in English. So, what is your suggestion?
No, I think it's a great question. First of all, which is the language that you are most comfortable in? That's the primary thing. But to think that something like data analytics cannot be made relevant to a Hindi-speaking audience or any other Indian language-speaking audience is a fallacy, I think. How are you connecting it to people's everyday lives? Data by itself has no meaning. Analytics by itself has no meaning. What are the insights that you're getting out of it? If you are able to talk about that, if you are able to sort of make it relevant to your audiences, then it doesn't matter, whether it's Hindi or English. You'll get the audiences. So but primarily, which is the language that you are comfortable in? For example, I know that Indian languages are bigger than English, but English is the only language I am comfortable in. There's no point in me going on to a podcast and going, whatever, I don't know the right Hindi word, for example. So I would say, stick to that.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. That was quite an insightful dialogue. Can I have somebody from the Amazon team to give you a token of our appreciation?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Same here, man. Thank you so much. You've done a fab job.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Here.
Thank you so much, Hani. I appreciate it. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Aditya, Umesh, the full team, thank you so much. Ishani was not here. Really appreciate it. The next podcast that we have is one that I very much hold dear to my heart. It is actually very similar and akin to one of the podcasts that I started with listening to. Right? So the next.
I need them.
So the next podcast, so I'll just give you a background. When I initially started to listen to podcasts, I didn't know what the medium was. I had zero clue about the medium whatsoever. And I was working at a dead-end job at Barclays, possibly the most boring job in the world. And the only way to make my day slightly more fun was I would start listening to podcasts, because Barclays had stopped any other platform from being accessed while I was in the organization. So I started listening to upskilling content, but that itself was also very boring. And then I turned to listening to thriller content, mystery content, lore-based content, and that's the beautiful podcast that you guys are about to hear. So without further ado, I'm just going to hand the mic over and we can get started.
Perfect. Okay, so we're excited to continue the next session, like Gautam just said, with our two esteemed guests, Chandraba Das and Clyde D'Souza. Chandraba is a best-selling horror author and storyteller, and her audio series, Twisted, is highly popular in India and the US. Clyde is the author of Susegat, The Goan Art of Contentment, and has a background in TV, print, and digital medium. Please join us in welcoming Chandraba and Clyde to this conversation, where they'll dive into storytelling, history, and lore. Over to you guys.
Thanks. So, hi everyone, I'm Clyde, as he mentioned, and Chandrama.
Hi everyone, this is Chandrama.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to be doing like a live podcast recording of one of my episodes on Susegad. So, you guys are going to be privy to that recording. So, excuse any errors that we might make. All right, so we'll begin. All right, so hi, I'm Clyde D'Souza, author of Susegad and the host of Susegad Stories from Goa. And this is a very special episode of Susegad Shots, where we're going to have a spooktacular episode, I think. We're going to be discussing about ghosts and ghost stories. And with me, I have Chandrama Das, who is the host of Rumors. So, Chandrama, please tell us about yourself and your podcast, Rumor by Bound.
Sure, Clyde, it's lovely to meet you. And as Clyde was introducing me, I'm an author, I'm a storyteller. I do a podcast called Rumors, Dark Lore from India, Bound. And what we do on the podcast is essentially take you in each episode to one dark corner of India where we talk about the story of real people, places or stories and try to understand how did these come about, why are these stories still there, and how did they become magical and haunting? Is there truth behind this? That's basically the idea about Rumors, and over to you, Clyde.
Super. So, I mean, nice to hear about everything that you're doing with the podcast and all the lovely stories that we're hearing from across India. And now we'll come to my state, the smallest state in India, Goa. And of course, Goa has been associated with a lot of ghost stories because it had a lot of haunted houses. And at that time, obviously many years ago, it was kind of desolate. Also, lots of homes were desolate. I've grown up with a few ghost stories of my own, but let's start with one of the stories that you've been telling about Goa. So yeah, go ahead.
So when we were doing Rumors and we were doing the research for Rumors, I think there was one story which I encountered about Goa, which I wanted to do on the podcast, and I'll sort of repeat the story for all of you here. So many years ago, I, like many of us, visited Goa as a tourist and visited Dona Paula, which is a specific area in Goa, about 7 kilometers from Panjim. And as we were walking around that area, we met a lot of tourist guides. So one of the tourists, and it was dusk, the sun is setting, the atmosphere is getting slightly darker. So one of the tourist guides is like, ma'am, do you want to hear a story about this place? And obviously there were 3 of us, so we sat down with him. He said, it's going to cost you $150. So I'm like, okay, fine. If it's a good ghost story, tell me. So this is the story that he told us. Once upon a time, there was a woman called Donna. She was a very high-born woman. Her father had been the viceroy of Jaffna Patnam in Sri Lanka. The family had moved to Goa when she was still a teenager. And so for a certain part of her life, she had grown up in that area only, which is now Dona Paula, the area that's known as Dona Paula now. There, Donna met a fisherman from the village. And she fell in love with him. You know, opposites attract, as they say. The daughter of a viceroy and a poor village fisherman, they couldn't live apart from each other. So when Donna went to her father and said, this is the man I want to marry, her father was of course not very happy about it. Because, you know, marrying off his daughter to a poor fisherman would affect his social status. You know, much as he loved his daughter, this was not good for his career. So he said, no way. Now, Donna was a young girl. She was used to getting a lifetime of, you know, whatever she wanted. I wouldn't like to call her the term, but I'm still going to use it. She was a bit of a spoiled brat. But unfortunately, she couldn't take this shock. You know, her father had always said yes to her. In depression and anger, wild and tumultuous, she ran to that cliff, which is next to the river Zuari and Mandovi where they meet, and she jumped off into the Arabian Sea. And that was the end of Donna. Now the tourist guide told us that that was the end of Donna as a human being, but that was the beginning of a ghostly legend. So he told us that on certain moonless nights, you can see an apparition that looks like Donna emerge from the waves of the Arabian Sea around the middle of the night when you look down from the cliff. She's wearing nothing except a pearl necklace. And she walks up the cliff step by step. None of the stones and boulders on the cliff affect her or stop her. And when she reaches the top of the cliff, the image disappears. That's the story he told us. We were obviously like, oh my God, this is amazing, you know. And then he's like, no, wait, there's another version. I'm like, what? So he's
The
like,
boring
no,
version.
There's another version.
Yeah.
So in this version, Donna is not a spoilt brat. So again, she meets Paulo, she falls in love with him. But when her father says no, she goes and marries Paulo, and she says, you know, dhikar hai to this rich life, and I don't want to be part of this upper class lifestyle. I'm going to live in the village with the love of my life. So off she goes and starts living in the village. Obviously, life is very difficult. You know, they have to struggle, there's no money. Paulo is a fisherman, he goes out fishing. Now, he's not used to supporting a wife. Monsoons arrive, he's not supposed to go out fishing anymore. You know, what is he going to do for money? So he decides to take a risk. He still continues to go out fishing into the Arabian Sea while the monsoons are on. And every evening, Donna is scared. She goes to that cliff and waits for him to make sure that he's arrived back safely. A month or so passes without danger, but one day, Paulo does not return. Donna waits for him and she prays to God, God, I am not going to move from this cliff. Please return my husband to me. She stands there, come rain or sunshine, day after day after day after day. Paulo never returns. Donna starves to death on that cliff. So these are the stories that we heard about Donna Paula. Now, I'm going to just add the last bit, which is years later, you know, Goa vacation is done, I'm back to my Mumbai job and everything. And then I come across this excerpt, which was from a book by Heta Pandit, where she talks about the same legend, and then she's like, actually there was Donna Paula, she did exist, but she did not fall in love with a fisherman, and she did not kill herself. There really was a Portuguese woman called Donna Paula Amaral de Menezes, if I'm not wrong, that was her full name. She died she lived well into her 50s, married a local sort of landlord, not a fisherman, and was actually known for her charitable work in that area. So there is a real person behind the Donna Paula story, and of course the area Donna Paula is named after her. And there is no Paulo. Paulo the fisherman simply didn't exist. So that is how lore comes into existence. There might be a kernel of truth, there might be a real person's name at the heart of a story, but a lot of it is for entertainment. Anyhow,
Yeah, I guess
pass it
the
out
truth
to you.
is that the truth can be boring.
The truth can be very boring.
So I guess everybody masalafies things. And just to add to that, the statue that one sees at Donna Paula is not actually Donna Paula, but it's actually a philosopher called Mr. and Mrs. Robert Knox, right? So that's the reality of it. Now coming to the supposed ghost story in my family.
Yes.
Again, I say supposed because I really don't know whether it's real or not. Yeah, I grew up with my uncle telling me about this story. So my family is from North Goa in Kamuli. It's a very quiet fishing village. Okay, and so my uncle used to tell me that at that time they used to go from Kamuli to Kolwale. Kolwale happens to be the place where the late Wendell Rodrigues is from. Okay, so and at that time obviously there were no buses, cars or Ubers or anything of that sort. So you had to walk across the hill, across fields into the other village. And my uncle was telling me that my granddad, his father, was carrying him, you know, when he was a child and going across. And he lost his way. Couldn't see anything, it was too dark, so he didn't know where the hell he was. And suddenly he saw this man coming from the opposite side, holding a lantern, and asking him, you know, where are you going? You know, Puiwoitai, in Konkani. So the guy said that I'm going to Kolwale, but I don't know where I am, I'm a bit lost. So he says, okay, don't worry, come with me, I'll help you across. So he helps him across over the hill and across fields and all of that with the lantern. And they reach the other side, and my uncle, now my grandfather, has his bearings. So he says, okay, he turns around to tell him, okay, I'm fine. Okay, so all this time he could see the light of the lantern, you know, behind him, and he thought, okay, this guy is behind him. But when he turned, there was no one. That's it, pitch darkness. Okay, so now the funny thing about this, it's not that spooky, but there is a very Goan lore. Okay, and the Goan lore is that there are protectors of a village in every village in Goa, and they are called Rakhandars. It's like they are the protectors of the village, and they help you out if you're kind of lost and all that. So yeah, that's the personal, you know, family ghost story that I grew up listening to, which was again fascinating. But now there are other ghost stories which are actually real. For example, there is a village in Chandor, okay, in South Goa. I don't know if you've heard of this. So have you been to South?
I've been to South, I've been to Palolem, but I haven't heard the story of Chandor, so I'm excited.
Okay, so Chandor is by the Zuari River, if I'm not mistaken, and it's got a fascinating story. All the men over there can't find wives. So the village is desolate. They've run away from the village because they can't find wives. Okay, and why? Because there's a queen's curse. Okay, so there's this Kadamba queen, and sometime in the 1100s, where she had gone to her mother-in-law's place, and there was a invading emperor at that time from Vijayanagar. He came to the village, killed the king, her husband, killed all the men from Chandor, and that's it. So when she came back, she found her king dead, all the men are dead. So she went outside the temple over there, rubbed her feet 3 times on the ground, okay, and she cursed all the men of the village. She said, no man will ever find a wife. So that has been going on in Chandor now. So if you want to buy a house in Goa, go to Chandor. There are lots of these houses which are just left like that because the parents are from there, but they tell the men, leave because you're not going to find a wife. So even today when I spoke to someone, they said that, yeah, he got married from Chandor, but his marriage is in a bit of difficulty.
Oh, wow.
So that's the story of Chandor and the Queen's Curse.
I'm very curious. Okay, we've heard 3 stories so far. Donna Paula, we've heard about Chandor, we've heard about your family story, you know, about getting lost in the middle of the night. I feel like there's some very running thread here about each of these stories carrying some belief system, especially just the Chandor one. There's a belief that this place is not a place where marriage and fertility and having kids and all of that, having a family is not possible here.
Right.
So, is that what are the is that sort of the pattern that you see with a lot of Goa stories? Like, are they always beliefs, and what are those beliefs that you see, Clyde?
Yeah, interesting question. I don't know. Yeah, I guess with Chandor, maybe that's the belief. With other places, I think what has happened, especially with Goa, right? I mean, Goa had a plague. Okay, sometime in the 1600s. So for example, there's an island in Goa called Diwar Island. And during the plague, they were quarantined. It was the coronavirus of that time. So lots of people were quarantined on that island and they couldn't get off the island. So lots of priests, lots of villagers, they were just quarantined on that island. So the disease led to that place being so-called haunted. Then of course, when the Portuguese left, and there was the conquest and all of that, the Inquisition happened. Again, homes were kind of destroyed. So that led to those kind of religious, let's say, stories which were, about haunted homes and all of that. So I think, yes, to an extent, a lot of beliefs, a lot of historical events, lead to these ghost stories. For example, with the Queen in Chandor.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it almost tells me that the whole conversation around the plague and the Portuguese Inquisition and a lot of things which are historical factual factors are very complex for us to digest, A story seems to kind of carry better. Almost from an evolutionary perspective, it seems to stay better over time. And so that is the one that seems to survive.
Yeah, they were the crime stories of that time, I guess,
Absolutely.
Right? So right now we have a lot of true crime stories which are very popular. But I guess at those times, those were the stories that carried forward and it made things interesting, I guess, and also made you not do certain things, right?
Yes, yes. A lot of things are cautionary tales, don't do this, don't do that, don't Chandor, or they explain a tragedy.
Exactly.
Something really bad happened. Plague plus Inquisition plus historical factors, too complex for us to remember.
Exactly.
The Queen's Curse is easier.
It's easy. It's like all wrapped into and distilled into one simple story which everybody can swallow and remember and then, tell others. Yeah. So you want to tell us about the Kristalina story that you've heard about Saligao village? I don't know, many of you have been to Saligao perhaps?
Yeah. So the Kristalina story was very... okay, I haven't been able to find a belief. So this is the story which I wanted to tell last because I haven't been able to sort of unlock what is the belief, what is the historical event under the Kristalina story. So the story starts with Padre, a missionary, who is taking a walk near the seminary in the village. This is the 1880s, according to whoever told me the story. And there's a banyan tree at Saligao village. Inside, I think the seminary's premises, it's even there now. So he takes a walk at night and he's pretty close to the banyan tree. And that evening, Padre didn't return home. So Padre's family got very worried. They asked some of the local people and the people who were helping them build their houses and buildings. Can you please go out and help look for Padre? 4 or 5 days later, they found him alive. He was face down in a pool of mud and convulsing slightly. So they carried him back home, washed him up. The man was just not able to make any sense for the first few days that after which they found him, and they found him very close to that banyan tree. On the 3rd or 4th day, he apparently started levitating in the air and started screaming the name Kristalina, Kristalina, forgive me Kristalina, Kristalina. And then eventually, of course, he kind of got back to normal. But after this event, to which there were supposedly a lot of witnesses, there was this whole story that started coming around that banyan tree at Saligaon village is home to the spirit of a young woman called Kristalina. Who was Kristalina? According to the story, she was a woman who was married and her husband went off to Bombay to do business. In the time that she was away, Kristalina got very lonely, very bored, and obviously had a few affairs, fell in love with a few men here and there. Now, when her husband returned from Bombay, Kristalina committed suicide. She was the shamed woman in that sense. She was the indecent shamed woman in that story. Different thing whether we would think the same way today. But it is her spirit that is attached to the banyan tree, and apparently whoever goes there dusk tends to get possessed by Kristalina. That's the story that I've heard. Now, of course.
No, absolutely right. And the great thing about this is that I actually spoke to a resident from Saligaon, and she concurs that this is what happened, although there is a different version of it, that she may have been murdered by her husband, who returned home and to find his lovely, young, beautiful wife, having had an extramarital affair. So he probably killed her, and that's when the body was found under the banyan tree. Now the lore starts after that as well, which is the Padre, the Portuguese priest who who saw this apparition, and then he went crazy, and then he was sent to Portugal. So nobody really knows. But this is a true story, and I won't name the person, but I actually know the person whose aunt this supposedly is. It's Kristalina. That's his aunt. Okay. So, but we won't name the person. But it is definitely a lore that exists, and there is a poem written on it, okay, by this guy called Joseph Furtado, very famous Goan poet, called Selected Poems. That's the book, and so I'm going to read a little bit of the poem, okay, about Kristalina. So this is the part where the priest is in his horse carriage, right? He's riding down in the middle of the night from Pilern to Saligaon, and he sees the apparition in front of him. Okay, so this is the part. Okay. All right. But there it stands, tell me, what figure may that be? That still white figure standing alone, beneath the banyan tree. A still white figure? Art is but a woman I see there. A woman waiting for someone, or saying her vesper prayer. A woman, yeah she was, both young and lovely to behold, dressed in an all of stainless white, and decked with gems and gold. Upon this hill no man may drive, but he must needs allow the panting beast a breathing space. So did the cleric now. She came and sat beside the priest, without the least ado. Crack went the whip, and down the hill, away the horse flew. All the while, each moment she appears, less lovely and less young. Oh, can he trust his eyes? He thinks, he sees a forky tongue. So the poem is called The Cobra Woman, because she was like a serpent. And the best, thank you. And the best part about this book is that it also has an illustration by Mario Miranda. So yeah, it's a lovely book. Maybe you can find it. It's a rare book, but yeah, someone sent it to me. So yeah, that completes this lore. So if you're on Saligaon the next time, do go.
Yeah, from lore to literature.
Absolutely.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the fun thing, like we said, right? Ghost stories, yeah, they're scary, they're fun to tell during parties and during drunken nights and when there's nothing to do, because truth can be boring. So yeah, I'm glad that you're doing the entire ghost stories series, and I'm happy that we could discuss a Goan ghost story and several Goan ghost stories on this podcast. So now, what do you think about the future of ghost stories, though? Because the thing about ghost stories is that they work better when there's no lights, right? When there's no WhatsApp, when there's no TV. Yes, that's right, Malini. Absolutely. Yes, 22 years ago, I know. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you. It's the Gonji. It's Vajramani. That's right. Yeah, and cat. You mentioned it in your book. Yeah. All right. So yeah, but we're doing better than Ghost Malini, right? So yeah, we're haunting people. We're still haunting people in various ways. Yeah. Yep. So yeah. So like we were saying, where do ghost stories go now? Because yeah, there's lights everywhere, there's internet, you don't get a moment alone, you don't get the darkness. So what do you think is the future of ghost stories?
I think we're already seeing the future of ghost stories to some extent with the kinds of horror stories that have come in the last few years on the screen. So ghost stories from like when I first started hearing them or reading them, I used to think of them as metaphorical and allegorical more than anything else. Yani, metaphorical, allegorical, matlab, there's something, the ghost is not, it's not about whether this is the supernatural is real or not, but about what are the fears that this gets us to talk about, right? What are the fears that that ghost addresses? So for me, the ghost story will continue as long as we are afraid. The fears may change. We may not be afraid of the dark, but we might become, for example, you could write a really good ghost story about a virus that transmits through your mobile phones and makes your attention span smaller and smaller and smaller. Now that's a scary ghost, right?
We're living in it. We're living in it. Do they have a virus inside it? Yeah, I'm sure it'll be infectious. But yes, you're right. There are lots of now new infectious ghost stories which are getting perhaps more digital. They're getting they're the new mind virus ghost stories.
Absolutely.
There's all the true, like you were saying, the supernatural is now moving into the natural side of the ghost story, and that's the new ghost stories, I guess, for all of us, right?
Absolutely.
More psychological.
Yes.
All of that.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Clive.
So super Chandrama, this was a great conversation, and we're going to listen to a lot of your other ghost stories on Rumors, the podcast. And so guys, if you have some ghost stories, please get onto the podcast and write to us on Instagram, and do listen to some fun Goa stories as well. They're not all ghost stories. There are lots of other fun stories as well. But this was fun. So thank you for coming on to Susegard Stories, and
thank you,
yeah,
Clive.
see you soon.
And I hope all the folks who listen to Rumors also listen to Susegard Stories, because after Rumors, you need something to calm down. That's Susegard Stories.
Right, so I always have a catchphrase whenever I say bye to my guest, and that's called Mugasu, which means let there be love. Do you have a spooky catchphrase by which you say favor to your listeners?
Yes, yes, it's sleep well tonight.
All right,
Who knows what waits in the dark?
Super, so sleep well tonight and Mugasu.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Woo! Give it up for Clyde and Chandrama, guys. Can I have somebody from the Amazon team to just, give you all a token of appreciation?
Sure. Should we get back on stage?
This was so good and spooky.
Thank
Quite
you.
a spooky conversation.
Yeah.
Quite a spooky conversation.
We should have switched the lights off.
Yeah. It would have gotten spooky.
Yes. Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so
you.
much. Quite a spooky conversation, I must say.
Okay, cool. Sorry. But thankfully remembered what to say. Sometimes I get freaked on stage. Oh, how do I take this out? Oh, okay.
Okay. The next one calls out for a shout out to everyone who loves to get lost in a good book. Join us for an exciting talk with host Supriya Nair and Devanjana Pal of Made in India's The Lit Pickers podcast. Tune in for a great table banter as they break down the evolution of reading and engage in an animated discussion on books, readers and thinkers, awakening the bookworm in you. Go for it, guys.
coming.
Want me to keep talking? You want to? Everybody can hear me. It is. Yeah.
Go for it.
Let's wind down with a list of the worst books we've read this year while we're not mic'd.
No,
no.
Yeah, those are thumbs. Those are thumbs and they are up.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for being here in Juhu. And we are the Lit Pickers. This is my friend Deepanjana and I am Supriya. And I'm not sure what we're supposed to say about the evolution of reading, but we're not going to talk to you about clay tablets. Do not worry about this. If you have a question about clay tablets, we make stuff.
We're very good at making stuff up because we read. So I have a fun fact for you, all right?
You always have fun facts for me.
I am a creature of fun facts in your presence. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm going to share a fun fact. We are more than open to taking questions if you guys have any. But as you may realize, Supriya and I have been friends for a very long time, and we've been readers for even longer. So banter is not a problem. And if you don't have questions, we will totally talk our ways through this. But if you do have a question, raise your hand, speak up, and we're all ears and mouths, whatever. Anyway, fun fact,
Right,
fun
we'll
fact.
hear about that. I mean, one of the things we are seriously keen to do at this lovely event, thank you Hop Hoppers and Monkey Shoulder, whatever that is.
It's a blended whiskey, madam.
Okay, is it a good one?
Damn good.
I only drink clear spirits. Is that we really do want to be of help. So if you're starting out in podcasting, if you're thinking about floating a podcast, if floating is what you do with a podcast, we're happy to tell you about our experience. But otherwise, we can just tell you about what we do with the Lit Pickers and do a Lit Pickers episode. So what is this? What is
Fun
this
fact.
reading business about?
This is where my fun fact comes in. So in 2016,
Such a long time ago.
I was going to say
Now,
Stanford, but I'm not sure.
At least 48 years ago now.
Another lifetime,
Yeah.
right? Another lifetime and another generation ago. In 2016, somewhere in America, there was this study in which they looked at the lives of those who read books, lives in the sense of duration, how long those who read books live. I promise this is going somewhere. And how long those who do not read books live. And at the end of this study, they discovered that book readers have a survival advantage of 23 months. In a week, if you read 3 hours worth of books, not newspapers, not magazines, not K-drama subtitles, so you and I are out of that one, books, specifically fiction. Non-fiction gives you a slightly lower survival advantage. I'm not surprised if you look at the non-fiction around us, but if you do read 3 hours worth of fiction in a week, you will, rumoredly, live for 23 months longer.
Okay, can I just say, as someone who's been a lifelong reader, that if you want to live 23 months long, okay?
Drink some monkey shoulder.
Maybe while you're on the treadmill. One of the things that really annoys me and Deepanjana both is when we're asked to talk about what makes reading utilitarian, And like, this is the thing, right? Why are you even listening to our podcast when you could be listening to some unnamed app that gives you the gist of some important book in 15 minutes, and so you don't have to read the book, you just get all its insights or whatever.
So that's, I suppose, where the question of why one reads comes in, right? Like, if you're reading like Bridget Jones to be able to have a conversation at a party.
Do we need to explain what Bridget Jones is?
I am
for this
that old.
generation?
I am truly that old. Bridget Jones makes sense to me. Bridget Jones was an overweight British woman who required conversation topics when she was going to a party, and so she looked up headlines and book summaries, and she asked Salman Rushdie, what about Chechnya? It is an excellent film, funnier than it's coming out right now from my mouth. Please watch it. But so look, there are obviously benefits to reading. You get, as someone very earnestly asked me once, ma'am, how much more vocabulary will I get from one book?
Oh.
And I said, I'm very bad at maths, so I don't know how to tell you this. And it's true, I am very bad at maths, but this whole idea of you'll get a quantifiable benefit out of having read a book or 2 books or, God forbid, more books it's sort of pitched as this is why you should do it. If you want to really just add words to your vocab, the dictionary is a much better bet than a book. Significantly better. It even tells you the meanings immediately, which most books don't necessarily make clear. I mean, it took me years to figure out what ephemeral was because I just refused to look it up in the dictionary.
I didn't know how to pronounce Arai until I
Ori.
was like
Ori. It was Ori.
Until 3 decades of my life had passed.
Yeah, and then somebody's
for one, books are not useful for vocabulary.
As in they are, but there's a much more effective way of expanding your vocabulary. Books are supposed to make you empathetic, which is perhaps true, but I mean...
Yeah, you know who read the book? You know who read books like the worst people in the world?
Every dictator.
Yeah.
Almost.
Well,
every European dictator.
Present company excluded.
European. Come on.
We're talking about Sean, our producer.
Of course. But, yeah, so that's not particularly helpful. Apparently, books also help you navigate socio-cultural situations, which is hilarious to me given most authors are amazingly socially awkward.
Yeah.
So,
You should be
and they
suspicious
write
of-
about socially
Yeah.
awkward people.
You should be suspicious of the ones who are not socially awkward. Huh? Take it from us.
Take it from someone who's seen socially awkward and non-socially awkward.
Take it from someone who's been to a lot of literature festivals.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know. Anyway, so that's not very helpful either. So bottom line is you read books because they're fun. I genuinely think that's a really good reason to do something because it's fun. It will give you a moment away from the things that are making you feel horrible. It will introduce you to a whole new set of worlds where you can let your imagination take flight. That seems like a very good reason to me to read a book.
Yeah, my favorite novelist, Penelope Fitzgerald, was asked once, are books escape? And she said, yes, they are, but not in like the cheap sense that they're about running away from problems. They are places, books are locations that give you strength, imaginatively and intellectually to draw on so that you get to come back to life refreshed. And I think that's great, but I do think that reading is, I don't want to call it a skill because that implies a value judgment. We were just talking and when people say it's a habit, that makes it sound really dreary. Again, it makes it sound like going to the to your life. But sometimes you have to teach yourself how to really enjoy things. You have to teach yourself how to accept and process happiness, and just getting into reading mode is a way to get yourself to do that. It's a way to get and like neuroplasticity or whatever to turn off whatever triggers are implanted in it by your daily life or by the content you're consuming, the kind of shoots dopamine at you every 90 seconds or whatever, and gives you a more elastic way to just enjoy things.
So what was the first book you read that you remember?
Because my parents had a Penguin book, it was a book with not Penguin the press, but it was a book about penguins, and you could read it, it was a waterproof book, so you could read it in the bath, and that was how they would get me to have a bath without crying. You know the way people do, the way you guys do with your pets? That's what they had to do to me, but actually the first thing I remember reading over my father's shoulder is the newspaper. For those of you who don't know, the editors and journalists, so, and we have
both. Yeah, we have our fathers.
What about
too.
you?
Noddy.
Oh, no.
My first book was Noddy.
Does anyone here remember reading?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So you're all old. Just know this.
Here's the country.
No. Noddy was very. Also, I didn't know that Noddy was not real. I thought
Yeah,
Noddy
yeah,
lived
yeah.
in England. Toyland was a real place in England,
Yeah.
as far as I knew. I was extremely disappointed when I was informed that this is not the case. But
I thought penguins lived in my bathroom.
Hey, there you go.
And until the BMC made this real 3 years ago.
One moment silence for those poor penguins, man.
I lived a life of disappointment.
As did the penguins, by the way. Oh,
We love
terrible.
you, penguins.
But you said that you have to teach yourself to find happiness, and books sort of help with that. You and I have talked about this before, but like we've talked about most things before. However, you go through phases, I go through long phases when I don't end up reading anything.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of my friends feel like this sort of guilt when they're not reading. I have no guilt whatsoever. But how do you get back to reading? Is there something that works for you?
Well, first of all, I think this point about guilt and how it kind of relates to habit forming is like really pervasive. And I think we all live lives where we're encouraged to feel guilty, right? You feel guilty about eating carbs, or you feel guilty about drinking really good whiskey, which Mount Shoulder apparently makes. You feel guilty because you like skipped the gym or whatever. And then you feel guilty because you promised yourself you would read 100 books a year and you end up only reading 26. I think one of the things you have to do is just not stress about it. There are many things going on in your life that take precedence over stressing about whether you got to read something whether you got to do something really wonderful for yourself or not. That happens.
But how do you get back?
Okay, you go first. How do you get back?
I read a romance.
I read poetry.
I read either romance or science fiction. Poetry, see, this is the range.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I think
Wow.
that's great. Someone in the audience just said that they write, and I think that's a great way to reacquaint yourself with the sentence and with the page. The thing about poetry is that it's short, so you just get back into the habit of reading like a page at a time, and it's really good. And it kind of jumpstarts your brain, right? If you read really good poetry, because like they have some bangers in there.
They do. Any particular
I was
poets?
just, oh my gosh, I was just thinking about that Eunice D'Souza poem where she talks about living with cats and how you look into their great green eyes and they'll teach you to die alone. I mean, what a G,
Eunice, man.
What a woman.
Completely amazing.
The Penguin Book of Indian Poets, this is the press, not actual penguins. Came
Not
out,
waterproof.
Yeah, came not waterproof, do not take it into the bath. Came out, edited by Jeet Thayil, great poet himself, came out earlier this year. If you want to give Christmas gifts to yourself or anybody else,
Yeah, it's one of
regardless of whether they read or not, great idea.
Yeah, actually these anthologies are fantastic, because one, if you haven't read these authors, and especially with poetry, which tragically, first of all, there are very few poetry books that come out because it's not considered financially viable by most publishing houses. On top of that, they feel expensive because they'll be like really thin little volumes and you're paying, I don't know, 700 rupees, even though that's what you end up paying for a movie ticket and popcorn at a film for a much shorter duration than this book will, sort of stay with you. But anyway, it feels
The nachos
expensive.
will be soggy, but the poetry will be crisp. Remember that.
It's true. This is very true. The poetry will stay crisp. Fair fact. Anyway,
Hey, are we going on?
Yeah, we
Because
are.
we could, but I really wanted to. Yes, sir. Are
No,
you
when a
taking us
man
off?
comes in my direction, I know it's time for me to get up.
That's right.
No? Oh, okay.
I really want to know. So we really want to know. If
Are there
we-
any questions?
Yeah. If you'd like
Yes.
us to, yes.
So, like how you said, you feel guilty when you don't read. I'll just tell you that I have read around 50 books in the COVID era during lockdown. But post that, this year I've just read like 2-3 books, and I feel guilty about it. We know the benefits of reading book, but sometimes you get caught up in the internet. You keep watching videos and stuff, and you don't get time to, and you don't feel like reading. So how to generate that interest, keep that interest for reading? And sometimes it's like, why not watch I have the same book, we have a movie about it, or we have a YouTube video, why not just watch that? So. maybe I like the book cover, I like the title, and when I start reading, of course, I read 2-3 pages, and at the end, maybe it's becoming a little boring, and I stop reading, and then I...
Great. Always drop books that are boring to you.
Okay.
Never,
No,
never,
but
yeah. never
maybe
feel like you have to
maybe the
complete
essence of the book is at the middle of the book or somewhere else. Maybe when you start reading,
fine.
yeah, so such things might happen. So.
I genuinely, like she was saying, I don't think you should feel guilty about it. You'll come back to the book when it's time.
Yeah.
It's a bit like love. It will find you when you're right for it.
Yeah.
And it will leave you truly messed up if you were wrong for it.
Short film videos will disappear off the internet. The books are going to be around. Don't feel guilty, but it is about making choices, right? Like
It's also, I think, especially in the times that we're in, a lot of it is about what brings you comfort.
Yeah.
And if the YouTube video is what is giving you comfort at this point, please take that comfort, because you will carry that into the book whenever you go back to it.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Also, I do
think
think
that the thing to remember about content that's meant to hook you, that's meant to addict you, which books are not, but many other social media are, is if it starts making you feel bad, you have to get into the same habit that you have with books. Drop it. Like don't sit there scrolling, feeling bad about yourself because it's like 2 in the morning and you're still watching someone pour like hot oil into ramen or whatever it is. You know, just. That's the thing. The way you drop a book when it bores you, drop it, and that will help you switch modes, I think, and go to sleep, or pick up the book that you've been meaning to read.
Or just try a genre that you've never tried before, because a lot of the times it'll completely surprise you how much you enjoy it, because you don't have any ideas of what the tropes are. You have no idea how it's supposed to be, so it sort of hits you like a force, and it just makes you feel excited about it again. Like there was last year, I think, the last few years are a blur, so somewhere in the recent past is where I'm going with. I read a book called A Memory Called Empire, and I'm not much of a science fiction reader, so I hadn't heard of it. It's won awards and things like that. I was blown away. I remember gushing to you about it because it takes colonization and places it in a science fiction context, and it is beautifully imagined. If you've read, now the thing is, colonization in a science fiction context is not a very new idea. There's literally a shelf full of books with that. I have not read any of them, so it came at me like, I don't know, like manna from heavens kind of thing. So read something that you don't know about, and you just...
Was that one of the books that jump-started your reading in bad times?
Jump-starting for me is almost always either romance or rereading Douglas Adams. Those are it's just the familiarity of it. Like
warming you up for
our fellow podcasters.
And for our next panel. Yes, let's give you the mic because I think maybe people outside would want to hear you.
So I've been reading all my childhood, all my travel days to work and back. There used to be a book in my purse because the travel to and fro in the train used to be long. But once I retired, I suddenly found that I had gone off books completely, and in fact, very surprisingly, I started writing instead. And then I realized more that I had friends who kept on telling me, why aren't you reading? Why aren't you reading? Why aren't you reading since you're writing? But I always felt that if I read too much, because I'm a very imaginative person and I retain a lot of things in my head. So sometimes I feel that I might just color my own writing when I am reading somebody's stuff and on the same topic or on the same subject. So another thing that I always worry about is gifting a book to somebody. Because I find that people tend to gift you books and you really don't know what to do with them sometimes because they're probably not what you want to read.
Give them away.
I do. No, but I wish I could because they're all my author friends who have initialed it and tagged it and autographed it for me.
Also, yeah?
So I'm basically asking that now the generation, forget my generation, it's about this generation. This generation is practically of reading books. And more than that, parents are worrying and always talking about getting the children to read books. What is your viewpoint on how to get the book, the book, not the tablet or not the easy way of reading books? How can we get the children to start reading again, reading books, physical books?
Okay, two bits as caveat. One, I am not a parent, and I have absolutely no intention of ever being one, which makes me the least maternal person in this room for sure, possibly in the country. Yeah, competition. The other is that I write children's books. Not is what I'm going with. Okay, so so I have one point, which is that our strange sense of granting respect to certain kinds of writing over others and certain kinds of reading over others, I think is problematic. Reading on a tablet is like reading on a book. It is a question of reading. And it's a question of what do you want the child to read for? You want the child to find relief, find a home in the stories that they're reading. You want them to find a place where they can sit with themselves and feel safe. That's what books are about, and that's what stories are about. And that's what I try to do with the stories that I write for children. I say this like I've written like 300. I haven't, I've written 3. But that's the central idea there. Also, I don't think we need to worry about the next generation, because in many ways that we don't entirely acknowledge as older people, there is more everyday reading that happens than happened for us. Like, we picked up physical books or magazines and read. Reading is now messages, Instagram, I presume Facebook as well, I don't know. But there's different kinds of reading that's happening all the time. Subtitles, like we keep saying, these are all firing up. If you want to look at it from a neurological and neuroplasticity point of view, which I'm not very fond of, but fine, let's go there. They're doing things to parts of the brain that we don't even know how they're going to stimulate. Let's also not forget that for all the high horse that we take with reading and literacy, this is a very new technology. Storytelling is old, but storytelling is an oral and visual art form that has existed for thousands and thousands of years. Let's not forget that the printed book is an interloper into that space. So, if they're not reading books, they will still tell stories and it'll be okay. Most likely, they will still read books, though.
I mean,
Perfect.
The only thing I'd like to add over there as an auntie is that all my nieces and nephews who read books do it because they see their parents reading. So there's really no way to get around the fact that you have to do the work. Yeah. Yeah, good luck to them.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Supriyanti Panjana. This was quite an insightful conversation. Can I please have somebody from the Amazon team to present there with a token of gratitude?
Is it a book? Is it a gift for books?
You never know. You never know.
Oh my God, is it whiskey? Okay, let's get off the
And here are your gifts arriving.
No, I think she wants to give them some.
No. Those are your gifts. We're waiting. We're looking. Yes, see, I told you.
She's like, be patient.
You'll get it. You'll get it.
So are you guys mic'd up? Next. Geek boys, are you mic'd up? Okay.
Woo!
Yes.
Woo!
कोणता हा वाला माईक खराब होता काय
खराब है तो फिल्टर दे मालो
Yes, Gautam's here.
Okay, we'll give this to which one?
I've already announced.
No. Both lapel mic. Both lapel mic.
You don't want lapel. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Yes. Moving on to our next session, guys. It's bar o'clock somewhere, folks. Join Tejas and Jishnu as they take you on a fun and exciting journey across the multiverse to review their favorite pop culture beverages. Powered by Monkey Shoulder, this bar hopping session is sure to be refreshing and enjoyable experience. So grab your favorite drink, join in on the fun conversation. It's time to raise a glass and cheers to good company at great drinks. Woo! Yes. Go for it, guys.
I like your strategy. Everybody drink, we sound better.
How it is.
The
more you drink, the better we sound.
All right.
All right. Project. Thank you so much, guys.
Oh, I just want to get comfortable. Oh, this is good.
I'm far too comfortable.
All right. I'm just gonna wow, there's so many of you here. Amazing.
We usually have notes, but we prepare. So we'd like you to believe.
We're ready.
We have things to say. As he said, we are Geek Fruit. And if you haven't heard of us before, Tejas and I, along with another friend of ours, Dimkar, we started this little charade about 7 years ago.
Guys, we are the OG podcasters. Before podcasting was cool, we did it, and then it became very popular. And then in the pandemic, when everybody started a podcast, we were so hipster, we were like, we'll stop ours. So we stopped it for a year, and then we came back in a new avatar called the Nerdatorium, a Geek Fruit podcast by our good friends made in India who are here. Sean is here. Hi, Sean. And May, who will probably watch this. Thank you so much for bringing us back from the dead. But we're very pleased to be here. Like Jishnu said, we've been doing this nerd podcast. When we say nerds, I know the two fashionable gentlemen you see before you don't seem to be like the kind of kids who were probably bullied at school for talking about Star Wars or Star Trek, but we were. Isn't that right?
As most kids were.
Yes. But you know what? The nerds won. You know why? Because the biggest IPs in the world right now are the Avengers, it's Game of Thrones, or House of the Dragon, or whichever one you like. Rings of Power. Tell them, Jishnu, Rings of Power, am I right?
Don't even.
Right.
So, basically what we're getting at is, when we started this whole thing, back whenever we did, the idea was there just isn't an Indian voice in this conversation, which in 2015, give or take, when we started it, was very much the case. Now we're really pleased to say that there are a lot more people like us. You have things like Comic-Con India, which we're playing at, small plug, this weekend, but
Yes.
that's in Delhi, so
yeah.
see you
But
there.
for the Hubhopper team, yes.
Whatever. Point being, we're really pleased that right now there are more people like us, and there are other nerds out there. Back when we started it, we didn't really know where to find them. We knew they existed. Like he said, it's a market with IPs of each movie making, one single movie making $1 billion, and there are now a handful of those, and there will be a lot more very soon, I'm sure.
So what we're saying is the nerds won. We won at life. When we were made fun of in school, we were just like, one day, Robert Downey Jr. is gonna be Iron Man, and then we were laughed at some more. But it happened, and so we're here. Now we get to podcast about it. But today's episode is very special because we've decided to theme it around the event that we are at. So first of all, we're very pleased to be here. People don't usually let us out into public, but Chasing Pods has allowed us to live pod this for Monkey Shoulder, who is sponsoring our segment. And I just want to read out what has been written about us. This is important to say. A banter-filled podcast hosted by Tejas and Jishnu on all things. Just all things. I think they ran out of space.
Fair game. We'll talk about whatever the hell we want, but some of it will be about liquid beverages in pop culture, namely science fiction. And you guys just heard a brilliant little bit of the Lit Pickers talking about books.
I would call those adult books because the books that we mainly consume have pictures in them for the most part, with little bubbles. Those are called comics or graphic novels if you want to be fancy. And that's about the end of our, how should I put it, our credentials. We've read comics or other books with pictures in them, and now we watch movies based on said books. A lot of these movies and TV shows have a lot of deep universe building, and we're really pleased that, I'm actually a little surprised, in the hundreds of episodes that we've done in the last 7 years, I don't think we've ever really dedicated an episode to talking about food and beverage, have we?
I think it's because we're not foodies, Jishnu.
This is also very true. Yeah, we're not foodies, but we know way too much about these universes that exist, and a small subsection of those universes are the things they eat and drink. So,
but we're focusing on drinks today.
We're talking about drinks.
Yeah.
So, I believe the way we're going to do this is I have a list, you have a list.
That's how it works.
And then we're going to tell you about those lists.
So we're going to be doing this draft style, which means that Jishnu has picked some fictional beverages from the multiverse, from across pop culture, movies and television. And I've also done the same. And we're going to trade, picks. And then we're going to see, we're going to leave it to you. We're going to make this the audience participation section of it, which is that you guys get to decide which is a better list. If you haven't heard of any of these beverages that we're about to name, that's fine. We're going to try and describe it to you best we can in the context in which it exists, and then you just see which one appeals to you more.
So just pick which sales pitch you like best.
Yeah. All right. So, so we're calling this episode The Restaurant at the End of the Universe. That's the sequel to Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's a very important book for all nerds. It's like a holy grail as such for people who are, introverts and who read like comedy, science fiction growing up. So this, in that book, they have a drink, which I'll use to set up.
Go for it.
It's called the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster, which is an alcoholic drink. You could make it with whiskey or perhaps even monkey shoulder. Yes. All right.
We're pros.
Yeah. So I'm going to quickly describe it just as a table setting kind of way for you to understand what these drinks are kind of like in the books and the movies that we watch. So number one, a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster, a legendary cocktail invented by Zaphod Beezelbrox, who in the book is the president of the galaxy. And he says that the effect of drinking it is like having your brain smashed out by a slice of lemon wrapped around a large gold brick. That's what it feels like. And many real-life recipes exist for this drink as well, so you can actually make this. I've had many drinks that feel like they were a brick to my face. So this definitely is one of them. So that's the kind of drink that we're going to be discussing. If you recognize some of them, that's great. That means the picks are good. If they're not, Jishnu, we have to figure it out.
We have to.
All right. So I'm going to let you go first.
My pick comes from a very long-standing show, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is the longest-running show on television.
I knew you were going to do this.
Yeah, it's not Duff beer.
What?
It's not Duff beer. I'm talking about The Simpsons, of course. I'm talking about everybody's favorite bar, Moe's. I'm talking about the Flaming Moe's, which is one very specific episode. It's a bit of a deep cut. It's from, I believe, season 3 or 4, pretty early on in a run of now 30 plus seasons. So if you haven't seen it, I'll just remind you about what goes in this drink. And you very much can make this at home. You definitely shouldn't, but I think it's fun to think about. A 1 ounce of brandy, 1 ounce of peppermint schnapps, 1 ounce of gin, 1 ounce of blackberry liquor, 1 ounce of strawberry juice, half an ounce of high-proof rum. So,
but can you make it with whiskey? Is the real question.
I don't think they would mind. I don't think you'd even tell the difference.
There's so many things in that you could probably just throw in whatever you want.
You could get away with bloody murder, but I think just on namesake of being a show that has a bar that is beloved in every single episode and has alcoholics that we chuckle at in the mainstay of the zeitgeist for as long as they've done, it's not an easy feat. Like if you just look at what the Simpsons have done with having Barney, your beloved drunk burping man, be the butt of so many jokes, be a mainstay in the zeitgeist and not be like cancelled for that.
He's not cancelled. Not yet. Like Apu is gone.
That's another episode. That's another episode.
Everyone is a stereotype, and they cancelled Apu. What about groundskeeper Willie?
I love him. What about the Italian pizza guy and Bumblebee Spanish man? Anywho,
who did it? Hari Kondabalu?
Flaming Moe's. That's my guy.
Okay,
let's go.
All right.
What do you got?
Okay, my choice is. I swear I didn't even have to Google this because this is at the top of my dome. I was thinking about it. So Actually, this is an easy one. But everyone grew up in the 90s, generally, actually 80s, 90s, whatever, loves Roald Dahl. Huh? Roald Dahl. Does anybody know which one I'm thinking of? You, sir, at the back. The very handsome person who shouldn't be at a podcast event. But anyway, go ahead. What do you think? What are we talking about? Yes. Well, it was just a yes of an agreement. Yes, I hear you, sir. All right.
Keep rolling.
The choice. The pick is from Roald Dahl's classic, the BFG, the Big Friendly Giant. It's a drink called Frobscottle. Have you heard of it?
I've read the book, remind me.
Okay, so I'll tell you. So now, for those who don't know, the Big Friendly, if you haven't read the Big Friendly Giant, what are you doing? Yeah, I know, exactly. So the Big Friendly Giant is a beautiful, we don't read anymore. Yeah, you know what? I had to ask you, how do we get our kids to watch more television and movies? I don't know, they're not doing it enough. Anyway, it's Frobscottle, all right. So, Frobscottle, in the book, the story is there's a very sweet girl named Sophie, if I'm not mistaken, who is an orphan, and she lives in a nondescript location in England. And one day she catches a big friendly giant, the titular character, using a long pipe to blow a dream into her room. And she kind of awakens at the same time, and it's rarely ever happened. And so she sits on his shoulder and they whisk away to an adventure. And when she finds out that the big friendly giant is not actually the biggest giant, he's actually just the runt of a litter of many other giants who are bullying him. And then the big friendly giant waxes poetic about the things that he loves in life. Because he keeps getting bullied, he's like, I have to have some sliver of hope and goodness in my life. And one of those things is Frobscottle. Let me describe it for you, Jishnu, and everyone here. What exactly is Frobscottle? The light green drink is described as sweet, jumbly, delumptious, fizzy, and fabulous. The BFG keeps it in a huge glass bottle that's taller than most grown-ups. And when Sophie has some, she thinks it tastes like vanilla and cream with just the faintest trace of raspberries. Now, the most important thing about this drink is that when you look at it, the bubbles are not going upwards, they're going downwards. And what that does to the human body is allows it to escape from another orifice, which is not your mouth. And so the BFG...
So it's a digestive.
The BFG and Sophie end up having a whole lot of laughs by releasing flatulence all over the cave in which they're in.
So wait, so remind me, you said it's a green fizzy beverage.
Yes, but the bubbles go downwards, not upwards.
It's Mountain Dew, but poo.
Yes, mountain poo.
Mountain poo.
So yeah, that's Frobscottle. So
Okay.
so we've got a Flamin' More and Frobscottle. Go, Jishnu.
Okay, I'm going to give you a pretty deep cut. Has anybody heard about a show called Firefly?
Yes.
It's a very beloved cult hit from the late 90s, early 2000s, whatever it was. Got cancelled way too soon, like most of the good shows.
Like Joss Whedon, who made it.
Like Joss Whedon, who made it.
Sorry.
Anyway, this show is about space cowboys. Who doesn't love space cowboys? They go on misadventures.
Just saying. Maybe.
They go on a whole lot of misadventures. You have a weird fascination for Egyptian culture, do you not?
I do.
Okay.
I played Assassin's Creed Origins for 75 hours.
Way too long.
Yeah, and then I did a 7-week
And then
course
you got
on
a
Coursera
degree
in
Egyptology.
Egyptology.
Anyway, whatever. I watched The Mummy like more times than I should have. Point is, this show has a particular episode where they rescue some people on a planet where there are a bunch of miners who have been done wrong, and it's a very impoverished place, yada yada, blah blah blah. The drink I'm talking about is Mudder's Milk. These guys are called the Mudders. They work in the mud pits and they build stuff, and here comes our heroes to save them from oppression, blah blah blah. The reason I thought about this drink is because a lot of times, as I said at the top of this, the point of having so many random beverages and food items in these worlds that we love so much is universe building. And then you build a universe with detail and attention to the little things which go a long way. And the expression of art imitates life, life imitates art, whichever way you want to look at it. This, coming back to Egyptian culture, it's a really disgusting drink which just is all that these guys need to survive. It's what the oppressive people up top used to keep their slaves well fed enough. And they got their idea from, which I believe, you're the expert, I don't know, you tell me.
Yes.
When the people were building Egyptian monuments and
like
big
pyramids?
things. Yeah, you know what?
The
what were
jury is still out on how the pyramids
What were the
built.
aliens giving them
Yeah.
to survive? You know, building such gigantic things and lifting stones and whatnot. Mother's Milk is basically just a little nod from a beloved show, which is one of my top favorites.
Nice.
Which is a little bit of attention to detail of, hey, this kind of stuff happens out there where, you know, you want to build a stadium, you gotta have some people come by and build it for you. Who's gonna do it?
The
You know?
Qataris.
I'm not saying anything. Anyway,
Alright.
point is, it's a deep cut, I know, but Mother's Milk is a good example of just horrible garbage, which tastes like, well, Flaming Moe's to be honest, I
Right.
guess, but it's sustenance.
I see.
So it's not necessarily
And it's a
booze.
socio-political drink.
No, it's politics.
I love that. That's great. Wow, you made this like an educated like podcast now. Very good. All right, cool. So we got 3 in the bag. Sean will tell us when we have to GTFO. We're good. Great. All right. Now, the next one that I'm going to go with usually divides the room. No, it's not pineapple on pizza, but it's the age-old split between Asterix and Tintin. Right? I don't know why, but these two comics seem to go together. It's because I think maybe the size of the book and the time in which it came out. I can ask everybody here, are you guys, who loves Asterix?
Show of hands.
Asterix. Oh, and who loves
Okay.
Tintin?
Tintin?
The same people. I love both. That's great. All right, no, so it's interesting because I had 2 drinks from each, but I'm going to go with Asterix. Every time we ask people about Tintin or Asterix, people go like, I like the fantasy element more, and so that's why they like Asterix. But there is one drink in Asterix which trumps the drink in Tintin. So the drink in Tintin is Loch Lomond, which is what Captain Haddock has. It's a whiskey, fictional. I believe it tastes something like monkey's shoulder. Anyway.
Apparently it's not.
It is.
Apparently it's not anymore.
What? It's real.
So says 5 seconds of Googling that I did frantically this morning.
Loch Lomond is real?
Apparently it's a real thing.
Hey, it doesn't hold a candle to a monkey's shoulder. Anyway, but that's how I learned that you have to have really good whiskey neat, which is what I'm going to be doing right after this podcast.
Hooray.
Anyway, so
join us, won't you?
But the choice that I have is Getafix's magic potion.
Get a drink.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get a fix. Yes. And,
What's it called? Does it have a name?
It doesn't have a name, but Obelix did fall into it when he was a child, and that's how he has his unlimited strength.
Is it boozy?
It is not boozy. It's kind of like microdosing, I suppose. I have no idea. I've never done that.
Wait, is it like Gatorade or is it like?
Yeah,
or is it like the juice that somebody would pass you at a party and like next thing you know you're in a dumpster somewhere? You're like, how does it work?
Speaking from experience, I think it's closer to the latter.
Okay.
But I think, the importance of this drink is that it's basically the linchpin upon which all the comics are kind of structured, right? Like Asterix and Obelix are really smart and strong together. They're a force to reckon with. However, they meet their match somewhere around like page 30, and then the only thing that can really help them is Deus Ex Machina, the god from the machine, or in this case, the fix from a get.
This is why I like Tintin, and that's why Captain Haddock is
Well, you don't
definitely
like Asterix?
I like Asterix fine, but you know I'm a Tintin boy.
Yeah.
I dressed up as Captain Haddock for Halloween
That's
2 years
true,
ago.
that's true.
While we were in lockdown, we did Halloween by ourselves. It was very sad. It was very sad. But
It's
point
great.
is,
No,
it's
that's
funny because
fine.
it's true. But
It
point
is
is,
true. It's
this is why I like Tintin and why I like Captain Haddock, because when he drinks whiskey, he doesn't stop. He's consistent. He does it in page 1 and he'll do it in the last page.
And you can't put water
And
into it.
I mean, it's also great because it has nothing to do with the plot. He's just
He's just getting
drinking it.
drunk.
I'm like,
but
"Woo,
dude,
you do you, man."
So here's the difference. Captain Haddock's drink makes him boozy and makes him a liability. Like all alcohol sometimes does, except for monkey shoulder.
But
makes
they-
you stronger and more energized. But the point is that the secret potion is what kind of concludes the story. It's just like one punch to a Roman gladiator,
Okay,
and then all
fine.
is left are his shoes.
Okay, I'll wrap this up with my last one. If you're talking about magic potions, I'll give you a magic potion that I think does not come up enough about
Okay.
in a universe that comes up way too much because we have spent far more hours than we should have been playing a board game.
Okay, I knew you were going to go for this.
From
you basic bitch.
From an intellectual property that I don't like does not deserve the screen time that it's been getting lately. And I'm talking about the Harry Potter universe. It started strong, and day by day, I'm liking it less and less. But it's got a board game called Hogwarts Battle. I can't recommend it enough. Anyway, point is, everybody knows about butterbeer. You can buy butterbeer at the.
You guys have heard of butterbeer, surely.
The
Everyone's heard
universal.
Harry Potter. Come on, right? Right?
you
If you haven't, you've seen it, right? if you haven't seen it,
You're
you know,
okay. You're fine. You're fine. Read the
all
book.
right.
Read the book.
It's okay.
Point is, butterbeer is out there. You can buy it. It's at their theme park. Great. But the drink that I want to talk about, because you're talking about magic potions.
Oh, it's not butterbeer.
It's not butterbeer.
Oh, I know what it is.
I only remembered it because it's a really powerful card in said board game.
I know.
Can't recommend that game enough. Felix Felicis?
Yes.
That's how you pronounce it?
Felix Felicis.
It's nice and simple. It's yay big. It's golden in color, so it kind of looks like pee, but apparently it gives you luck.
Yes.
Liquid luck, they call it. They didn't say anything about how it tastes. They didn't say anything about how it comes about.
It just tastes like
it
good
just
luck,
exists
like good
in that
fortune.
world, and I'm all for it. So if Universal or the powers that be at whatever theme park,
I'm sure they have it at
want to
Harry
extend their
Potter,
menu.
the universe.
I know plenty of people who have been there, and every takes a photo on it for the gram with butterbeer, and I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, but where's the luck, buddy?
That's
and
true.
It's nowhere to be found.
So Felix Felicis is a really important.
I
It's
want
pretty
Felix.
clutch in book 6. It's because
Yeah.
Ron has to be the goalkeeper, the keeper for the
because
Quidditch
the
game.
three
It's
of them
really
are-
important, guys, in the plot.
It's because the three of them are idiots.
And they think
nothing happens
He,
without dumb luck.
Let me explain it.
Harry Potter only works with dumb luck.
contextual. No, it's really important. So Harry Potter wins it because he's been stealing notes from the book that is written by the Half-Blood Prince, and then so he wins it in a class, and then he tricks Ron into thinking that he's given him good luck, but all he does is what all good, supportive best friends should do.
Placebo.
Yes. And so he makes him think that he's a much more confident boy than he actually is, and they win the game, and then he's just like, oh, so thanks for giving me that good luck. And he's like, bitch, I didn't give you any good luck. It was just the
luck you had inside you all the
That's
whole
right.
time.
That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
So
End scene.
No. Okay. So before we wrap up, first of all, did we do 3 each?
I did.
Okay.
Did
Cool.
you?
We're gonna round it off again. Flamin' Moe's.
Yeah.
What did you have? Mother's Milk.
Yeah.
And
Felix
Felicis. I had. What did I have? From Scotland.
Yeah. The Hitchhiker's Boy.
No, that was not my pick.
Oh, was
Did I do one pick only? Get a Fix's potion, thank you. That's why we have people in the audience. and third is, and this is my final one, it's water. And it's from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. If you guys have seen this movie, guys watch. It's a good time to watch Indiana Jones again because Mr. Sir Harrison Ford, our hero, is returning with edition number 5. And in the Last Crusade, he has to enter to see what Jesus had water from, the Holy Grail. And the answer to it all is water. He has it from a roughly hewn cup because the person who made Jesus have that water was a carpenter. And he chooses wisely. And so the last pick is water, guys. All right? What a way to end this. With a full circle. Thank you. All right.
You're a planeteer.
I'm
Well
a
done.
planeteer. Yeah, all right.
Good
So
job.
I just want to say thank you to the Made in India team, Sean. Please give it up, everybody. Thank you so much for listening to us. I want to thank Chasing Pods, Gotham, and the team at Amazon Music, and Hubhopper and Good Creator Co. for the gift bag we are about to receive.
Woo! They know the drill, guys. They know the drill.
What's your name, sir?
Shravan.
Shravan.
Give it up for
Give it up for
man.
Shravan.
Whoa!
And if you
Thank
guys,
you so much.
If you guys want to hear Shravan, I'm sure after listening to this, you want to go onto your podcasting app right now and listen to us, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Great. So here's how you can do it.
What's the podcasting app?
The podcasting app you should use is Amazon Music.
Yeah.
And that's freely available everywhere on phones. I'm so nervous right now. But it's called The Nerdatorium, a Geek Fruit podcast, and it's on the Made in India network. My name is Tejas. This is Jishnu. You can find us on the gram at Geek Fruit HQ. And if you like any of this nerdy shit, we have a couple of really great episodes out which are on Sandman, which just released based on the graphic novel of the same name. We have a FIFA themed episode. We may look like non-athletic people, but we can talk sports, everybody. We know how to do it. We know about football. And
You know
yes,
how
we have
they
a
work.
bunch of really great episodes. Please check us out over there, and thank you so much for listening. You guys have been a great audience.
Thank you.
Give it
so
up
much.
for Tejas
Keep
and
it
Jishnu,
nerds.
guys. So, can I please request the Amazon team to come up here? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I would also like to mention Cosmo Feed, who's situated right outside at the restaurant area. Cosmo Feed is just like Linktree, but like a pro version of it. So please do not forget to check out. What I'm going to do next is I am going to invite on stage the next MC who will take the evening forward with you guys. Give it up for Mihir in the house.
Thank you. Nobody is interested in clapping for the MCs apparently right now. Let's give a big round of applause for Shravan, who's been taking this evening forward for so long. Firstly, welcome everyone. This has been such a fantastic evening so far. Would you agree with that? Can we give a big round of applause to the guys who made this fantastic event happen? Amazon Music, Hubhopper, Malini has got a whole bunch of things happening later on as well. But right now, without any further delay, let's get ready for our next session. Tejas and Jishnu, they really killed it right now. Let's give them a big round of applause. Awesome stuff. So next up, we have the Simplified boys who've been churning out an irreverent show for the last 7 years, and they've been having a blast doing it. Join Chuck, Naren, and Tony as they simplify getting started with your content idea. If you have an idea that you've been sitting on, now is the time to go for it. So let's join the boys and let's get ready for our next session. Let's get them on stage.
Also, guys, I'll mention one quick thing because I believe it's important and needs to be said. Before everybody else in the podcasting space, there is the godfather who one must tip their cap to, the founder of IVM, Mr. Amit, who is not here. And he's somebody who, I mean, we always say that we were one of the first platforms, but credit where it's due. I mean, somebody that's been holding, like Apollo, the medium on his back since before anybody else was. He is the godfather of this industry, and I definitely want to give my respects to him, Kavita. And take it away, guys. One of the most legendary shows of the space. Let's go.
Are we supposed to use this? What is this for? Hey, guys. Episode of Simplify. How many guys actually listen to Simplified over here or know what we are? It's okay. Especially the guys who we gave money to raise answers.
There are two hands, which is like half the host panel of Simplified.
There we go. Okay.
Which is pretty much what we're used to.
So anyway, guys, welcome to this, whatever this is going to be. Simplified is a small show where 4 friends just get together and talk about random things and have a blast doing it and often forget that the record button is on. I'm Chuck, this is Naren, this is Tony, and that is Shriketh pointing in the general direction of Bangalore. He's not here today. And yeah, Naren, when we thought we'd do something for this, is it okay, let's simplify content creation. As you probably guessed by now, simplification is just taking something serious that exists and breaking it down to its simplest core, basically language that we can understand. And yeah, we just hope to make a few jokes and PG Woodhouse references along the way.
Yeah, I think the host mentioned that, Amit, obviously like legend in podcasting, and he basically said, oh, you guys are perfect for this, which is what telling people that anyone can start a podcast. Like if these guys have run for like 300 episodes, like why aren't you getting on with your podcast, right? Like that's basically the spiel that we've got.
Yeah,
but Naren's the wise one in our gang.
Yeah, I've mastered the art of looking wise, and after we started Simplified, I mastered the art of sounding wise. So that's all. So you don't actually have to be wise or anything. You just have to look wise and sound wise, and that is I think how most of our great leaders also made their mark, right? So, yeah.
So when we we thought we'd actually simplify content creation. It's a good time to be doing something like that. A lot of you might have thought, okay, can I start a podcast, or can I start a newsletter, or can I start X content creation project? And because it's around that time of the year as well when you're kind of making resolutions, plans and all that. So we thought that might be a good thing to do. And why you should turn to us for inspiration is if the three of us, the four of us can do this, then I think anyone actually can.
Yeah.
Naren, why don't you recount how we started Simplified back in the day? Back in 2015 when podcasting was still sort of like a...
Yeah, we started in my
when
son's...
1 plus was in 1, right? 1 plus 1.
Yeah, 1 plus 1. Yeah.
So Chuck happened to be the proud owner of a recording machine.
I bought that for Simplified, by the way.
And we decided to start a podcast because we had a recording machine. And we did that, and our sound engineering was basically to switch off the fan. That was the sound engineering. And we started from there. And we started very ambitiously. We thought we would shed light upon the mysterious goings on in the world, things that make everything take.
Our first ever episode was about the Greek economic crisis, ladies and gentlemen. An episode which was titled
Kiss my Cypras. Yeah,
Cypras being the never mind. These are the kind of jokes that make it to Simplified.
And then in about 30 seconds we realized we really had no idea what was going on. So we started making a lot of fun jokes and I don't know about fun, but jokes.
Yeah, jokes. Along the way, we figured out a few things. We realized that we were better without a script than with it. Case in point. I don't know whether this could be better.
Yeah,
but
I think it's fair warning to the audience. You're looking at peak performance because none of us have anything prepared. It may not look like it, but this is what peak performance of Simplified looks like.
Yeah, along the way, Shriketh and Tony joined the elite Simplified panel, each of them bringing with them a unique set of skills to augment what Naren and I already brought to the organizational table. And yeah, it's been a blast ever since. I think we just, I think we learn a lot every time we do an episode. We learn about something. We learn about each other a lot. And like I said, sometimes we just forget that the record button is on and we just have a lot of fun doing it. And I think that is my number one, like, I don't know if we can call this a tip, but just have fun doing content. If you're going to start off by saying, hey, I want to become the #1 podcast in India, or I want to make a lot of money out of it, or whatever, I think you might be starting off on the, I don't know, the wrong front.
No, I think one of the things that we do as a podcast is sell ourselves short. We actually have a fairly loyal fan base. So if you're starting out in podcasting, the only thing that we will say is that I don't think Chuck and Naren ditched the script before they were well into the podcasting space, right? And you need to find your comfort with a co-host, with someone else who will probably back it up for you. It's always great to have a collaborator for two reasons, right? One is that you can bounce ideas of each other, but the other and more important thing is that it's a brilliant commitment device, right? If you have a New Year resolution of sorts, you will realize that actually Pan, who's sitting in the front row, told us this. There's something called the fatty solstice, which is basically when anyone remembers Foursquare? What a great time to be alive that was, right? So on Foursquare, they saw that the check-ins to gymnasiums and McDonald's sort of intersected around February 11th, right? After which McD took over, right? And gym just went down. And we all know this. We make the same resolution every year and we fail to keep it. It is simply because there is no commitment device, right? And having a collaborator, I think, is a great commitment device.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I realized is the collaborator doesn't need to be somebody who has the exact same skills as you do. In fact, it's ideally somebody that's opposite. So if you are great at, say, storytelling, having somebody else who is I don't know, like a photographer or something might be a great complement to your skills. And this, not just for podcasts, but for newsletters or, anything else. So yeah, that would be tip number 2. I think tip number 3 would be don't try to find your perfect episode. In number 1, don't wait for that I hate the man with a vengeance, but one good thing Mark Zuckerberg has said is if you ship the perfect product, you've probably waited too long. And I think that's true of content as well. Don't try to have episode 1 or newsletter edition number 1 as the perfect thing, because let's face it, how many people are going to be reading it right off the bat? You kind of need to hone your skills. We are almost 300 episodes in, and I think we are still finding our way.
There is an inspiration poster I had seen somewhere. It says ready, fire and aim. So,
is this in Elon Musk's office?
Yeah. Elon Musk does that all the time, right? I hope he doesn't use that strategy for his spaceship launches, but otherwise it's good. And there's another, so one of our sacred sort of canon Bible kind of thing is Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister. So in one of those episodes, Humphrey is aghast because Bernard has been telling people things. And so Humphrey is telling him, you know, Bernard, what will happen if people start talking about things? He says, what? Eventually they'll start thinking about it. So this is what happens in podcast. When you actually talk, it in yourself, as a podcast creator, in myself at least, it sets off a chain of, you really start thinking about things, you discover layers about yourself and other people and things that you didn't suspect existed.
Yeah,
So
we now
it's
have a
very
rule
satisfying on a
among
personal
we now have a rule among the three of us. Whenever an interesting conversation starts, we always stop each other and like say whatever you're saying for
For the
episode.
podcast.
Yeah.
And it never makes
We've actually never had a conversation outside this.
Yeah, pretty much actually. I mean, it's fun to catch up with friends. The best way to do it is build a podcast. Actually, it's true. Like because
why don't you talk about?
No, I mean the audience for all practical purposes is invisible, right? So it takes away that barrier. I mean, I can only do this because I'm picturing all of you in your underwear right now, so like no pressure. But otherwise, like the podcast gives you a perfect sort of mode for you to shut out the audience and just listen to your friend and do it, right? And like just building on what you said about like never being too precious with your content, one thing that we've realized is like the episodes that we've prepped for the most and thought would be like super hits have never really done great. And like there'll be this random episode where we are like, okay, let's ditch this topic, and Naren's like, let's talk about ice cream. And like apparently because he's like older in age than we are, he can no longer eat ice cream, and it's like one of the most popular.
Right? It was the wages of a lot of sin, and I was told that I couldn't eat ice cream. And as destiny would have it, I decided to do a podcast on ice cream. All that pain came out.
Yeah.
And of course, the world being what it is, instead of laughing at all my, sympathizing all my pain, they started laughing at it, which made for a very good podcast episode. But that's the thing, right? So flow is important. It's an acquired skill. You start talking, you're very wooden in the beginning, and after some time
Yeah, I think the nicest thing somebody said about our show was it just sounds like I'm eavesdropping in on a conversation of four friends just having fun drinking beer in a bar or something. And I think.
And I want to interrupt and like add a joke.
Yeah, and I want. Somebody actually said I wanted to interrupt, and I think that that makes us very happy if people think of us that. If people think of us that way. Honestly, when Naren and I started this, 5, 7, 8 years ago, whenever it was, we never thought that this would actually go somewhere. It was just an outlet for the two of us and say, okay, let's see what.
And look where we are now.
And look where we are now, talking about podcasting in a 5-star hotel. And
No, but I think like one of the things is that what we've already mentioned is don't be too precious about your content. Because like the only thing that can happen is no one pays attention to it if you can't hold their attention, right? Like it doesn't matter. No one's gonna boo you. No one's gonna come up to you and say, hey, aren't you that guy who made that terrible podcast episode? People just don't care. So do whatever it is that you want.
In fact, I would say if you've reached the level where somebody has heckled you that way, there are probably 50 others who probably thanked you saying what a great show you guys put up.
Actually, yeah. And the other thing that people normally get stuck with is that they say, you have to find your voice and stuff like that, right? I have a 6-year-old daughter. The only thing she told me is, Dad, please use your big boy voice when you record a podcast, right? Because when I get excited, I apparently get very shrill, which is probably about to happen now. But on the podcast, like I have this like very subtle voice, like, the sexy uncle who you can't see, who probably has gray hair and stuff like that. But like, finding your voice is overrated. Just go for it and like put yourself out there, right? So just to wrap that up, don't be too precious about your content. Yeah. But I would say be very conscious about your process, right? So the other thing that we've done, Chuck and me had run a newsletter for 200 weeks, which we didn't stop because our fans wanted us to, but like just because we wanted to do different things. And to be honest, the thing that I think we are most proud about is the jokes that we edited out of that particular thing, right? Like, and after a while, it was like your own editorial voice. You knew that I wouldn't cover this particular news item or make this joke, right? And it becomes sort of like muscle memory.
Yeah, it becomes muscle memory after a while. Like, one cool thing to do is if you take any of your favorite content creators, right? It could be Simplified, it could be Amit Verma's The Seen and the Unseen, it could be absolutely anything, a YouTube channel, Instagram account. Go right back and see the first pieces of content that they put out. You'll see it's super different from what they are right now. Like Amit's show is a great case in point, The Seen and the Unseen, probably one of the best known shows in India right now.
Also the origin story.
And the origin stories are, yeah, Simplified had a role to play in Seen and the Unseen, but that's another talk show for another day. If you listen to the earlier episodes, they're all like 20-30 minutes, and Amit is still kind of trying to find his voice, both in as in like what are the kind of questions to ask and all that. And by about episode 50, he's kind of found it, and he's also comfortable expanding the 20 minutes to an hour. And of course, today he's one of the best known. That sense of authority kind of comes out, and of course, the shows very frequently tip 5 hours in length. So he's kind of found his niche. Kind of, it's, I mean, very honestly. It still surprises us when people say that they listen to the show as much as they do. We were given a very pleasant surprise when Spotify Wrapped happened recently, and we were like, oh wow, that many people actually like the show, listen to the show, and is their #1 show. So,
and only on that particular platform, which like doesn't even hold a candle to Amazon Music. So like, so many more people listen to us anyway, right? But.
Well done.
Hey, don't heckle me from the audience, man. Like,
good say. But yeah, that's basically what we're trying to say is if you have a content creation idea, or if you've ever thought, hey, can I do this? Just start. Just start, really. Don't worry about what people are going to think. Don't worry about are you ready for it. Don't worry about whether you're going to make money out of this or become famous. It doesn't matter. Take out some time from your week. Just start. It could be a podcast, it could be a newsletter, it could be a private Instagram account of your doodles for all you matter, and when you're ready, release it to the world. It could be just stuff that you write on post-it notes and leave for yourself. Whatever the case may be, at the end of 60 days, you look back and say, oh wow, there's 60 more post-it notes with random messages on them than I had when I started. Yeah. Then something will happen as a result of that. I think that's pretty much.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that happens is over the course of producing enough content, you find that you've changed as a person, right? I don't know if any of you subscribe to the Ken and read the Nut Graph, which is like PGK's sort of take on some things that happened. And like we found sort of like a sync in that, where he basically said after a year, so it takes about 52 weeks, but like he writes it on a Friday night, and being in Bangalore, you can imagine how much of difficulty it is to get out on a Friday night. So he changed that into channeling a newsletter, and he basically said for the first 20 weeks, he'd be completely paralyzed, thinking, what am I going to write next week, right? And it would take him the entire week to do that. And we sort of resonate with that, right? And like, but towards week 40 or so, and like probably as you get into it more and more, it just flows naturally around, I would say, week 40, right? So if you are going to start with something, whether it's a newsletter, whether it's podcasts, whatever it is, don't look at the metrics for the first 40 weeks, right? Don't look at your Spotify app for the first year. It is probably likely that no one...
What are metrics?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like something that's replaced the imperial system, unfortunately. But yeah, and you will find that after a while, you just get into that flow state where it's much easier to do it. And I think most podcasts, Chuck, you will know as a content consultant, don't make it to an episode 2.
Yeah, this is nice that, so around 90 to 95% of podcasts don't have a second or third episode, which I think is a fascinating stat. And just like, just kind of like underscoring Tony's point over here. I once asked Amit Verma again, like, what is like, if you had one tip or one takeaway for a potential content creator apart start, what would it be? And he said something very nice. He's like, at the end of 6 months, if you haven't either learned something new or if you haven't enjoyed it, that is the time that you should stop. I think that is pretty sound advice. Where like, I think we're 300 episodes almost, and I have an absolute blast every time we record it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or so I am contractually obligated to say to the two of you.
Yeah, correct. It's a blood pact.
It's a blood pact.
So our pact was, if we get to 30 and neither of us have made it big in like content creation, we're going to start a podcast with each other, and basically that's how we got it going.
Yeah, that's how we got into this. But no, that's pretty much about it.
No, I think one aspect that probably would make sense to touch upon is that obviously we've had the privilege to not have to do content as like a livelihood option.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we figured that it is quite monetizable, right?
Yeah.
Content. In terms of how the world has changed, is that you will never, Chuck, you should probably tell people this, that there will never be another rock band that captures the imagination of everyone altogether. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You're thinking Dream Theater probably.
No, I'm not.
No, but the point is that the world is fragmented so much that everyone like looks at different content, and there is this
Yeah.
very famous sort of paper
For
which
the
talks.
first time in living memory, we have the wherewithal to reach those 1,000 true fans that exist in the 75 billion people, whatever.
Yeah.
It looks like that when you drive from Malad to here.
Yeah, so the basic paper's arithmetic was, instead of looking at a large audience, if you have 1,000 true fans who would pay you $100 for a year, that's $100,000. This is obviously done in the US, right? Look at the parallel. And like when we ran the newsletter for a longish time, and like it obviously had not too many takers, fans wanted to pay, right? And like we discovered that over a period, they wanted to pay you quite
A lot of
significantly.
money.
And we're like, why are you paying us this? Like,
Then everything's out there for free.
Yeah.
So either they liked what we did, or they just wanted to support us, or just say thanks. I think that's.
Yeah,
that's
the
quite
economics model is probably like a startup where you look at,
Yeah.
like, forget all the metrics for 3 years.
Forget all the metrics for 3
and
years.
the money will eventually
Yeah,
come.
and I think it's also important not to worry about, hey, there's already a podcast or a newsletter or something in this area. I think that's another reason why a lot of people don't tend to start. And as philosophical or what air in the sky, pie in the sky as this sounds, you are you. Like you have a unique voice. Nobody else has a perspective. Even though there might be 300 podcasts on, say, Led Zeppelin that exists, nobody knows your perspective yet, and you can probably bring something new. So. You know, when you start a show, another very interesting piece of advice I heard somewhere, I forget which podcast this was on, and I think it was a journalist who said this on a Freakonomics show or something. They said, you know, just be sure of what your role in the story is, which I thought was very interesting. They said it more from a journalistic point of view, but I thought it was quite interesting. When you're writing a story, are you the expert who is, like, I know this space better than everybody else, now let me simplify it for you.
Yeah.
That could be option number one. Option number two is, I am as much a noob about this as you guys are, and I'm kind of trying to figure it out myself. And by the way, that approach works beautifully.
Yeah.
Matt Levine, one of the greatest newsletter authors in the world today, wrote a 40,000 page Bloomberg cover to cover article on cryptocurrency, and he approached it from the point of view of not being a nerd or not being a cynic.
40,000 pages.
40,000
Who read it?
40,000 word.
Who read it?
Oh,
wow, okay.
And a lot of people. It's Bloomberg we're talking about, and Matt Levine. So anyway, he approached it from the perspective of, listen, I am learning and I'm going to teach you along the way. Or it could just be unabashed fandom, right? This boy over here runs a cricket podcast, and I think their tone of voice is just being constantly fascinated or being fans of the game.
Yeah, I think the idea there was, it was basically during the pandemic, right? And like the only way you could, there was this very active WhatsApp group of cricket lovers that we had. And I was like, listen, like it would be so much better if I could talk to these people, because anyway, we're not going out, we're not doing anything. So why don't we start a podcast? And we called it the friendliest cricket podcast, right? It doesn't have a fixed panel every week, right? It has a different panel. But what's happened over like 48 episodes that we've done is that we've become much closer friends. And this is like transcontinental in its truest nature. One person is in Switzerland, one person is in Australia, one person is in Bangalore, Whitefield, I should say,
Whitefield.
which is like
another
from,
country.
yeah. And like now we're very, very close friends. And in fact, the last episode that we did is with a podcast called the Pakistan Cricket Podcast, right? And like we had a panel which was 50% India and 50% Pakistan. And we called it the India-Pakistan Cricket Podcast, right? Like probably like in the history of content creation, never has there been like such an equal representation where you're not chest bashing saying like, you know, my country is the greatest. It's like about shared trauma from the defeats, right? Because like India-Pakistan, whenever the match is scheduled, like 3 days before you're in the zone, right? And you go through a variety of emotions, but never will you get to reconcile with the other side because all of your friends are probably like people you know, right? But like this happened purely because we thought, yeah, why not? Let's
and to me as an outsider and semi-cricket fan to be listening to that show has found a voice, and many of the things that we spoke about and are proud of Simplified like we have like a certain way we start, which is the running joke for Simplified is our producers have always told us, please introduce the show before you guys start rambling. And the running joke on Simplified is we still don't know how to start the show. For 300 episodes, we have like, welcome to Simplified, which is something, something, something. Sometimes we forget that and just jump right into the episode. So that's like part of the charm, I'd like to say, but our producers will use another word for it. And then there is a ending which Naren will do for this episode as well. There are certain jokes along the way which only people who have listened to the show for a while will get. Shout out to anyone who wants their microwaves repaired from Micronesia.
Polynesia.
Polynesia, microwaves from Polynesia. Again, these are all just such in-jokes. And the same thing I see for Tony Show and a lot of others as well. If there are any fans of the Bugle podcast, for instance, one of our greatest inspirations, Andy Salzman and once John Oliver and now a rotating cast of comedians. You will find your voice along the way. You will find these little things that you do. If anyone's listened to the Seen and the Unseen, 2 years back I did this random joke thread on Twitter where I made puns on various things associated with the Seen and the Unseen, which could be Amit's certain tics or questions that he asks all the time.
I had a dream.
I had a dream, those kind of things. And I thought 10 people would get it because, whatever, it's a podcast as it is a 5-hour episode, whatever. And I got like some 200 retweets just on that thread. And so many people resonated with it. The point I'm trying to make is if you have a voice, the sharper your audience is, it doesn't matter whether it's, in fact, I would say the sharper your audience is, the more they will resonate with you. Don't go too broad with your content. I think people are looking for, hey, that show will give me this, or this Instagram account makes me feel nice and happy, or that photographer's output makes me feel a certain way about travel, if that makes sense. Just like how you might listen to a certain band when you're in a certain state of mind, I think the same way with respect to content. So,
and I think marrying some of the points that we mentioned earlier, like don't hesitate to get started, but at the same time, like Quentin Tarantino has said that all of what he does is inspired, right? And same goes for content creation. So you still remember when Chuck pitched the newsletter to me saying, shall we do this, the Bugle, but as a newsletter? I'm like, yes, let's do it. And Chuck, your other great podcast, The Origin of Things.
The Origin of Things. Okay, so a quick plug for another show that I do. I do a short format podcast where I basically talk about the origin stories of various brands. This season I'm doing songs and music, but it's a dramatized story and I reveal the name of the brand only at the end. So it's a nice guessing game for the listener as well. What are they talking about? And for me, the challenger as a writer is always to, did I just say challenge as a writer?
Challenge as a writer, wow.
I always wanted to say that in a panel. Okay, so for me, the challenge as a script writer is how do I keep the person's mind over here while I want to put them over here. So at the end, like one spoiler I'll give you is the brand was Bisleri and I kept, okay, they should not think that it's a mineral water brand. So when I kept saying drink so that people would keep thinking it's like
monkey shoulder.
Monkey shoulder. Oh, wow, that was fun. Had a little too much monkey shoulder on my, okay. And the inspiration for that was very much a podcast called The Way I Heard It by a podcaster called Mike Rowe from the US. And he did that exact same thing, but for people. And I thought, hey, that's a great idea. And let's do it for brands. So I think a lot of content creation projects really start off that way. Even if you speak to Amit Verma, he will say, it's not like the Seen and the Unseen was a wholly original idea. Who was that who once said, everything I do was built on the shoulders of giants so many years ago? I think the same thing holds true, if not more, even now. Even if you think of a super original band like the Beatles, they will be upfront that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were, my inspirations. So don't be afraid to get inspired by and put your own remix on top of things.
Yeah. It's like Michael Scott saying, you miss 99% of the shots you don't take, -Wayne Gretzky, -Michael Scott, right? The originality will, at the end of the day, come from your voice as you build the show. So if by all means what it lets you get started is borrowing from something that's already been done, by all means go for it.
Wouldn't it be interesting if we did this with this? I think that's a great formula for you for 2023. Good luck with your content creation efforts. Have a great year.
People are taking down notes.
People are taking down notes. Oh, you know that they're texting like, when is this going to end? So Naren, you know what to do. We always end our show with...
We always end our show with stay safe. And today I'm going to say stay safe, stay
something,
and stay
simplified.
Yeah.
Thank
you guys.
Thank you.
A great audience.
And sorry for spilling monkey show.
Before they head off stage, can I
Oh, sorry.
Can I invite the Amazon music team to come and give them a small memento? Or a big one?
Big memento sounds much better.
Fine, perfectly fine as well.
Okay. It's for me.
Let's give a big round of applause for Chuck, Naren and Tony. Please give them a big round of applause.
And Shriketh, who's in Bangalore, approximately there.
Listen to your podcast on Amazon Music, and now hopefully the Amazon Music, I see somebody studying out there. It's probably the Amazon Music team. Is it the Amazon? No. Pretty ladies who walked in who are not.
It's okay, you can Photoshop us in later.
But listen, before the Amazon Music team comes in, and since you guys have finished early and you know how to get out.
You don't know, no one noticed.
But listen, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Please. We wait till the Amazon Music team comes and we have a session here. This is what I do as well, apart from hosting stuff. I host a talk show on the MJ show, which I have a whole bunch of people in the music industry. So let me ask you guys a question. In your journey making podcasts and doing what you do right now, has there been a moment where you felt like, okay, right now we feel like this podcast is working. People are actually listening to us. And forgive me if you've said this earlier, I have to admit I have to walk out because of other people. If you've already answered this,
it's okay.
Not me. Good question then. Alright. So my question is, was there a moment in your journey where you felt like this is working, I think we should spend more time and effort and invest ourselves into this podcast?
It's happening right now.
No, but it's sort of, I think the 100th episode, we decided to have a live show. And we really didn't know what to expect, right? So we had prepared a little bit of our normal silliness, and we found that the crowd was participating like 150%. And we were like...
First of all, there was a crowd. We expected 10 people to show up.
You know, how surprising has it been for you guys? You know, because when you make a podcast, it's a very isolated thing.
Yeah.
You're in your
Oh,
room,
yeah.
you're in your
Yeah.
studio,
Yeah.
wherever it is doing it. You don't know if there are 10 people hearing it or 10,000 or 1 million people.
Yeah.
So when you do a live event is when you really understand that's the impact that we are having.
Yeah.
So talk about that. Talk about your experience of actually meeting up people like. By the way, in case the Amazon Music team is here, I'm just giving that with my friend, my new friend here. Hopefully they get some interesting answers. And the Amazon Music team come, they have.
We can still answer the question though. We are here all night, like it's okay.
So you're now guests on the MJ show.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Please tell me about this.
Okay, so it wasn't just a live event. There have been... Okay, one of the coolest things that ever happened to me personally is when... this was at NH7 Weekender 2019 when a friend and I were just in line to watch one of our favorite bands, Opeth. And we were both just talking about what we hoped they would play. And somebody turned around and said, "Are you Chuck from Simplified?" I recognized the voice.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so that to me was one of the nicest, coolest things that's ever happened to me. But yeah, it's always surprising when people, just even send us a DM saying that they listen to the show and all that. Because I'll be honest, I'm not saying this like, just because I don't take the effort to do that for a lot of my favorite content creators. I think the craziest thing that happened is somebody had an exam the next day. We had just dropped an episode on that topic, and instead of preparing, he listened to the episode and he passed. That I think was the coolest thing that's ever happened on the show. But yeah, to answer your question, it's always amazing when that happens.
And in general, fans are very, fans is like a very celeb term, but like listeners are very,
Embrace the word fans. There's no problem with it. Because, so at 8:30 there's going to be a session where I'm doing a show right now. I'm doing a show right now on the Amazon Music team. But so at 8:30, Malini is going to host a session where I'm going to be with two other RJs. We did radio for a long time.
Right.
And even as a radio jockey when you begin, it's exactly like podcasting in the sense that you don't know who's listening, how many people are listening, and they never see your face. Back then,
Thank God for that.
You can see them on social media, but 18 years ago, 20 years ago, nobody saw our faces. So if people recognized you by your voice, they were legit fans.
Yeah.
Embrace that word and embrace those people
Absolutely.
because those are the guys who are actually making what you do
Yeah.
worthwhile.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid to say fans because you've earned the right to call. I mean, for those people to say that they are your fans, you earned the right to have fans. So please, let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
That has to be the kindest thing.
Yeah,
anyone
also,
said
can I
to
have
us.
your number and do you take therapy sessions?
Listen, whether the Amazon Music team is they are. Okay? So let's give a big round of applause to these three gentlemen once again. And Amazon Music team is going to give them
Thanks so much.
next one I'm going to because they're late now.
Thank you so much.
And one
Thank
more
you.
next
Thank you,
segment.
sir.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Once
Thank you.
again.
Thank you. And a big round of applause for a very, very kind host here. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
So unexpected bit of extra talking that happened here. That was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let's keep this energy going because we have our next guest who's going to be joining us over here. Let's welcome on stage Ashish Bagrecha, host of Audible's Koshish podcast, a best-selling author and one of the most loved Instagram poets in India. After a very successful first season of Koshish, Ashish is back with his next season. The show is all about about the experience and learnings that make our Koshish come to fruition. Stay tuned for an exciting look into the upcoming season of Koshish. Ashish, where are you? Ashish, the stage is all yours.
Hey everybody, we just wait for a couple of minutes for the folks that have gone to take a couple of refreshments and go for a quick loo break to come and join into the panel that we're about to have. One of my most sort of anticipated panels of the evening. I truly want to thank Mr. Ashish for coming down and gracing us with his presence. Also want to thank Audible just off the bat for humoring me with the event that we're looking to throw, and excited to have a very interesting chat with you. Fair warning before anybody else sort of points this out, I am not a podcaster. So you will see a major differential between the way the folks like Ashish conduct themselves on stage and the gravitas with which they conduct audiences and the way that somebody like me does. And I think that dichotomy is also beautiful in a way because you get to see what an actual expert does and what somebody like myself does in this.
We're just very humbled to say that. Thank you so much for saying that. Super excited to be here. Yeah, let's do this.
Awesome. So, Siddharth, could you just do me a favor and the folks that have just gone out, can you usher them in so that we can begin? Oh no, don't say that. You sat down because it was Ashish.
Hi. How many of you listen to podcasts like on a daily basis? Somewhat. What's your best timing? Do you listen like in the morning or in the evening? When you are doing your run. Do you listen to podcasts? Sorry? When you're cooking something? You, yeah? When you're running? What kind of podcast do you guys? Yes, please, sir. When you're commuting majorly. What I like, okay. Do you guys listen to more of like fiction podcasts or like non-fiction podcasts? Okay. Right. Wow.
Diksha?
Very lovely. Anyone wants to add anything to that? Audio drama. Wow. So like you are the fiction guy and you are more of non-fiction, informative. Very lovely.
I guess I'm a little bit of an aberration here because I consume podcasts for more than I think is healthy for any sane individual to do. I listen for about 14 hours a day.
Wow.
I go to work listening to shows. At work, I'm listening to shows. On my way back from work, I'm listening to shows. I cook at night while listening to different shows. The genres keep shifting, and then I sleep while listening to podcasts. And I mean, my wife is here, so she can attest to this because she finds it incredibly infuriating because I didn't want to disturb her while we sleep together. So I've actually both shoved speakers into my pillow so I can listen to podcasts while sleeping, and I also created sleep masks with speakers, flat speakers that you can buy on Amazon. It's in the crazy people section, so you can. Complete maniac. Okay, so yes, I think we can begin. Good to go, guys. Okay, so Ashish, good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So first off, want to thank Audible for powering this session. Very excited to be sitting with Ashish Bagricha, best-selling author, poet, and somebody who creates content, whether through written format or through audio format across genres that are very important for folks across ages. So essentially. Focusing on mental health, focusing on basically people building in self-esteem, things of that nature. I don't believe that there is ever a dearth of content like that that's sort of available. So thank you once again for joining us on this show. I want to quickly start off by asking you about your show Koshish. So you created a show with Audible. Season 1 has already launched. You guys should check it out. Called Koshish. How was that experience from you transitioning from a writer to a podcaster?
Okay. I know a lot of people say that, but I always wanted to voice. I always wanted to share things. I wanted to talk things. I wanted to be an RJ. Very simple. I was 17 years old. उस ज़माने में ऐसा था कि यार RJ बनना है, because we used to listen to a lot of things. There was no social media or anything like that. What I did was like, okay, I went to Radio Mirchi, I went to Radio City. I was 17-year-old crazy guy. I went to their offices and I said, sir, I want to become an RJ. What do I do? He said, you have to audition for it. You have to interview for it. Okay, when is the interview? Tell me, I'll come. Next week at this college, we are doing this open audition. You can come and perform. All right, I went there. I was number 4. I went up the stage. I was given 3 minutes to speak. I froze. I couldn't say anything. There's a lot of people. And they, of course, disqualified me. But I had that dream that back then. कि नहीं यार आज नहीं बोल पाया कोई बात नहीं. एक दिन I'll do it. एक दिन बोलूँगा. I'll do that. बहुत कुछ कहना है. So I'll do that. It took me 16 years to do that. And when the whole podcasting industry, grew up, and that was a chance for me, okay, now I can do it. Now I can say. So I came with that whole idea of Koshish, trying. I started writing in 2018 when I was struggling with depression. I was going through anxiety, mental health issues. And that's when I realized that I talk a lot about that, mental health. I started writing about it. But if I wanted to touch people's lives, it won't be just through written word. If they can really feel me, what I want to tell them, that would be through conversation, that would be through dialogue, that would be through my voice. And I wanted to create that experience. If you're not able to sleep at night, I want you to plug your headphones and listen to Koshish. If you have given up on life, I want to just listen to this. I don't want to motivate you, I don't want to inspire you, I don't want to do anything. I just wanted people to try. That was the only intent. So I created this Koshish Ek Behtar Zindagi Ki. You know, and that was season 1. I talked about inferiority complex, depression, suicidal thoughts, a lot around mental health, self-love, and all of that. And you know, it became the #1 show of 2021 on Audible. That was there. But फिर realize किया कि यार बेहतर जिंदगी की कोशिश करने के लिए बेहतर रिश्तों का होना बहुत जरूरी है लाइफ में. If your relationships are fucked up, your life will be too. Because we are all connected people. So I thought, नहीं, अब कोशिश करनी है बेहतर रिश्तों की. सबसे पहला रिश्ता हमारे खुद के साथ, फिर हमारा रिश्ता हमारे आसपास के लोगों के साथ. That involves your family, that involves your wife, girlfriend, friends, और फिर हमारा रिश्ता दुनिया के साथ. You know? So that is all the season 2 is about. It's going to launch on January 13. Go and listen to that. That's it. तो कोशिश है. वो क्या कहते हैं ना कि बड़ी लंबी खामोशी से गुजरे हैं. बड़ी लंबी खामोशी से गुजरे हैं कुछ कहने की कोशिश में. So you know that was it. It took a lot.
Beautiful.
But that is here. We are here.
You know, I mean that your story is incredibly inspiring, and I mean I do want to mention a couple of things to you. So first thing that I will mention is that, you know, in the podcasting space, we've been doing this now for 7 years. We're constantly hearing, how do I increase my reach? How do I get more listeners? How do I, you know, get 1 million people to listen? Who you potentially saved? That may be that one person in that one episode who was having that 1 week moment in that one time. And that's just one statistic and one number, but it's unquantifiable. You could never, you know, sort of quantify that in terms of CPMs, in terms of impressions. And why I think it's so important for more people to start podcasting is because I believe everybody has a voice and everybody has something to say and everybody has a story and a narrative. And who's listening on the other side? Basically, I was working at a bank, and I really hated it, but I didn't have a tech background. But I fell in love with the medium. But I had no idea how to start. I didn't know how to essentially begin, because what's my next step? How do I take my plunge from here on out? One day I was sitting, my wife's in the audience, she's heard this story 1 trillion times, so she's gonna yell at me after this panel, but I think it's important to say. It was a movie called We Bought a Zoo, and in that there's a quote which is, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage, just 20 seconds of embarrassing bravery, and I promise you, something amazing will come out of it. So the next day, I was at work, I started counting to 20 before I knew it. By the time I reached 18, I quit. I didn't have an office. I went, and Hubhopper's first office was a hookah lounge. I started learning the tech side of Hubhopper by counting to 20 about myself, but we get stuck with our own thoughts, and we are essentially the sort of barriers to the dreams that we ourselves have. So sometimes those 20 seconds are all you need, because in 20 seconds only your heart can tell you what you want.
That's an amazing story. Thank you for sharing that.
Your brain can't get in the middle of it.
Thank you for sharing.
So yeah, so
alright, we're gonna do like a very quick interactive session. I'm gonna test myself here. We're gonna do like a impromptu live podcasting kind of thing. You guys can give me any topic, anything, a word, a line, and I'm gonna do like a 1 minute or a 2 minute monologue around that. Let's do that. Sounds good? All right. We're gonna try to do 4 or 5 of them. All right. Any topic, any line. I'm not trying to boast myself, but just trying to see what we can do. Yeah, please. You want me to talk about patriarchy?
I want you to talk about your relationship with it.
All right. All right. So since my podcast on Audible is in Hindi, I'll do this in Hindi. Is it okay? Hi. मेरा नाम है आशीष बागरेचा और स्वागत है आप सबका द आशीष बागरेचा शो में। आज हम बात करेंगे कुछ ऐसी चीजों के बारे में जिनके बारे में बात करना सख्त मना है, और अगर आप बात करोगे तो लोग आपको चुप कर देंगे, पर जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी है। अगर कोई ना कोई तो बात करना कहीं ना कहीं से शुरुआत करनी पड़ेगी ना, तो आज शुरुआत करते हैं। हमारी कहानी हम नहीं लिखते। हमें लगता है कि हमारी कहानी हम लिख रहे हैं, पर मुझे लगता है कि ना, हमारी कहानी हमारे आसपास के लोग, हमारे पेरेंट्स, हमारे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स, हमारी सोसाइटी, वो लोग लिख रहे हैं। एक इल्यूजन है कहीं ना कहीं। मेरी मम्मी ने मुझे बचपन में 6 साल का था तब मुझे कह दिया था कि तू ये कर पाएगा और ये नहीं कर पाएगा। मेरे पापा ने मुझे बोल दिया था कि तू 7 बजे के बाद घर नहीं जा पाएगा। मेरे दादाजी ने मुझे बोला था कि बेटा तुझे तो पापा का बिजनेस ही करना है। जब मैं 17 साल का था और मेरे पापा के पास गिटार लेके गया था और मैंने कहा था कि मुझे म्यूजिशियन बनना है, रॉकस्टार बनना है, तो बोला था कि मेरा बेटा गाना बजाना नहीं करेगा। ये सब चीजें, ये सब सपने, हमें लगता है कि हम हमारी कहानी लिखना चाहते पर लिख नहीं पाते। कोशिश कर भी लेंगे तो भी कहीं ना कहीं वो कहानी में कोई ना कोई विलन तो आते ही रहेंगे। तो अब क्या करें? अब क्या करें इस कहानी को लिखने के लिए? कोशिश। अगर हम कुछ कर सकते हैं तो कोशिश। पर इस बार ना कोशिश सिर्फ हमें नहीं करनी, इस बार कोशिश हमें सबको करवानी है। जिसने भी जो भी कहा है तुम्हें बचपन से, उन्हें आज जाके हम कहेंगे कि मुझे पता था आप मेरे अच्छे के लिए कर रहे हो या मेरे अच्छे के लिए कह रहे हो, पर देखो मैंने ये करके दिखाया है, और आगे से आप किसी और को ये मत कहना कि तू तेरी कहानी नहीं लिख सकता।
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Let's do that.
So,
Hi.
sorry, I just so that anybody else that is not hear this on the headsets, I'm just going to mention the question again. The question
I'll do
is,
that.
Yeah,
It's
so
okay.
please.
All right. It will come in the podcast. That's okay. Are you guys able to hear me properly, or should I use another mic? Good? Are you good? Hi. कैसे हो आप सब? आपको पता है मेरा नाम है आशीष बागरेचा और स्वागत है आपका फिर से द आशीष बागरेचा शो में। मैं कल रात को मेरी मम्मी के साथ बैठा था और मेरी मम्मी ने मुझे बताया कि आशीष यार एक बात कहो, मेरा ना एक सपना था बचपन में। कि बताओ मम्मी क्या सपना था आपका? मैंने कहा कि यार मुझे ना हीरोइन बनना था। मैं राज कपूर के पिक्चर में बहुत देखती थी और कभी कभी लगता था कि ना यार एक दिन मैं भी शायद ऐसे कुछ उनके अपोजिट, या कभी कभी ऐसे सोचती थी कि ना मैं एक बहुत बड़ा एक रेस्टोरेंट भी खोल लूँ। मैं कुक इतनी अच्छी हूँ तो मुझे ना केकिंग, बुक बेकिंग सब बहुत पसंद है, पर यार उस जमाने में हमारे टाइम में ये सब अलाउड नहीं था बेटा। पर अब लगता है कि कर सकती हूँ, करूँ क्या? मैंने 2 मिनट के लिए शांत हो गया। मुझे कहा यार मम्मी आज अचानक ऐसे क्यों बोल रहे? तो मैंने पूछा मम्मी आज क्यों बता रहे हो ये कि यार बेटा यार ये आजकल मैं ये सब YouTube देख रही हूँ और Instagram देख रही हूँ, तो थोड़ा वो आप लोग क्या कहते हो उसको, वो फोमो, हाँ वो हो रहा है मुझे लगता है यार मैं भी तो कर सकती थी, मुझे भी तो करना है, तो मैं कर लूँ क्या? मैंने कहा मम्मी आप कर सकते हो, क्यों नहीं कर सकते हो? ये तुझे नहीं लगता कि यार इस एज में ये मुश्किल हो जाएगा, थोड़ा दिक्कत हो जाएगा? मम्मी बहुत छोटा हो, ज्यादा दुनिया देखी नहीं है, पर आपसे जो सीखा है उसके बारे में इतना कह सकता हूं कि यार मां, आप जो कर सकते हो वो सिर्फ आप कर सकते हो। हर इंसान का एक पर्पस है, और जरूरी नहीं है कि पर्पस 20 साल की उम्र में भी आपको मिलेगा या 15 साल की उम्र में भी मिला है, या 25 साल पे पर्पस ढूंढना ही है, 30 साल पे ढूंढना ही है। अगर आज आपको 50 साल की उम्र में ये लग रहा है कि आपकी लाइफ का पर्पस ये है, या पर्पस नहीं बट एक छोटा सा सपना ही सही है, तो मां आपको कर लेना चाहिए। उम्र से फर्क पड़ता है, पर बताओ क्या फर्क पड़ता है? उम्र से तजुर्बा मिलता है जो दूसरों के पास नहीं होता है। तो ये थी आज की कहानी।
Very good. I mean, you're so talented. Please, actually, why don't we? I'll ask you one question and then we'll
I'll take one more.
Yeah, please.
That
carry on.
lady has been like raising her hand since a while. You wanna do that? Yeah. Hustle culture versus a work-life balance. Oh my God, that's a good one. Hi. ठीक हो ना आप सब? पता है 2 एपिसोड कर लिए हमने अब तक। उम्मीद करता हूं कि पसंद आ रहा होगा और बोर नहीं हो रहे हो। आज ये सीजन का, मतलब सीजन तो नहीं है बस तीसरा एपिसोड है, फाइनल है। बहुत दोस्त है मेरे, और वो लोग हमेशा, हम जब बैठते हैं ना चाय पीते हैं तो बात करते कि यार ये अचीव करना है, यार इतने 10 करोड़ रुपए कमाने हैं या 20 करोड़ रुपए कमाने हैं। एक बंदा है वो इन्फ्लुएंसर है, वो बोलता है मेरा टारगेट 2023 में मैं 1 मिलियन फॉलोअर्स लाके रहूंगा, तो देख लेना। और एक बंदा है वो बोलता है कि यार कुछ नहीं यार, बस इस साल ना खुद का घर खरीद लूंगा ना तो बहुत है, 1 BHK का वेट। और एक दोस्त है उसका अभी बच्चा है, बड़ा हुआ है 4 साल का, उसके बच्चे को एडमिशन करवाना है, वो उसको बस थोड़ी फीस इकट्ठी करनी है। और हम सब सोच रहे हैं कि यार बहुत मेहनत करेंगे, 2023 आ रहा है, इतनी मेहनत करेंगे, इतना काम करेंगे और सब कुछ हासिल कर देंगे, हमारी फैमिली को बहुत खुश रखेंगे, खुद बहुत खुश रहेंगे, और एक आध दुबई ट्रिप भी मार ही लेंगे। सोच रहे। और मैं सुन रहा हूं। और फिर मुझे सवाल आया, मैंने पूछा कि यार बात ये तो सब सही है, पर हम ये सब क्यों कर रहे हैं? किसके लिए कर रहे हैं? फैमिली के लिए। कैसे करेंगे? अच्छा, 365 दिन में से हम 350 दिन मेहनत करेंगे और 15 दिन वेकेशन में जाएंगे। इतनी मेहनत करेंगे उस 15 दिन के लिए। तो शायद तुम्हें नहीं लगता कि हम इस इक्वेशन को थोड़ा चेंज कर ले? 180 दिन काम कर ले, 180 दिन वेकेशन मना ले। आई नो पॉसिबल नहीं होगा ऐसे, पर 24 घंटे में से कुछ घंटे, कुछ पल तो दे ही सकते ना उन्हें। क्यों वीकेंड्स पे बाहर जाना जरूरी है? कभी कभी वीकेंड पे काम कर सकते हो और सोमवार को ऑफ ले सकते हो, क्योंकि उस दिन बेटी का मूड खराब है। जरूरी ये नहीं है कि सब कुछ हासिल करना है, जरूरी ये है कि सबको साथ में लेके हासिल करना है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका।
Wonderful. I mean, I'm not surprised at all. I don't think anybody here is that you topped the Audible charts with your first season.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I'm blown away. I think everybody here is. I see people teary-eyed. But I also want to make a small prediction. I'm fairly certain when you walk out of this session, there are going to be at least 50 people that come to you and ask you to be their wingman the next time they go and talk to somebody.
Oh my God, appreciate
because
that so
I mean,
much.
I've never seen this skill set before. It's wonderful.
Appreciate that so much.
I have a couple of quick questions
Yes,
to ask
please.
you. So one question I wanted to ask you is, you've been somebody who's written and all, like you've gone through that entire experience. And of course, when you're a creator, to a certain degree, all creators are similar, but in certain degrees there is variation. So between being a writer and being somebody that's created an audiobook and a podcast, what is the difference that you see? And there's a reason why I'm asking this. The reason why I'm asking this is because you've got so many writers today that are on the cusp of wanting to start their own show, or at the cusp of starting an audiobook, but they just don't know the boons, the banes, the story, what is that about. So for their sake and from their perspective, can you just shed light on the goods, the bads and the uglies of between one and the other? That's my quick question.
All right. There are different kinds of writer. When I write, I have dialogue in my head. I'm speaking to my reader and I'm writing. So for me, it's super easy to create a podcast because I just have to replicate the form. I just have to be vocal about it. That's it. But then there are certain kind of writers who are like, let's say, those who are writing fiction stories. They create characters, they create backgrounds, they create plots, and they're so much into that whole world that they can't see it from it outside. So for those kind of writers, you have to see your piece of art as a viewer. Because for example, I'll tell you, let's say for example, Kal Ho Na Ho. Okay? Everyone has watched Kal Ho Na Ho? Okay? If you were to narrate that story, कि क्या हुआ था उस कहानी में, you will do that. Because you are viewing it. If I tell you, make a 5-minute podcast on Kal Ho Na Ho, you'll make it. If I tell someone who is a writer of that, it will be difficult for him because he's going through a lot of things. So for that, you have to detach yourself from that. You have to purely see it from a story perspective. Okay, this is a story, now how do I tell it? You know, if you are a fiction writer in that sense, and if you are someone who is into like self-help, information podcast, someone who wants to share struggles, journeys, whatever, I think see it from a listener viewpoint. What do you like to listen? How do you like to listen? And do that. If you are going to try to copy, okay, Ashish does this and I should do this, or Durjoy Datta does this and I should do this, and Ravinder Singh does this as an author community, you won't be able to do that. Just stay super true to how you really love to listen, and it can be different than what you write. You would like to write something and you would love to listen to something else. So if you're gonna do, okay, whatever I write, I have to create a podcast on that only, you might fail there. You pay more focus on what you're listening, then create and maybe try to adapt to that. I think those are some of the insights I can provide. Writing is a very lonely process, but podcasting is beautiful. When I am in front of a mic, all I see is, okay, there is an audience and I'm talking to them.
Wonderful.
I think that's the beauty of podcasting, and everyone should do that because everyone can.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I promise you guys this is my last question, and thank you for all listening so patiently. So my last question is, how has your experience been with sort of, I mean, because I'll speak from my perspective, you know, we work extensively with Audible. We've worked with Audible across a bunch of different avenues, whether from the integration standpoint or whether from the sort of creating shows with them standpoint. So when I'm saying Audible, I mean, you know, Amazon as a whole. I've loved the experience. It's been such a wonderful experience. The folks in the team, from Apurv to Ridhima, etc., they're all such wonderful folks. I just want you to shed a little bit of light on your experience with the team. How has that been?
It's been amazing. My debut as a podcaster was with them. The best team I've worked with, Ridhima, Apurva, the whole marketing team, the team in Singapore, Serena, and all of them. I think what I really loved working with Audible is they have given me complete freedom as a podcaster. They've never said me that, okay, you should do this and not do this, or this is what we need. When I went to them and said them that, okay, this is the show I want to do it. If you believe in this, do it. They help me with creative inputs. If I ask them that, okay, what do you feel about the market, they've helped me with that. But they've never told me that, okay, no, this might not work. When I went to them and said that, okay, I want to do Koshish season 2, and this is going to be about this, and they were like super excited and happy. This is the best team I've worked with. Every time I've told them that, hey, this is the idea, they've been super prompt in replying. And I think they're very selective when it comes to creative content. They're more about quality than quantity. We see a lot of platforms who are trying to like come up with more podcasts, but with what's happening with Audible, the audio shows they're creating an entire experience. They're being super selective about that, and you know, that has been great. I've signed 4 shows with them, so I'm super happy. You know, it's not just, it's a long-term deal, and they are the great partners, and I think I just want to keep providing as much value as I can to them. My audiobooks are there on Audible, so it's a good ecosystem, you know, for me. Super excited to work with a lot more ideas. I do poetry as well, so probably I'm, you know, manifesting right now maybe like an entire poetry experience for people to listen to on Audible. Bunch of ideas. I see this as a long term, and it's just a great time to be in this industry. This is like YouTube 2010, and we are so fortunate right now to be in this space right now, because this is just gonna shoot upwards. So, you know, I'm just grateful to the universe.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
it. Thank
And
you.
Guys, give it up to Ashish. Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Thank you, Audible. Thank you. Thank you to our wonderful partners, everybody, for this. Good Creator Co. could never have done this without Amazon Music. They've just been incredible through the journey. Thank you to the audience. Thank you for the entire industry coming under one roof. And thank God for these headphones to work. I'm so glad that they did. Varun, there we go. Thank you, my man. And yes, so over to the next session, and thank you so much.
Before we move on to the next session, may I invite someone from Amazon Music to... Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I don't get one, or what? Like, this is this is really okay. Very nice. No, I understand. After seeing so many good things.
Gautam and Ashish. Gautam, you made a hamper. Special one. Thanks, Ashish. Let's get ready for our next session. Get ready to laugh your socks off.
And some people say that if Snoop Dogg and Baba Ramdev had a baby, that would look like me. And some people also think that I'm a drug dealer. I don't know why. So I'll tell you what happened once. Hi, what's your name? You thought I'm going to give weed over here? No, no. So people think I'm a weed dealer, okay? So what happened was I went to Kulaba once, and there was this shady looking guy who came up to me, and he's like, hash, weed, MDMA. And I'm like, nahi, nahi, mere paas nahi hai. He's like, tum mere ko abhi do. So he wanted me to give him all of this. And just to clear the air, in my case hair, I've had this for, oh hi ma'am, how are you? Ma'am, I've been following you for, ma'am, I'm a big fan of you too. Shit, I'm trembling over here, like Bambi. So I've had this hair for like 18 years and 4 months, and it weighs almost 8 pounds, that's like a newborn baby. And that's the reason I wash my hair with Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo. That's why I look so cute. I'm not a joke, why are you laughing? Yeah. And I mean, enough about my hair, but if you guys have any questions, you guys can ask me later. It's 50 rupees per question, 100 rupees to touch my hair. I'm serious. GPay, Paytm, sab chalega. And, but I'll tell you one funny incident that happened. For some reason, moms, when their kids are crying, and if I'm passing by, they're like, Baba, isko leke jao. मतलब बाबा के पास क्या टेम्पो है क्या? मतलब all the naughty kids टेम्पो में चलो. And once I was in the chemist and see, okay, they kept the Pampers quite high up. So I was looking at the Pampers and I'm like, how can the babies get up there? But that's what happens when you drink a lot. And this lady, her kid was shouting a lot, okay? So she ended up telling the kid, अगर तुम शोर करना बंद नहीं करोगे, तो अंकल तुमको बाल में बांध के लेके जाएंगे. And I looked at her, I'm like, did you just say that? She's like, आप हिंदी बोलते हो क्या? I'm like, क्या हो गया? She's like, West Indies के लोग तो हिंदी नहीं बोलते. I mean, do I look like somebody from West Indies? I don't know. Any bald person in the audience? I'm sorry. Achha, he's outside, thank God. For the complex. But enough of this dread-related jokes and stuff. Any hair-related advice anybody wants? Achha, everybody has a full head of hair over here. But some advice, since people ask me a lot. Eat well, sleep well, zero stress. So if you're in a stressful relationship, marriage, get out of it. Everybody smile, okay? Everybody's. And lastly, you guys can have a small piece of ginger every day in the morning, which is like this small. And have a raw piece of ginger. It's good. It's a natural antibiotic, and rest is genetics. So none of the above 4 points are going to help you guys. Okay, so the podcast that I do is the Dread Indian Show. That's normally where I talk about all the funniest, weirdest and craziest stuff that happens around the world. So today I'll be talking about 3 topics. Basically about Elon Musk, who said that he's going to come out with a new phone. Kyun? Bahut paisa hai na? And then the second topic is about Kanye West. Kanye West is going to pay around $200,000 in child support for his kids. Kyun? Bahut paisa hai na? This podcast is basically about bahut paisa hai. At the end, I feel bad about myself. And lastly, in San Francisco, in the US, they have approved robot cops. So I'll be talking about all these topics. It's just general stuff, general banter. I'll get you guys involved. But starting off with Elon Musk. So most of my podcast always has Elon Musk in it. It's like Elon is my unofficial guest. And I talk about Elon like he's my pawala. But he's not. He doesn't know me, I know him. So basically, the reason he said he's going to come out with a new phone is because Apple is planning to remove Twitter off the App Store. That's because he believes in free speech, and Apple has some laws wherein they don't want people who come on the app to see shady content. So he was like, let's just make a new phone. And Elon, as Elon is, might just make a new phone. Because here's a guy who wants to colonize Mars and also sell his stocks at 420. Nobody smokes up over here. That's okay. All career-driven people. And also, recently, Elon said again I'm talking about Elon like he's my friend, that they are going to be testing Neuralink in the next 6 months. For people who don't know about Neuralink, Neuralink is a technology wherein they are planning to implant chips into the chips. Makes me hungry, yaar. Snacks hai kya? Sorry. So planning to implant chips into your head where you can control stuff, control your TV, control your computer, write text. That's scary, right? Because if you're angry with your boss, the text goes to your boss, you're fired. So all of this can happen. And recently, he showed a video where one of his test monkeys, not talking about Kanye West, but the test monkeys was able to move the mouse cursor on the computer. This is all fine until that computer becomes sentient and takes control of your hand and you slap yourself. That's scary. Would you guys be open to putting a chip in your head? Sir, the good looking sir over there. Your good name, sir? Oh, not you, I'm saying the guy in front. You're also good looking, but later. Okay, sir, wo bechare ka mood down ho gaya. Chirag, Chirag, what's your name? That shows how much I have. So, brother, would you be open to putting chips in your head? Not Lay's and Cheetos and all, like legit brain chips. Why not? Why not? You're not happy with life? I don't have stress. Can't you see this? Do you have cataract? No, I'm saying, would you allow somebody to kind of do a surgery and implant a chip in your head just so you can play Pac-Man? That's the purpose of this right now. I mean, see, let's be honest. Currently, they have surgeries to put like a pacemaker or something for the kidney dialysis, but to put a chip to play Pac-Man? See, now, if I knew Elon really well, I would tell Elon to come up with a technology wherein, okay, you put a chip in my head, but, and also everybody puts a chip in their head, but I need to know whether the other person is single and how much the other person is interested in me. 90%, 60%, she can't even see you.
But I think it takes away from the charm of flirting even when you...
I think your mic is too loud. No, you're too... That's just you in general. Sorry, you said that? But in such a fast-paced life, I think we don't have time for all this charm. Oh, the confident types. Nice. So you don't need the technology. Sorry? Aware. Okay, great. Nice. I think the alcohol was too strong. I'll go there later. What are you having? Seems like I'll take the same thing. So, but yeah, so I mean that I'll want that kind of a technology. मतलब अपने काम में आए यार. But moving on from that news piece to Kanye West. Anybody listens to Kanye West over here? No one? Okay. So Kanye West, great rapper, but going through a lot of stuff right now. And apparently he went through a bad divorce with Kim Kardashian. Hot. She's hot, not the divorce. And now he has to pay $200,000 as child support. I never knew child support as a thing existed. Because apne idhar to, I don't know, I mean, child support, divorce is not a thing that's legal over here. I mean, not legal, sorry, it's legal. But it's not a thing because people don't divorce because of social stigma. I'll tell you a story about my own mom. So my mom and dad married for 43 years. Please clap for them. Okay, that's it. So 43 years, but they fight a lot, okay? So once I told my mom, I said, Mama, you're fighting so much. Like, just leave this guy. You've seen Bagban, right? We can play catch and cook with you. You go to my brother's house, come there. She's like, no, I can't divorce him. I paid a lot of money for the catering, for the wedding. So my mom stayed in the marriage for 43 years because she paid a lot of money for the catering and the wedding. That's how Indian ladies think, or maybe just my mom. Anyways, so that's how Kanye West has to pay child support for his kids for the next, till they're 18. And his youngest kid is 3 years old. So for the next 15 years, he has to pay $200,000 every month, $2.4 million every year. For $2.4 million, you can get a bungalow in Goa. You can get a Portuguese house in Goa with Cristiano Ronaldo as your gardener. The reason I'm saying this is because rich people just get anybody to do anything. I heard they got Amitabh Bachchan to give water at, okay, one of those things, I don't know, some people must be knowing. But so that's how it is. And I was reading up the list. So there are a lot of these celebrities who give child support. So there is Tom Cruise who gives $33,000 a month. There is Stevie Wonder who gives $25,000 a month. See, at least Kanye gets to see his kids. Stevie Wonder can't see anything. So yeah, the $25,000 is a waste. Sorry, God, please forgive me. But Oh, and I think that's the reason Bob Marley also passed away at 33. Because he knew that he would have to pay so much in child support for the 12 kids that he has. And if he was alive, he would definitely make a new song, no woman, no child support. Someone laughed, thank you, God bless you. And Britney Spears is also in the list. So she pays $20,000 a month to K-Fed. That's her backup dancer boyfriend. So girls, please find a good, like, strong guy. Aisa time pass you should not catch. And the only Indian celeb who's on this list is Saif Ali Khan. So he had to pay around 1 lakh. Garib. 1 lakh. Not, so less, you know. And yeah, I think he's done with the amount and all. So moral of the story is, I can't read, sorry. Only have a kid if you know that you can pay child support till they're 18. That's the model from my side. Moving on to the last news piece, which is basically in San Francisco, they have allowed, although they're not allowed, they're going to allow robot cops to go out on the street. You've read that? Are you scared if robot cops like start patrolling our roads? Like imagine the robot cop asking bribe and you paying less and he doesn't take no for an answer. So for that reason, I feel that having our mamas is fine. Because our mama is 50 rupees, uncle. This guy will break your car, do anything. But, okay, sorry, I forgot one thing. So when doing the Kanye news or somewhere, I wanted to ask you guys, does anybody watch horror movies over here? Loads of it. Which ones, ma'am? Your husband is a horror, what? Acha, sorry. Oh, he looks like horror? Sorry, I can't hear. Oh, really? Okay, makes sense. But what genre do you watch? Okay, so ma'am, you'll float and go out from here, right? Okay, sweet. But a lot of horror fans over here? Nobody watches horror? All fattu people? Ma'am, you watch? Somehow all the ladies are watching horror movies, which is, I'm sorry, the power shift is happening. Ma'am, you watch horror movies? You're just, you watch, oh no. So I don't know why I brought this topic up. I personally love slasher horror movies. You know what slasher horror movies are? So slasher horror is where there's a killer, he kills with a knife and nobody catches him. I get very scared of Conjuring and Insidious and all these movies. Now the reason I get scared of Insidious and other movies where Pret Atma and all is involved and not say Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street is because these guys can't come to Mumbai. They are stuck in the States. If they have to come to Mumbai, they have to take a flight. They'll be stuck at the customs. But these Conjuring guys can just come right away. Right now, brother, you can be possessed and we're done. So if, I don't know how people live in big houses. Anybody lives in a big house over here? How do people live in big mansions? It's so scary. Like if I ever become rich, I will buy 2 houses. One is a big mansion for the daytime and a 1-room kitchen for the night time. So daytime I'll run around to my lala, do all my stuff. Night time, my 1-room kitchen crosses on the wall and holy water coming from the tap. It's scary. But yeah, so the Robocop thingy, any good or funny cop incidents that you guys had in your whole life? Brother, you? What? My name is Chris. We are in a podcast. Now I was saying that, have you had any cop experiences, any fun stuff, anything that has kind of, you know, left a mark on you? Not like a bad mark. Nothing. You don't want to speak about it. Horror experience. I would love to hear that. If you guys want. Acha, then let me go far away. People have crosses handy? Okay. Cool. You want to. My mic's working? I don't mind. As long as you don't possess or get possessed and stuff. Okay. My hair will not stand, right? Okay. Okay. Kahan? I think it's possessed. Okay, done. That's it. No.
Went to Goa, so there was a family Goa trip. So I was staying in Pune back then, so we traveled via car. So my Didi and my Jijaji came in, and my parents also came in. So that was, my father used to work in a bank, so we got that bank wala thing where we can stay for free. So there were 2 floors. Oh, I think the ghost is calling.
Yeah, I see that.
It's my papa calling.
Your dad's calling. He's like, mat bol, mat bol.
So what happened was we went up there, and so we were staying. So there were ground, first and second floor. So there was no lift, so we had to walk up the stairs and go. So my mom decided ki, my mom, my sister and my dad will stay in the ground floor. My Didi, Jijaji and I don't know why, will stay in the top floor. So I tried to not be the haddi in the kebab, so I decided ki I'll sleep on the floor with the mattress. So we were staying there for 3 days. First day was fine. Third morning we had to leave. We reached the day 1. So we slept. I was sleeping on the floor, and suddenly in the night I feel, there's somebody sitting by my side. And it was very scary. It was, I don't know what was sitting and who was sitting. But then I felt, so just imagine I'm sleeping here. This side it's all windows. And in the front there's a bed, and then there is a window. And I feel that thing, whatever it is, was trying to take me out through that window. And I'm struggling to stay inside the room. So this whole hassle went on for 45 minutes, I felt so. When I woke up, I felt if I go to sleep again, I might not wake up ever again. So I stayed awake for 3-4 hours straight. When I could see the sunlight coming through, that's when I decided that I'll walk back down, and I went out. So I thought it might be sleep paralysis, what you're thinking right now, I feel. So that's when I went down. I didn't tell it to anybody. We went out, we had a good, we went around Goa, we came back. That night I decided I'm not going up. And I told my mom, I'm going to sleep with you guys only. I didn't tell her why also. So the next morning, my Didi came, and she looked pretty scared or something or what, okay. She was properly worn out or something, and I asked her कि क्या हुआ दीदी करके, and she said जीजा जी को ऐसा लग रहा था कि कोई उनके बाजू में बैठा है, उनको खींच के ले जाने का कोशिश कर रहा है. The thing was, I never told them this before that it had happened. So I told them this is why I didn't come up to sleep last night, because it happened with me the day before. So yeah, that's what happened.
You want to clap or get scared? I don't know. Okay. So I think he just came to pitch his horror podcast over here. Anyways. Oh, you did actually. Oh, nice, nice. So then see how it is. So you'll GPay me right now or later? No, you didn't give me content, brother. You took my stage time. Anyways, so this brings us to the end of episode whatever of the Dread Indian show. You guys can follow me on Instagram. I'm Dread Indian everywhere. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Pornhub, not yet, after retirement. And I hope you guys have a great time. Music, you can clap, I mean, if you want to. Okay. I think my mom's the DJ. That's why she does this normally. So do I tap dance over here? So ma'am, your daughter watches a lot of horror. How do you sleep? People ask me, how do I sleep? I ask you, how do you sleep? I was peeing right now. This random guy tells me, how do you sleep? I'm peeing and he's asking me, how do I sleep? I said, mutne de na. Sorry, brother.
No, so thank you so much, my friend. What a wonderful session. Thank you, Epilogue. Thank you, Rohan. Absolute legend. One of the most gentle souls in the industry.
Clap for him, please clap for him. He came on stage, clap for ma'am, clap for everyone who interacted. Brother, for the Chikna boy over there.
Thank you to the audience. Wonderful, greatly enjoyed the session. We're just waiting for the next session to start. But before that, we have to give you our sort of thanks from Amazon side. So
now to pretend like I was not expecting this. Oh,
yeah,
wow. Any picture? Nobody seen this.
Wonderful.
Sweet brother, I'll see you.
I didn't get one, so like you better enjoy yours.
I'll see you.
They didn't give me. You see, I noticed.
Suddenly his car opens. No, I'm saying imagine his car opens and all the boxes fall out.
Okay guys, so
thank you.
I'm only walking around like this because I've noticed that the professionals do that, to be honest. But the next session that we have, we've got a few folks that are miking themselves up. They're going to be on stage in a couple of minutes. And I think this is one of the sessions I've been looking forward to the most. It's basically because nobody on the stage needs an introduction. You've got all of the original voices of India on one panel itself. Rarely does this ever happen. So the next panel is from the OG RJs
the folks that made all of this possible for the lot of us. So we've, of course, got RJ Malini. We've got RJ Mihir Joshi, come on. We've got RJ Rishi K. And we've got RJ Tarana, finally, let's go.
I'm gonna need your help to pull this together. Come on, Tarana, me and you. Yeah. See? Girls can do it ourselves. Of course. I'll put you there. All set?
Okay.
I have been waiting to do this panel forever.
For years, Malini actually told me for years, for years.
I'll sit on the side.
So guys, over to you. Everybody's mic'd up, ready?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to get a drink and then listen to this entire thing. So, here, I'm just leaving.
Big round of applause for Gautam.
Yes. Is Archana here yet? Another OG is on her way, but we're going to keep a mic floating in the audience. So can someone keep the mic that Gautam has? Okay. So first of all, I have to tell you, and I said this in my last session too, my first love has always been radio. And on the stage with me today, well, this is a throwback to how sound was 22 years ago, and it still is, are the OGs of radio, and I have so much love for this medium and so much love for all of you. Thank you for coming here today. I have been messaging you about this, and this is really the moment I've been waiting to have. So a round of applause for the OGs! So I have to start with a couple, I mean, obviously nobody needs an introduction here, but I have to tell you my history with each of these incredible people, okay? So I don't know if you know this. I'm going to start with Rishi, okay? This is Malini before she was Miss Malini, living in Delhi in Mayur Vihar. And I called in a radio call-in show, which Rishi used to host. And being cheesy Malini, I was like, okay, I'm going to dedicate a song, Rush Rush Paula Abdul. And I remember somebody messaged, something, not even email. I don't know how I found out that it's going to play. And I had my tape record ready to record it. And Rishi K has played that Malini Agarwal, my voice was on it, my accent and everything. I was like, oh, I'm waiting for the right boy to come along. Sorry, husband. It was many years ago. And cut to what happened is some guy called Mohit called in and you played his recording. And he said, Malini, my phone number is, this is what numbers for 7 digits long. And left his number on the air. Wow. And he got so many calls and I was so chuffed. I called him also and he goes, I don't believe you. Call me. If it's really Malini, call me in 2 weeks. And I did.
So I was doing the dating service before the dating
You
service.
did! Pre-Tinder. And I swear, I called him 2 weeks later and we became pen pals for 4 years. He moved to Australia. That was my first introduction to the medium of
crazy.
radio, and the excitement of hearing your name called out by the RJ continues to be magic. It is just gold. And before there was social media, before there was any of that, we are all big fans of the medium of live radio. I love that. Being live on air, which we are right now, guys, so we already know how to filter ourselves. But Rishi, I want to know from you to start with, how did you get into radio? You are the OG of OGs for me and my experience of radio.
Yeah.
Well, I was 17 years old and Roshan Abbas, God bless him. Roshan Abbas came to me, we were in a play together. We were doing one of those cheesy English comedies.
Is it graffiti?
No, I think it was Move Over Mrs. Markham or something like that. And Roshan said, you know, the Times of India is starting a radio station, they're going to call it Times FM.
Oh, wow.
And you want to go and audition. So I go, radio? I mean, yeah, I knew that the great Rajil Sahni is here. And his father, Amin Saab, I still touch his feet out of sheer respect. My mother used to listen to the Binaka Geetmala, which Amin Saab presented for decades together. And that was my connection with radio. And I go, yeah, but is there a future? He goes, dude, it's $500 a show.
Sounds like a future to me.
And when you're in your, just out of your 12th grade, trying to get into, college, $500 in the 90s was a lot of money, Riz.
Yeah.
It's true.
So what started off as pure greed, actually, I'm pleased to say it turned out to be a spiritual experience because I go into the studio, I'm told to write a few sections, do a fake celebrity call, do a traffic update, do something on music, and I put on the headphones and they actually gave us CDs to play. And it was like falling in love for the first time. It was a rush of blood to the head. And I said, man, this is what I want to do. Because it combines performing and music all together. So if you like me, you can thank Roshan Abbas. If you do not like me, you can blame Roshan Abbas. But he's the first guy who turned around and said, why don't we do this?
I love it, and I love that the medium is so pure and so inclusive. And the magic of it is theater of the mind, which we talk about so much. And then years later, Rishi and I also hosted a show called Overdrive together on Win 94.6, which is amazing. I have to now come to Mihir, who made a life-changing move for me personally. This is when 2009 Twitter had just started. I was doing my radio show. And Mihir tweeted tagging Imran Khan, saying, hey Imran Khan, you should listen to Malini's show, she plays music you like. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. I had no connection to Bollywood at all. Miss Malini with zero connection to Bollywood before Miss Malini. And he replied, and I said, oh, haha, you should host my show with me sometime. And he said, I will on one condition, that you let me play what I want and you call it Pirate Radio. And I kid you not, Mihir, that was the beginning of my journey to where I am today. And that's when social media really made that connection for me. And Tarana and I have worked at radio stations, like it's just our experience when it was Go 90, the Sound of Mumbai, Go 92.5. But my favorite memory with Tarana is the fact that both of us once decided to run a gag on people.
Well, it was April Fool's Day.
April Fool's Day, yeah. So, and basically we told everyone that we are now auditioning people to go to the moon with us. NASA has given us 2 tickets. We are going, 2 more can come, but you have to call up the station and audition for us, and then we'll take you. And people called, they sang, poetry, romanced us, and that's what the point is. It's the medium of this audio medium is just incredible. But Mihir, you have had such an incredible journey. And I love that you have been adapting. Of course, everyone here has done their podcast. What is your experience of radio? How did you start?
So, I come from a typical Maharashtrian family where everybody is supposed to study well, get good grades, which I did. 4 years of engineering, finished my degree, got a first class. But even while doing engineering, I used to be the lead singer of my college band. So I always knew that.
What was it called?
The band was called Bass9. And I always knew that music and entertainment is what I want to make my life in. But when I was studying, there was no BMM or no courses which could teach you about media. The moment engineering got over, I said, here's my certificate, Baba. And then next, the only place which could audition and take new radio jockeys was FM Rainbow. I auditioned, and at the same time, I also gave an entrance exam for a media-related course in Pune, like a post-graduation course. So I got a call from their principal saying, hey man, you got through. He probably didn't say hey man, but he said, yeah, you got through. Are you serious? Because I'm reading your, you're an engineer and everything. Do you really want to do this? I said, yeah, I do. But give me a day's time, because the next day I got a call from All India Radio saying that we've selected you as a radio jockey. So I told my dad this, give me 1 year. Even after doing a course, I don't want to be at the back end. I want to be the voice. I want to be the face. So I'm already getting an opportunity to do what I would want to be doing 2 years after this course is over. Why am I wasting 2 more years? I've already wasted 4 years doing engineering. So in 1 year, if I am not successful with radio, I'll do this entrance exam again, and I guarantee I'll get into the college again. But fortunately, I've not had to look back.
And he was like, Jaji
le apni zindagi. No, but you know what? I gotta give him credit for that. Coming from a typical, like he grew up in a chawl and then became a director in Bharat Petroleum. So he's seen that process where he sees, if you don't have a job, you don't have anything. And like you, when I started with FM Rainbow, I was getting 500 rupees an episode. Only difference is, new radio jockeys would get 1 episode a week. So after finishing engineering, I was making 2,000 rupees a month. And I told my father, I don't want to take up a job, because most radio jockeys on FM Rainbow would have a day job. And they'd come and do this thing as a gimmick.
Yeah.
So I told him, see, my 1 show of the week has to be the best show on that channel, which means I need to do a lot of time researching it and getting behind becoming a better radio jockey. And I did that. I was making 2,000 rupees a month after getting a first class from in a good engineering college.
You can hear all the pain in our voices.
Yeah, man. It's been a difficult journey. It's been crazy, but I've loved it. I mean, even during, so I realized after finishing engineering, I couldn't form a band. I didn't know any musicians, because the only musicians I knew were in my class who had gone abroad to do their MBA, MS, whatever, and they started working. So I said, okay, let me do what I love most, sharing my love for music with people. And that's why I became a radio jockey.
And Tarana, my first experience and Go 92.5 was a cool station. They played English music.
Yeah.
I walked in, I finally got a job there. I saw Tarana. She looked at me, new haircut? I said, yeah. She goes, I don't like it. And she walked behind her. I don't know if we can say
She's
the
changing the story. She came up to me and said, I got a new haircut, do you like it? And I said, no.
You should still say nice things, Tarana. But what I love about Tarana, once I got to know her, and I have a question to follow up for this later, is are you the real person on air that you are in real life? And one thing I've learned about radio jockeys is that's what we did. The authenticity of your being and your personality came out through your voice. And that's what social media is today.
Yep.
Tarana, what's your story? How did you become an RJ? Because everyone knows you from the TV shows.
Yeah, so people think I did radio and then started doing television, but I did TV first. So I was 17 and I was on television hosting shows. And I have a philosophy in life where I do everything that I haven't done before. So like if I haven't tried it before, I'll say, yeah, why not? So somebody called and said, and not Go FM, this is when Private FM had 1997. There was no Private FM. It was hours that they used to buy on All India Radio. And Radio Midday used to have an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening.
Yep.
And so they said they have an opening for a news reader. And I was like, oh my God, I used to do elocution in school, I could totally do it. And my audition was like this.
Of course it was.
And they've listened to me and said, okay, she can speak, she's absurd, but we'll give her a chance. And then slowly they realized the banter with the RJs, and there was like really cool Uday Benegal,
Yeah.
staying, Anu, Jack, all these like really cool RJs in the evening. And I am young Tarana because I was a kid out of college doing the news. And they would make so much fun and banter with me that they said, you're actually really funny, not quite sure why you're doing the serious news, start doing a weekend show. So then I started doing radio talkies. And then 5 years later when Private FM came into India, they said, we have a permanent spot for you, come. And I started with weekends because I used to act. And then they said, okay, we want you to do daily. And I said, I can't do daily because I have work, acting work. The only slot I could possibly do is the morning, and there's already a big like Tagda party over there. And they said, no, we think we want you to join him. And so then it happened.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
On a whim, I just said, yeah, okay.
I think a lot, even for me, it was on a whim because I had joined MTV. I'm Marwari, so you have to have a day job.
Yeah.
Pays a monthly salary. And then someone told me that, hey, they're auditioning for RJs. And I had come to Bombay to be a VJ. And then I auditioned at the same time as Kara Gracious. And they said, come out of a pool wearing a bikini. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to be a VJ. So I went at a lunch break for Win 94.6. And I loved the medium so much. And then I remember they told me that you'll have to quit your day job. I'm like, I can't. Like, how am I going to do this? And I remember Aditya Patwardhan, who was the PD there, he said, you're making a big mistake. Take the lead, take the lead. And there's no looking back. And I think that was really the beginning of the whole journey for me. But I think everyone here now wants to hear the juice, okay? Everyone like sitting here, the RGs, we never make a mistake. Oh, we do. Many. And I want everyone now to admit on this live stream one really ridiculous, embarrassing thing that's happened to you on the live air audience. And I have an amazing one for you from, what was the sports channel that you did for a while with Chetan, the radio one?
It was called Play on World Space.
World Space.
Which is a satellite radio network, yeah.
So everyone has these moments where you panic, and we've all done it, and I'm going to make you tell the story, or others are.
Yeah.
Go for it.
You want the Play story? You want a better story?
I want both stories. The more embarrassing one.
So, you know, the thing is, this one is cool because Salman Rushdie had won the Nobel Prize, and then he won the Nobel of Nobels, the Booker of Bookers. Both the Nobel Prize for Literature as well as the Booker Prize. And then after 100 years of the Booker Prize, they said, what is the best book in the 100 years? And he won that for Midnight's Children. And he was in town because his school, Cathedral John Connon, which our promoter at the time, Tariq, was also alumni of. And they said, you know, he's going to come into the studio and things like that. And there was still a death threat, a fatwa on him. So the Mumbai police got over-eager. They started sending sniffer dogs, sniff my studio up. And then, you know, there was just one window. We were working out of a facility in Parel East at that time, near Lal Bagh, near the ITC Grand Central. And there was just one blind where sunlight used to come in, and they pulled that down. And I said, why are you doing that? He said, "Ke samne se sniper maar sakta hu."
Oh God.
So in the midst of all this drama, Rushdie walks in with his polite British manner and says, it's awfully dark in here, isn't it? And I go, it's dark because your cop detail just pulled down the blind. Oh, I'm very sorry, very sorry. And he started getting up on the ledge to pull it down. I said, listen, I've got help at hand. And Rohit, who was working with me on the show, pulled it down. cut to, we start having a conversation. And we have a dump button on the air, which you guys don't know about. Lots of times when you hear blank audio on the radio or just a kach.
Someone has made a boo-boo.
Somebody has said the F word and we've hit the dump button and 5 seconds hence it's just dead air. And you think there's something wrong with your tuner, actually it might be us. So it's a secret I just gave out. So Rushdie starts talking to me and I go, I believe you're great friends with Bono from YouTube. So he goes, yeah, but you know what, the other day his missus and me, we're not together anymore. But anyway, his missus and me had me over for dinner in Dublin. And there was a grumpy old bastard at the table called Van Morrison. And my jaw dropped to the bloody floor. Because we're still run by slightly archaic All India Radio laws where the B word, the F word
are not allowed.
Like even, you would struggle to say sex. You would say passion and erotica and hope that the monitoring officer doesn't understand. Or fornication. So my jaw dropped to the floor and then I quickly reached and I hit the dump button. And I got, and he thought my jaw dropped to the floor because Van Morrison was sitting at the table with Bono. Are you a fan of Van Morrison? So I go, Salman, there's a slight problem. And then I hit the song and I said, you know, you just said the B word. It's not a... Are you kidding me? The BBC allows bastard. And he's right. In the BBC you can say bastard, but you can't say the F word. But I was really this close if I hadn't jumped. Because at that point of time, everybody who mattered was listening. Because Rushdie was in town.
So forget the snipers, everyone else would have shown up.
Yeah, everybody else would have shown up. He was on a fatwa. There was a cop detail. There was a lot of opposition at him coming into India at the time. This was the peak of what was happening. So that was an interesting story. And then I explained to him and yada yada yada. And I said, you know, it's still persona non grata, the word. So that was a close shave. So I held on to my job and I looked back a couple of decades later and I felt, yeah.
And now you can say anything. That's fine. Mihir, what about you?
So, you know, no crazy stories like that. Though I did start interviewing a lot of Indian bands on FM Rainbow back then. I realized that nobody was playing English Indian music on radio. So I said, okay, let me start interviewing bands. I tell my FM Rainbow guys, you know, I want to interview bands and they're not necessarily all in Mumbai. They said, okay, you can do whatever you want to, but if you want to make phone calls from the studio, you can only make local phone calls. So this is when you had to dial numbers, not on a cell phone and all that. And back then we actually, apart from playing on CDs, we also had spools for playing ads, which was insane. Like I can't believe we were still doing that. So what I had to do, say for instance, if I had to interview a band from Shillong, Soulmate, I'd tell Rudy that listen, this is the song's going to be 4 minutes. You have to call me on this number at a specific time when the song is about to end. We'll talk for about 3-4 minutes. Then you can cut the call because STD calls expensive. So, but it blew my mind that every band, whether it's from Bangalore, from Delhi, from Shillong or whatever, they'd all make the calls, and I had to embarrassingly tell them, listen, sorry, we don't have the budget to make a call from our studio to your house, and you know, so this is what you're going to have to do. But they're like, okay man, there's this one guy in Mumbai who's at least playing our song, chalo yaar, call karte hai usko. That was really nice, but honestly the most embarrassing thing was, I used to do the morning shows, and that was 6 to 9 in the morning. And one day, I used to always have alarms, I never wanted to be late. And over there, if at All India Radio late by 5 minutes, you are done. You're not doing next week, because it's week to week. I slept off. The only thing was, I had great relationships with the duty managers there. So I wake up around 45 minutes late. They must have tried calling me and everything. I tell them, man, I've got problems, you know, please manage. So they got the Hindi radio jockey who was before me to do the English music slot. They just gave him CDs. They said, bhai, tu bajate rahe, you keep playing music, wo aayega, kabhi to aayega. And the coolest thing is, because they liked me, they did not make a note about it saying that the radio jockey came late. I rushed. I lived in Chembur and my studio was in town. In half an hour, I reached on my bike. I must have reached around 7:05, 7:10. I took over. I thanked that lady, but like that was super embarrassing. And from that day onwards, I made it a point that I'd have at least 4 alarms for every show that I did.
That's the biggest stress, man. The thing is, there's so many layers to this. Tarana, we've had many hilarious moments, but I would love to hear.
Oversleeping is always a thing. thing. So Jaggu, I hope you all are familiar with Jaggu.
Yeah.
My partner in crime. Good God, he is annoying to host with. And never was a morning person, still isn't. And I was in charge of waking him up and driving him to work, if you please. So I have to wake up extra early, wait under his building because he's never on time and he wouldn't come. So of course we've missed.
Yeah.
We have missed many mornings. But we had a producer who would then say, okay, I'm putting you guys on air. So like, hello, live updates of Good Morning
Collins.
Mumbai.
We had technology, we could dial in at that point.
From the Mahim Causeway and all, and Jaggu would like sit and complain. But I mean, the running late is a standing joke. In case, I don't know how early you guys actually reach work, but for us, so Jaggu and I were hosting in Dubai in the last 9 years. Talking about censorship, we've had to say potato juice.
Oh.
I have no idea what that means.
Potato juice, darling.
You tell me later. I'm not sure if we can say it.
And fermented grape juice.
Oh, okay. Potato juice and fermented grape juice. Now I get it.
Vodka and wine.
That level of censorship.
Wow, man.
But, yeah, so in Dubai too, we have skid in. So we would be live at 6 a.m. We try to argue with them, say who in the world wakes up that early, but they do.
The people who are still drinking potato juice from 4 p.m.
It's all the poor people driving all the way from Sharjah to Abu Dhabi. Anyway, so 6 a.m. we would skid in at 59 and we're, you know, like, so there's 59 and then seconds also count down on your clock. 59 and 55. And we've skid in Jaggu because he's slower than me and bigger and honestly coming and I'm like holding fort, breathing once we're completely breathless. So yeah, very, very irresponsible but managed.
I still remember for me, because I have an accent, 2 things have happened. One, I auditioned for All India Radio. I waited 45 minutes and they told me, ma'am, you roll your R's. So I didn't get the gig. But luckily this saved my ass big time. I can say ass now, it's fine. Because I was telling this really stupid joke. I used to do a show called Porno K Please. And I used to do fun games on it. And I was saying that, do you think that dogs, when they look at poodles, think that they're part of some other religious cult? However, I said a different word. And I sat there saying, oh my God. But luckily Vishnu, the program director, also didn't understand my accent. He was like, good joke. So everything was fine. But I still remember, and the thing is, like, jokes aside, there have been moments, I feel the medium of audio, the reason we think of it and speak of it so fondly is that it's had such an impact. I remember when the terrorist attacks happened in Bombay, we were not allowed to talk about anything like news, but Tarana and I had spent the night at the Oberoi overnight, like terrified, but we spent like almost 48 hours.
Also during the Mumbai floods, I was on air for 12 hours from morning. So a lot of, I think the city remembers us.
Yeah.
Because while people were stuck in the floods, there was somebody on air. And I think a lot of things are failing at that point.
Yeah.
You know, mobile phones, I think we had them, no? Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
You had one, I didn't get paid as much as you breakfast toast.
Shut up, we got a mobile phone in 97. Anyway, yeah, so the, like phones weren't working at that point, so the only information they were getting were through us.
Yeah.
And we were, and she and I were the only ones who lived close enough to the radio station to not have to wade to work. And nobody else could make it, so it was just us.
Just us.
For like 12 hours, 16 hours, and we didn't want to go home because we needed to give information, and we did, so which is why people sort of remember, just because we made sure people didn't leave home.
Or people just like are lost and trying to find each other.
No,
so
like stay home,
we
don't
can
step out, there's a lot of water. We had, luckily we had access to somebody in a helicopter who was like, I'm looking at Mumbai and it is completely drowned and this and that. So it was quite surreal.
I know that we can, you know, reminisce forever because also we are RJ, so we are paid to talk and we do it for a living. But I also want to make this an interactive session, so we're going to let people ask questions. But I do want to connect this to the idea of podcasting from the perspective of we love this medium.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of the idea that people should bring audio back. I don't quite know why we record all podcasts, which is why I refuse to record this one, because it's supposed to be an immersive audio experience. And I used to love being able to go to work in my pajamas and no makeup, and now I have to do a full 360.
That is the most annoying part of the way radio is.
It is. But I would love to know from all of you, since you've all, you know, obviously done podcasts, been involved in the medium. There's so many aspiring podcasters, new podcasters, people who are at least 20 years younger than us here. I would love to know what you think of the medium and how do you think, you know, it can grow and evolve. And as OG RJs, what is it that makes the texture, what makes it stick, what makes the magic?
You know, I run a network of radio stations now. I run the Radio 1 network. I have a fancy title called National Brand Director. What it just basically means is it's my ass on the line if something goes wrong. But
you still have a dump button?
I do. Not here though. But the dream for any radio presenter when they're on the air is to be able to talk more. Because when you're doing format music radio, you're constantly being told, wrap up quickly, get to song, wrap up quickly,
30
get to
second
song.
link. Yeah.
And we continue to do that at the radio station.
Yep.
And when podcasting first happened, it was manna from heaven. Because here were presenters being told, go for 18 minutes, 20 minutes, even longer, you know. But that's the easy part. The tough part is how do you make pure talk an immersive experience? And that's why I doff my hat to podcasters, because podcasting is not an easy medium. You don't have the accoutrements and the accompaniments of great music. You can't play a Harry Styles song or a Sunidhi Chauhan song and make it look better. It is only you who can make it sound better. So in that aspect, podcasting has opened a whole new avenue for everybody. Also formats. When you're part of a conventional radio network, you're still making money through conventional ad sales, which means whatever your format is, whether it's Bollywood or it's English, you have to stick within that format.
Yeah.
But with podcasting, the sky is the limit. I mean, for example, there's a podcast that I do, which is live on Amazon Music, which is called Tana Bana, and it's incredible. It's just me talking about handlooms around India.
Wow.
So there's just 20 minutes of me talking about Madhubani art, about, you know, Warli paintings. Who would have thought that one would be able to do that in an era where only mainstream radio existed?
Yeah.
So I have, you know, podcast platforms, producers come to me and say, man, I say, listen, don't make me do stuff I'm already doing on the radio. I mean, that's plain vanilla to me. What is it that I can do? And, you know, I'm being offered all these incredible things. I mean, documentary formats, narrative formats, storytelling. And I think that's really lovely. And just to wrap up, the one thing that really hit me bad when the camera wave came in, and I blame the West, because when all the famous DJs in the West, like Ryan Seacrest, of course Casey Kasem, God bless his soul, he is no more, but Howard Stern, all these guys started getting cameras in and made their studio voyeuristic. The Indians had to follow, right? So
Yeah.
all our studios now are wired with cameras. And I remember saying, man, I got into radio because I wanted to sound like George Clooney, and people believe I look like George Clooney.
You do, Rishi. Don't let anyone.
And now they see an overweight Madrasi on the damn mixer, and all that honey-soaked voice has gone to hell. So I was like, man, why is this happening? And then I realized I had to ship up or shape out, because every radio station, Bollywood, English, says the cameras are going to be on, Insta Live is going to run. And then I said, what's the problem? I'm conscious about my body. I have a belly. And I said, what the hell? So be it. So I just ended up being the embarrassing me that I am at home on the airwaves. And I'm very proud to say that it's now been 3 years since the cameras came in. I couldn't be bothered, man. I'll just show up to work.
Hey, rock and roll.
And I will have a band.
I still
Because
remember.
friends do not listen. I'm on the radio at 7 in the morning.
Friends don't.
You think Malini is going to listen if I say I'm running
I'll
after
stay
this?
up till 7.
She'll say, come monkey shoulders there. So I'm going to look like hell in the morning, but there's got to be an Insta Live, there's got to be a camera rolling in the morning. And I'm going to tell people, listen man, I was hanging with friends. And this is the way I am. And I think people appreciate that a lot.
They do. And for a while, in fact, at Go 92.5, I told them, let's do like Big Boss, where you can see what the RJs are doing in the studio all the time. And I wanted to put a webcam. The technology was all grainy, so it looked very like MMS quality, even if nobody's doing anything. Just the RJ there. And then once I remember somebody got caught playing, what is that card game? Patience.
Oh.
And then another 2 RJs got caught making out, and then that was the end of that webcam. I was like, who knew they go into the studio? I was like, where else do they go? Anyway, but I would love to know from both of you as well. So Tarana, why don't you begin? What is your feeling on, we've discussed this concept of the move to podcasting, and Tarana will say things, no holds barred. Podcasting is perfect for you. No dumper ever required. What do you feel about the medium?
I think it's lovely. As he said, it allows us to finally speak more than 2 and 3 minutes. And only breakfast show hosts actually get that much time. Because usually, like in the morning you got more information to give, so you're allowed to sort of speak longer than other RJs do. So it's fabulous that you can talk longer, because sometimes you just need to explain stuff. You can't just like gloss over stuff. And the niche topics, you know, you can go niche on podcasts, but I absolutely love live radio. Me too. Because I absolutely love interacting with the listener. And every single day I've been on air, and I've done breakfast radio for 18, 19 years of my life, which is a lot of sleep deprivation. I tell my mother now for the next 17 to 19 years, I will sleep late.
That'll be her defense in court.
To make up for all the years I've woken up at 5 in the morning. But it just, every single day there is a caller who will just make your day. There are people who've gotten jobs because of the radio. There are friends we have made lifelong. People have gotten married. It's instant. It's as close to this as can be. TV is not interactive. Stage is not interactive. You're supposed to maintain a distance from your people on stage.
No, and Tarana, I think what's interesting what you're saying is, and the reason why my whole blog and everything began, I took the same ethos from radio. That imagine you're talking to one person and having a connection with them. So I never wrote Miss Malini content as a media outlet. I wrote it as I did my radio show in my own voice, as if I'm talking to my friends. So it felt intimate.
Yeah.
I think that's really the magic of it. And the fact that, like literally, even on my show, Horn Okay Please, I used to do something called Flirty at 7:30. I used to let a guy call up or a girl call up, and 3 people had 30 seconds to impress them. And I'd send them on dates. 500 rupees was the budget also. Sorry. And they would go for coffee.
It's the magic number of the evening.
Magic number. And one couple got married that way. And what a story, right? And we hear, of course, I love that the MJ show, even you've been doing, and you've transferred into social media, you've been doing it for so long. You have done both mediums with equal passion. So to all the aspiring podcasters and podcasters here, what is your nugget of advice before we let people ask questions?
So one thing I love about the podcast medium is that it kind of democratizes content. Anybody who has something interesting to share can find an audience. It doesn't need to be a massive audience, but it's an audience that is there very specifically for that person. I could be talking about sneakers, I could be talking about music, I could be talking, I was just telling somebody, if you like nail painting, you could be talking about just your favorite nail paints, and there'll be 500 people who will be dying to know what's the new color that you've got for yourself. So the best part about podcasting right now is that it's for everybody. But like you, I feel like I'm most alive when I'm connecting with people.
Yeah.
And I will always love radio, though I've left radio a long time ago, and I made that move from radio to, when I created the MJ show, I just called it a talk show. It was technically a podcast before the word podcast became popular. But yeah, I've been doing that for over 9 years now. But I still love and I miss radio. Interestingly enough, I found my wife and my best friend from my radio listeners.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I legitimately met only 2 of my fans because they felt like they would be people I wanted to get to know better. And one guy became like, if I had a Christian wedding, he would have been my best man. And the other girl whom I met is my wife, and we've been together for over 15 years now, and married.
Don't get that number wrong.
Married for 11 years, together for 15 years.
Okay, that's right.
Hey.
We have to give that a round of applause. All right, we have a mic in the audience. The reason why I wanted to do it this way, I wanted that immersive experience for us as OG RJs. This is what we love, knowing that real people, humans are listening. And with social media, unfortunately, we have, dehumanized each other. We look at each other as a number count instead of humans, and it's so nice to see this. So can I get a mic for Pratul over there? Did you raise your hand for a question? I'll take a couple of questions. I don't have the timer here, and we can talk forever, so do cut us off whenever you want to.
Yeah.
But Pratul, go for it.
Thank you so much for this session. Quick question. So I guess you guys touched upon, I think, one thing about anonymity, when traditional radio existed versus anything that's happening right now. If you just tell me a little bit about that transition of realizing that you don't have to be anonymous anymore, and now you can have your own identity, your own social media profiles, whatever. What was that transition like? And if there are few things that you actually miss about traditional radio, because podcasting.
So to be honest, for me, I liked being a different Tarana. Nobody on radio ever knew I was Vishakha on Kasauti Zindagi Ki. And it was a very, very popular
How could you
show.
possibly, you're a totally different person on radio.
But I never spoke about
Vishakha
it.
would not get married if she spoke
I
like
never
you said.
spoke about the movies I was in. I never. And nobody knew. And it was just fun for them to meet me. and say, oh, Tarana. So I know when people meet me over familiarly and say, hey, Tarana, tea and all, I know it's a radio listener because they're buddies versus a Tarana ma'am. It's different. And so the anonymity was fun, and I know for Jaggu for sure, he was like, yaar, like you. I did radio because I'm shy. Now I have to put on camera and all, but he's like hilarious on camera. Because he's like, nah, I don't even know where it is. So it's just, but I don't know, I liked that little distinction.
Yeah.
But now I guess everybody has to know everything about everybody, so.
Yeah. I think for me, honestly, it's that because, and I'll be honest, right? Like I'm 45. I think with the audio medium, you don't age. Your voice doesn't age, and you don't feel this pressure of, oh, like I literally yesterday I broke out with acne, and I thought to myself, oh, it's a podcast today, I'll be fine. I'm like, oh, but everyone's gonna be there, but I'm not filming it. But normally that would never be a thing, and it would just be, you almost feel like you could be more familiar in that audio medium without you immediately making a presumption about me because of how I'm dressed or how I look or what you're seeing. And it could be everything, race, background, age, gender, anything. But the audio medium is just this magic of making people feel familiar. You have the challenge of making yourself likable and warm just through your voice, but the beauty of being completely, without any pre-bias.
But honestly, just the voice is so much more honest.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to ask you guys one question. Do you have a radio voice?
It's this only.
It's this only, correct?
Yeah.
Did you have a different voice and now you are your radio voice?
Rishikesh Kannan has the most distinctive radio voice.
But that is his voice.
That is his voice though, yes.
This is the real, what came
This
first?
is how you talk to us, Rishi, but on air you are very proper.
No, I'll just be very honest with you. You see Amir Khan in the corridor and you'll suddenly say, man, he looks very different from what he looks on screen. Because the camera loves him, makes him look larger than life and wonderful.
Yeah.
I believe the microphone works in different ways with different vocal cords.
Correct.
And some microphones marry vocal cords very beautifully, and vice versa. So if I sound different on the radio, it's not because I'm trying to be different, it's just that the microphone does something to my voice. But otherwise, I've reached a point, in complete contrast to what Tarana was like, at one point she didn't want the other Tarana to become the on-air Tarana. I mean, if I meet you, for example, today and I've chatted with you, I'll be saying it on the air tomorrow morning, man.
He will.
I met, hung out, things like that. So, honestly, that is content.
We recognize content before any of you guys.
So I've just realized your life is content, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you can talk till kingdom come about what's happening in Kim Kardashian's life and so's life. But at the end of the day, if you just rock into a radio studio and you talk about what happened with you, whether you had a bad day or a good day, there are still enough people who will probably listen.
But that's the beauty of radio, right?
Yeah.
You're supposed to keep it real.
All I ever did was so my shows were all about music. I love when somebody comes up to me today and still says, hey, you're Music Man Mihir.
The best.
So Music Man Mihir was a moniker I created for myself, and I'll tell you why. When I started radio, the one Mihir that everybody knew was that guy from Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi.
Who died and came back apparently.
Okay, so that's the one Mihir that everybody knew. So I said, okay, when I start my radio show, how do I distinguish myself and people know me for who I am? So I thought, okay, I liked Superman. I was a big comic book fan nerd and I loved music. So I combined music and Superman and made Music Man, which was my character. And I called myself Music Man Mihir.
Wait, was there any tarang before you started speaking?
No, I used to. No, I used to always start off with, like a Def Leppard song called "Let's Get Rocked." So there'd be like music coming in, and then I would slowly fade it out and say, "Hey guys, this is Music Man Mihir."
So I honestly feel so the thing is with us as RJs now, we don't have to do 30-second links and we can talk forever. So give us a round of applause if you think we should continue this as a show, as a series. You think we should start a podcast together?
Hey yo!
We're out of time today.
Hey yo!
But I think the OG RJs should start a podcast. I'm going to let everyone say one last sentence each. You have 10 seconds before the song starts. Go.
Thank you for joining us. Seeing your faces made us feel much, much better. And hopefully we get to do a show together and all of you will be the first listeners.
Follow us all on Instagram. I'm Mihir Joshi Music. Rishi K, Tarana Raja, and everybody knows Malini. It's very important to plug yourself at the end of every episode. I'm doing that for everybody.
She's shining the spotlight on other people because she is the moderator for today. But I cannot tell you that I cannot speak enough of her broadcasting skills.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at her today, I have so much of love and admiration for Malini. She has me at, will you show up? And I will just show up. I mean, she's been a web designer, a radio presenter, an entrepreneur. I mean, look at what she's created today. It's iconic. And see, guys, I have limited intelligence. The only thing I was good at was radio. I started years ago and I'm still doing it. Unlike these guys who are OGs who moved on to finer things, I'm still just doing radio. But I have so much admiration for Malini and everything that she's achieved. And I love the fact that she now wants to give back. There are enough people who want to know what it is like to be a social media diva, stroke influencer, and she's giving back. And you will always have my support. And big love to you, and big love to the good people at Amazon Music.
Yeah.
Also to Gautam at Hubhopper. Thank you very much for having us, and more power to you guys.
Thank you guys. And I'm going to end by saying thank you so much for being here. This was a dream that Gautam, please join us on stage. We've been having and talking about, we wanted to do this immersive experience, and it means so much that everyone's here today. Hopefully he's listening on the headphones. But I'm just going to end with the tagline. We used to always have these really funny ones, but I'm going to do this one in my radio voice. Hubhopper and Good Creator Co. present Chasing Pause, brought to you, powered by Amazon Music. Thank you, Monkey Shoulder, for giving us all the delicious cocktails today. Thank you, Cosmo Feed, for this speed parting. Thank you, Hyatt Centric, for this gorgeous venue. And thank you all for being here and believing in all the magic that we can create as creators together. All of this is reality. Let's be real together. Thank you, my OGs, OG RJs. You've been amazing. Thank you. I have some good. Gautam is here. A round of applause for Gautam. He's really wanted to bring the Hubhopper community, the creator and podcasting community together, wanted to make it very inclusive. So we'd like for you to say a few words, Gautam. Thank you for having us. It all came together in the end.
Thank you everybody. Thank you guys. You guys, I don't know whether this is working, but you guys are all absolute legends. I look up to each and every one of you. I think we've all, some of the first first steps that each of us needed to make our journey into podcasting came through because of the voices that you guys have been sharing for so many years, standing like pillars for this industry. Thank you. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. And thank you everybody for coming. I apologize I was late. I actually just went to pour myself a drink.
Finally, you deserve one.
Yeah, so,
Thank you for showing the way to the future, man.
Yes.
Hey, yo.
Thank you, man.
We're signing up. We're going to do an OG RJ's podcast with Hubhopper. I think it's time.
Please.
Thank you guys. There's another session coming up. Please enjoy yourself. Do creator bingo. We've done bingo
Hey.
so that we can give everyone the Amazon Alexas that are
Malini, come, let's get a picture together.
Yes.
Come.
Content. See, Rehan, you didn't give me a timer, so we ran over. I have some goodies for you guys.
Awesome.
So you. They're unisex.
Thank you.
It's like, ooh, mascara.
Oh, more stuff for my wife.
Very importantly.
Thank you.
For you. Oh, fab.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Before we give this out, we're from Amazon Music, but I want to say that I've done a bit of radio for 17 years as well.
What? A bit of radio?
A bit of radio. Are you modest?
And I wanted to read out something that I'd written on my Instagram.
I hold
and
that.
I have
Yes.
a picture.
Yeah.
I think none of us, if I ask you guys the initial days of radio, the picture, you will not have it.
Huh.
Because none of us took pictures.
Took pictures, yeah.
No, just radio station used to do a photo.
My
shoot
salary, we
once
couldn't
every
afford a
5 years.
camera.
Once every 5 years.
Once every 5 years, rather one photo from the past.
Firstly, Rajanji, I mean, hats off to you. We were talking about 2-3 minutes of radio presence that we had. There were people like Amin Sayani ji, Anu Kapoor, and you listen to them. And whenever somebody says, "बहुत लंबा link है," इसका मतलब है कि वो interesting नहीं है. These guys have done shows. I mean, all of us have done radio where it's interesting enough to stop and listen.
Yeah.
And that stop and listen is a habit. You guys didn't talk about it. It's a very, very difficult thing to do this every day they make it sound like fun, but I've done, I mean, I was a radio jockey and then I went to the other side of managing radio jockeys. And there's a structure. There's
My
a method to
apologies,
this
by the
madness.
way.
No, there's a method to this madness, you know. So what we're building is habit. What we built was habit. So to the podcasters here, I want to say that, you know, you're building habit. So make sure that you do that structure which falls into, you know, doing that diligence, the dedication, the discipline that these guys have had. They've not talked about it, but they've become what they've become because of the discipline of that 5 a.m. thing. I remember I used to do a show in Delhi, and when you guys were talking about reaching late for the show, there was a lot of fog, and I ran into a roundabout. I was like, oh God, okay.
Wow.
And there used to be on radio, Mirchi, there used to be that the RCS software. Always been a dick. There was a background score running. RJ Link. That kept playing, and I was like, oh my God, it will keep playing till I reach the radio show. So, you know, those are things
We've
that
had
we've
it.
done.
We've done it. I've done the graveyard shift from midnight to 4 a.m.
One more thing that I feel that radio does is the power of radio is, and the magic of radio is that it's saved lives. I have announced O negative chahiye blood, and how many of you remember that
People
we've
would,
got
yeah,
messages
line up.
from the hospital saying, Abhi bas, mil gaya. We've got that, right? Yeah.
It's amazing.
So they've been able to save lives. So those are things that we should really remember. And I had written this on World Radio Day, so I want to read it out, and I'm going to be a typical radio jockey that I'm taking all the time
Now go
to
for it.
talk. But the crisp, crackling sound of the frequency changing to adjust, that familiar voice that shares with you every day, the songs that make you smile in the middle of the road, the mystery of the person behind the voice, and the usual game of guessing the next song. Everything that adds to the intrigue, the magic of radio.
I should follow you. What do you have?
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for your patience and your love.
Guys, I just want to say one more thing. We referred to Rajan sir as the great Amin Sayani's son. Mr. Rajan Sayani taught me radio. When I was doing my master's at Xavier's, he taught me radio. Thank you, sir, for everything that you've done. Yeah. Such an honor to have you, sir. Because you invoked that.
Yeah, we are just talking about it.
So let's understand a background. My perspective is from a business investor. I've invested in 40 plus startups. We do a lot of acceleration of companies, startups, MSMEs. So the real idea is technically recession is when you have 2 quarters, that is 6 months of negative growth. ये टेक्निकल भाषा को साइड में रखते हैं. It is when your economy is not growing. You know, your economy is reducing, the demand is reducing, there is more supply. अब एक चीज अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं कि the world is definitely going through extremely tough times. वो क्यों हम थोड़े आगे डिस्कस करेंगे ये पॉडकास्ट में. But let us understand one secret, that this is an amazing opportunity because the world has seen many recessions so far. The world has seen many asset bubbles blowing so far. और हर एक में there has been a great opportunity to earn billions of dollars, and 10 to 20% of wealth is created in this time.
Can you give just some example of this?
Sure. Let's go to 16th century. 16th century in the Dutch era, tulip bulbs, the flower tulip, उसका bulb, उसका जो bud रहता है, that was high in demand. और उसके कारण इतना अच्छा asset bubble बन गया that one tulip bulb costed equal to annual salary, 10 times annual salary of a normal working person. So let's assume that you are working for an entire year. आप 10 साल जितना कमाओगे उतना एक बल्ब का वैल्यू था. So when this happened and this bubble burst, there was massive recession across Europe, and there was an opportunity for other people to find other exotic such plants which may find such opportunities. So people who are always on the lookout that, you know, what is failing and what could work next, who are always experimenting, who are always ready, will make money. Just to give a closer example, in World War I and World War II, the United States actually became a superpower after World War I, because when the entire world was fighting, the US was neutral for most time and invested massively in steel factories, defense factories, and made money. So what is recession for most is an income opportunity for few. If you focus, you will start growing and making money.
Right. So you gave the examples like since like 1600 centuries or World War I and II. So can you give the latest example or latest opportunity we have?
Let's understand first two things. Recession क्या है और recession क्यों आने वाला है?
Right.
The recession is going to come or about to hit because of COVID pandemic. Now during COVID pandemic, most of the world was sitting at homes. Businesses are not working. That is where, you know, one industry came up, which is the digital industry. The TikTok, Instagram, content creation, influencer marketing got a big boom. During this time also, government gave banks free hand that aap paisa chapo. The United States in that 1 year has printed $1 trillion money. India's annual economy is $3 trillion, and United States just in that 1 year just printed $1 trillion money. कि आप फ्री में बांटो लोगों को, that people should not feel depression, they should be able to pay their home loans. What happened with this money? Let's understand why recession is coming. What happened with this money? ये पैसे से क्या हुआ? The banks, instead of helping the lower and the middle class, they also chose to help the big investment banks. तो जैसे सॉफ्ट बैंक है, बाकी सब बैंक से, they got a lot of money, which is why we saw so many unicorns happening in 2020, 21, 22, 23. Now when 23 is just about to come, banks have started getting strict because governments have started getting strict because inflation has come. सब महंगा हो गया, पेट्रोल डीजल आपका महंगा हो गया है, land prices are increasing, salaries are increasing. So now government is getting strict, banks are getting strict, people are asking now focus on profit, don't focus on valuation, and which is why entire world is in negative growth. UK is facing negative growth. 3 prime ministers बदल दिए एक साल के अंदर. US is facing massive pressure. Look at what is happening in Twitter. Facebook, Meta ने first time इतना बड़ा layoff किया, Google ने layoff किया. So the entire world is facing recession, but good news for India is it will be mostly recession proof for some industries. So this is a big opportunity for India to cement its place as a global leader, and also for Indians to become millionaires and billionaires. ये golden opportunity है Indian entrepreneurs के लिए.
Wow. Because sir, सीन ये होता है ना कि जो भी हम लोग मार्केटिंग इंडस्ट्री में हैं, ठीक है, और जब भी कोई ऐसा रिसेशन वगैरह का न्यूज़ आता है, इन दैट केस द फर्स्ट इंडस्ट्री और फर्स्ट थिंग द कंपनीज कट डाउन, दैट इज द मार्केटिंग बजट. सो वैसे केसेस में जो स्टार्टअप्स है जो 2-3 साल से बना रहे हो, तो उनको कैसे सर्वाइव करना चाहिए?
फर्स्ट, लॉट ऑफ कंपनीज आर फेसिंग प्रेशर कि आप वही चीज़ पे फोकस करो. यू फोकस ओनली ऑन दोज थिंग्स विच विल हेल्प यू मेक मनी. Earlier easy money was there, so people hired. made fancy offices, had big budgets. तो काफ़ी लोगों ने गोविंदा को नचवा दिया, IPL के sponsorship ले लिए. Now all of this we will see changing because people are now not getting more money. सबके IPOs अटके हैं, next round valuations अटके. They are big names. So now what is happening, because they have pressure, they are going to focus only on important things. जैसे Amazon जैसे companies also shutting down its food delivery business in Bangalore. Amazon, which is the world giant. Apple is facing issues. It is talking of strict measures. So the first thing that people cut off is unnecessary hiring, and the second thing people cut off is marketing. Unnecessary marketing. तो last 5 years में जो हवा बना था कि brand बनाते हैं, TV ads करके brand बनाते हैं, influencer को लेके video बना के खाली views बढ़ाते हैं. तो just this having views or number of likes or branding is no longer going to be a justification. If an influencer is able to bring genuine inquiries, genuine footfalls in the stores, genuine leads, the influencer will still become a king. But if an influencer is only able to get entertainment and engagement, वो ज़माना बहुत कट होने वाला है, because companies do not have the budget to have only marketing branding. They want results on the ground.
Okay. मतलब जो वैल्यूएशन का गेम हो रहा था, जो कि ऑब्वियसली वैल्यूएशन के ऊपर भी हम लोग बात करेंगे,
Sure.
बट जो वैल्यूएशन का गेम हो रहा था वो कहीं ना कहीं पे इसकी वजह से रुक जाएगा, ये बबल फूट रहा है.
Yes, ये बबल फूट गया है. We are just started seeing the after effects of the valuation bubble. जो बैंक्स ने पैसे छापे, पागलों जैसा वैल्यूएशन हुआ, कंपनी विच इज जस्ट मेकिंग 50 lakhs ऑफ इनकम, crores of loss is getting valued at 10,000 crores, $2 billion, $3 billion without any justification. It is just a promise on paper कि हाँ हम 5 साल में ये कर लेंगे. So people are getting strict. IPOs fail हुए. आप देखो Paytm का IPO almost 60-70% down. If you look at Farm Easy, it is struggling to get IPO next round valuation. तो बड़े बड़े giants की हवा tight हो गई है. So people are now focusing on actual performance, focus on your core area, focus on sales and profitability. अगर आप sales बढ़ा सकते हो और profitability cash flow के साथ बढ़ा सकते हो, then your business. बाकी ये सब हवा बबल था जो फुट रहा है और उसका हम just first stage पे.
That means धंधा बनाओ, वैल्यूएशन मत बनाओ.
Problem था valuation was always good. कि valuation क्यों good है? Because it gives you access to lot of banks, network, so you get more money. लेकिन चैलेंज क्या हो गया कि लास्ट 4 साल में लोगों ने बिजनेस छोड़ दिया और खाली वैल्यूएशन पे फोकस किया. दे नेवर फोकस ऑन एक्चुअल कस्टमर सर्विस, दे नेवर फोकस ऑन प्रोडक्ट मार्जिन्स. वो लोग ने बोला कि हम प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं, कुछ भी भाव में बनाते हैं, कुछ भी भाव में बेचेंगे. वी विल डू वॉट एवर इट टेक्स जस्ट टू प्रिंट अ हैप्पी स्टोरी. मोस्ट ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर्स, 85% ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर्स हैव इन्वेस्टेड बिकॉज ऑफ द फोमो इफेक्ट. भाई ने पेटीएम में डाला, तूने पेटीएम में अप्लाई नहीं किया, अरे पेटीएम ले ले. एंड टुडे दे आर 80% डाउन. Just to give an analogy, 1 year back, exactly last December जाते, cryptocurrencies were darlings of the world. 10 years, 12 year kids, 15 साल के बच्चे, Bitcoin, Dogecoin ले रहा हो, वो पॉकेट मनी लेके लगा रहे थे.
You mean Shiba?
Yes, Shiba है, Dogecoin है. Even look at Bitcoin, which is the king, and from January to December they are down 65%. And this is the beginning of the slide. So what does it tell you? That whatever has intrinsic value, जिसका एक्चुअल वैल्यू है वही लॉन्ग टर्म टिकेगा. बाकी जो भी हवा है वो फुट रहा है, वो आपके सामने ही दिख रहा है. सो दिस इज अ रेड अलर्ट विच विल टॉक मोर अबाउट. दैट ऑल फाउंडर्स, ऑल पॉडकास्टर्स, ऑल कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स हु वांट टू डू दिस एज अ बिजनेस और एज अ मोनेटाइज साइड हसल, यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन वैल्यू क्रिएशन. जस्ट हैविंग लाइक्स और फॉलोअर्स इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. आई गिव यू वन इनसाइट. मेरा एक दोस्त है जिसके पास सिर्फ 10,000 यूट्यूब पे फॉलोअर्स है. And he earns 45 crores per year through strategic consulting assignments. And I have people who have lakhs of people on Instagram and on YouTube, and they will not even make a crore rupees of revenue. So it's important to have focused audience, niche topic, and value creation.
Wow. So थोड़ा personal life पे आते हैं, because most of the effect जो करता है recession, so it affects on the individuals.
Yes.
So how they can save themselves from this recession thing?
Yes. So just to clarify, India will go through a valuation correction, asset bubble, not through a recession. World will go through recession. लेकिन number one thing is we have to get very, very clear. Just to give you stats, United States is working at 110% expense ratio. What do you mean by 110% expense ratio? कि आपका income $100 है, लेकिन आप monthly $110 spend कर रहे हो, because there you have easy credit available. You can get everything on EMIs. And interest rates are pretty low. It is almost 0 to 1% per annum. India 3 years back was at 40% credit culture. It means your income is 100 and you're buying things on 40% on loan, this is predicted to increase to 95 in the next 3 years. You see so many apps are coming, BNPL, buy now, pay later. आप अभी खरीद लो, बाद में आ जाएगा. So what is happening is people have a lot of aspirations. They are going to buy expensive iPhones, they are going to buy expensive cars, they are going to buy expensive artifacts. पार्टी करने जाएंगे, सैलरी मिला, भले महीने का 30,000 कमाते हैं, पार्टी में 10,000 उड़ा देंगे. So those people who have great financial discipline and who have the art of investing well will survive. People who don't have the discipline of not investing, of just spending, buy now, pay later, abhi जी लेते हैं, they will face lot of issues. So that is the first insight. Second, massive time. I think this is the best advice I can give to all the listeners, all the audience out there, and I'll welcome questions from you. This is the best time to do marketing. जब पूरी दुनिया शांत रहती है, that is the highest time you get ROI on funds. So you should do a lot of time of self-marketing, self-learning, self-promotion out there, because the world is not going to spend marketing.
Right. So what are the areas where we can like explore?
I think number one area I think is very, very important is be your own self, do not be a copycat. अपना एक area pick करो, especially for influencers and content creators. Pick one area. It could be as small as, how do you collect stamps? There's big money. One of the biggest YouTubers, the highest paid YouTube star, do you know who is it? Highest paid YouTube star, एक 8 साल का बच्चा है जापान का, रेयान क्योटो.
Right.
और वो टॉयज का रिव्यू करके billions of dollars कमाता है. So pick an area which you are passionate, which has a niche, which has a small audience, and have 1,000 days of content on that. You will have a fan following. You will not only have likes, you will be able to monetize it and bring your wealth. So advice is pick your area, pick your niche, pick your audience and build on that.
So personal finances के ऊपर आते हैं जरा, तो
Sure.
personal finances कैसे manage करने चाहिए इस particular situation में?
I think personal finance is one of the most under-taught topics in schools and colleges. And I think number one thing is
because sir हमारे इंडियन कल्चर में एक ऐसा नेचर होता है पेरेंट्स का कि पैसों की बात जो है वो हम लोग बच्चों के सामने नहीं करेंगे, वो बाद में करेंगे.
सबसे गलत बात है, which is why you will find a lot of Gujaratis, Marwadis and Jain communities having a lot of natural entrepreneurs, because that is the environment in which they are brought in. आप जो घर पे बात करोगे वही DNA में आएगा, वही environment में आएगा. So what happens actually is when you talk of personal finance, first thing you have to start is have your own budget. It sounds so stupid, but all successful people that I work with, whose personal net worth is 17,000 crores, 1,000 crores, they have their own personal budget. Okay, what is my monthly expected income? What are my monthly expenses? What is my emergency fund? So first thing is have your budget. You need to have discipline. Second step, very, very important, is build your 3 months, 6 months emergency cash flow. If you do not have the 3 months, 6 months emergency cash flow, you're going to go through a lot of stress. बोलते ना कि जिसके पास liquidity है वो राजा है. तो always have 3 months, 6 months emergency cash flow. And third, a person who understands the power of passive income is the king. कहने का मतलब अगर मुझे iPhone 14 लेना है 1.5 लाख का, if I have to buy an iPhone 14, if I'm buying it through EMIs, I'm going to be middle class all my life. भले मैं branded कपड़े पहन लूँ. If I'm going to save my salary and buy an iPhone 14, I'm still going to stay middle class. But if I genuinely want to be wealthy, I need to invest my income. The interest or dividend or outcome of that income, समझो आपने एक छोटा सा commercial shop ले लिया, आपने छोटे से shares में पैसे डाल दिए, उसके rent से उसके dividend के income को बचा के अगर आप iPhone 14 लेते हो, then you will stay wealthy. This is the difference which we need to understand, that you invest your primary income, let primary income generate secondary income से lifestyle चलाओ. Then you will face all recessions happily. In fact, you will have good assets where you can take over companies. एक छोटा सा example लेता हूँ, how recessions are a great opportunity. There is a company, I'm just giving you numbers, आपको मजा आएगा. There is a company worth $100, but because of recession, it is not able to generate cash flow. There is a second company worth $5, but it has a lot of cash in the bank. It's a very safe, conservative company. जब recession आया, ये $5 वाली कंपनी ने ये $100 वाली कंपनी को खरीद लिया. How? At less than $1. This is a real life example. Happened in 2009. Lehman Brothers बहुत बड़ा कंपनी था, वो क्राइसिस में गया. नोमुरा एक जापानीज बैंक, बहुत छोटा कंजर्वेटिव बैंक था, जिसके पास पैसा था, उसे लीमन को कितने रुपए में खरीदा आपको मालूम है? 1 पाउंड. It just bought entire Lehman Brothers for £1 only, with the condition that we will take care of your employees for 6 months. तो पूरे कंपनी ने अपने आप को यूके ब्रांच ने £1 में बेच दिया. So recession, you will find a lot of opportunities to buy stocks, to buy amazing company, to buy amazing talent, only if you have liquidity. So if you have liquidity, you are king, otherwise you will struggle.
Right. So, sir, what are that sectors that everyone should focus? Like who wants to build a business or startups, or who wants to invest as well?
Sure.
So, what are that sectors most?
Let's first talk about working. I very strongly believe I have met around 3,000 entrepreneurs in the last 6 months. And what I found with this 3,000 entrepreneurs is that people always ask me, sir, कौन सा industry में काम करे, कौन सा business में काम करे, कौन सा startup करे. And I think that's the wrong question. There are certain industries which have a good phase right now and which will have a bad phase. So for example, IT industry is going through a boom, but now very soon dark times will come because moonlighting issue आ गया है. इतने सारे US में jobs नहीं है तो थोड़ा down आ जाएगा. The real question is, what are you good at and what can you build a niche? Okay, I'll give you 2 examples जो आप हंसेंगे, you know. हम लोग के यहाँ पे गाँव में there is goat feces, goat का potting. You know, it sounds very crude, but goat feces is found in abundance and we don't care for it. But there was a smart Gujarat villager who packs this, sends this to Norway and exports this worth $4.2 billion. सिर्फ goat का feces को export करते हैं because in Norway people realize that this is a very good organic fertilizer. इसका कीमत है, इंडिया में हमको कीमत नहीं है. There is a company called as BVG India which is based in Pune, which does a lot of house cleaning and housekeeping, which is worth crores of rupees. There was a dosa wala जो रोड पे डोसा बनाता था, गणपति. Today he runs Dosa Plaza, which has 5 countries, 100+ outlets, valuation worth 20-30 crores. So every field has opportunity as long as you can crack it. But there is one insight I would like to give. Next 5 years, these are the 5 industries which will do very well. Wellness. Anything to do with wellness, be it yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, organic, natural, crazy boom. Second, smart learning. Okay, it's not the edutech Baiju formula, but if you can coach physically or online, if you can give content which the audience loves, you will make a lot of money. Third, medical tourism, spiritual tourism in India. There are so many people who are coming from US to India to get the dental treatment, eye treatment, because it's cheaper here. There are so many people who come from Gulf to here to get their LASIK treatments. So medical tourism and spiritual tourism is getting a big hit. हम लोग 10 साल पहले वैष्णो देवी was like ठीक है. Today वैष्णो देवी is wow. Kedarnath trip is wow. Shridhar trip is wow. ये एक environment हो गया है. People are getting back to their roots. So spiritual tourism is going to be very hit. And last is, I think it's a big industry is education. If you mold education, I think education has a very big scope in India because education has just started transforming.
Right.
So I think if you are in these 5 industries, you can double down. You have massive growth awaiting you.
So education की बात हो रही है तो हम लोगों को edtech के बारे में भी थोड़ा बात करना चाहिए.
Sure.
So edtech का situation, I guess everybody knows about edtech situation.
Sure.
What do you feel like आगे क्या होने वाला है in edtech?
I have invested in one company, I can't take its name, I have an NDA. It's worth almost $500 million unicorn. Okay. And it was a shitty company. मैंने खुद ने invest किया, I am guilty. But that phase is gone. That phase is gone, that will get crazy valuations. People now value physical trainings. People value physical learnings. Flinto box, Einstein box, बहुत सारे products आए. If you want to go big in India, you need to price right and you need to have scale. Okay, so I think future of edtech is if you have value for money, sensible products, you will do well. Others, you're going to face a lot of trouble, a lot of heat. Look what is happening at one of the biggest edtechs in the world. It is laying off people here and now focusing on outside markets, which is why it has made Lionel Messi its brand ambassador. कि भाई अभी हमको इंडिया में दिखता ही नहीं कुछ होने वाला है. Whereas I think यार इंडिया में 140 करोड़ लोग हैं and people are emotional. You know, आप उनसे 20,000 रुपया बच्चे को होशियार करने के लिए मांग लो, वो दे देंगे. But you need to provide that kind of value. So I think smart niche edtech will always survive. I know a lot of people who teach tarot online, graphology online, business mentoring online. अगर आपके delivery में value है, if you are able to engage personally with the audience, future is there. But वो mass game valuation, that game is over.
Right. सर अभी कोरोना के टाइम पे बहुत सारे ऐसे स्टार्टअप्स थे जो कि ऑनलाइन सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहे थे. Sure. But after Corona, वो जो एक process था कि people used to do things online, तो वो बहुत कम हो गया है. बहुत सारी चीजें अभी physical आ गई है.
Sure.
तो वो businesses suffer कर रहे हैं. So there are multiple businesses. I'll not name any.
Sure.
But उन businesses का क्या होगा और ऐसे businesses कैसे survive करेंगे in future?
So I think we all must have used Zoom during COVID times. हम सब ने Zoom किया रहेगा. Zoom का जो valuation था, the valuation of Zoom before COVID, okay, it was, let's assume it was $19 billion. It reached $100 billion. Today it is at $18 billion. Yani less than pre-COVID levels. So what has happened is COVID was a great learner. It helped technology build faster. Digital marketing fast हो गया. ERP, software, online services, Swiggy, Zomato. But because of this asset valuation bubble break, there's pressure to generate cash flow. आप Zoom देखो अभी Zoom is no longer cheap. It has now become expensive. You need to really buy heavy versions, spend 6,000, 10,000, 20,000 per year to get good Zoom services. If you look at Swiggy, Zomato, they have started charging delivery charges. भाई हमको चाहिए. They have started taking 20-30% commission from the food people. So because the focus is now on cash flow, online people have started charging money, and the assumption, the biggest assumption that Indians को आदत लग जाएगा is wrong, because Indians are always going to be cost sensitive. Okay, हमको जब तक स्विगी जोमेटो से ऑफर मिलता था हम स्विगी जोमेटो पे लेंगे. अब स्विगी जोमेटो महंगा रखता है तो नुक्कड़ वाले सरदार पाव भाजी पे ही पाव भाजी खाएंगे.
This is फायदा दिखता है.
जैसे 70%, yes. So 70% of India is value for money. If you're focusing for that, you always have to stay value for money.
Right. Guys, do you have any questions regarding this topic? Gautam?
Sure.
One of the most difficult things is zooming out and getting perspective. And this session is very insightful. In fact, I've been sitting here throughout, learning and basically seeing the market from your perspective, but somebody who's sitting on the other side of the table.
Sure.
Unfortunately, you don't get that. So, more than a question, I want to say thank you to the both of you. Mukesh, this is a legend, man. Thank you. If I was to ask any one question, because you asked me to ask a question, the thing that was in my mind was, right now you're looking, we discussed COVID, but from a different perspective I want to ask. There is aberration and abnormal behavior, and that aberration and abnormal behavior is going to is something that we're still feeling post-COVID, because people want to meet more, people want to do X, Y, Z things.
Yes.
Do you think the reason that change in equilibrium in the market and normalization in the market ahead ऐसे ही रहेगा, ऐसे ही grow करेगा, or do you think that people are entering into businesses right now when the market is still in an abnormal state?
Yes.
A great example is the Goa house rental scene.
Yes.
The Goa house rental market is exploding, which is not normal. It will come to equilibrium.
Sure.
So I want to ask you from the perspective of startups.
Yes. So great question, Gautam. What is going to happen is we are going to stay in the zone of disruption and of aberration for the next 5 years, but the zones will change. So right now maybe it is just revenge traveling. People want to enjoy dandiyas, people want to enjoy vacations, people now would go international क्योंकि 2 साल हम गए नहीं है. That is very soon going to change into people just spending on their own self, on their own wellness, on their own beauty. But what is going to happen and hit them? Biggest opportunity area. Savings have gone out, because whatever savings the Indians had, 75% middle class have almost exhausted their savings in COVID. So now savings have gone out. So now there's going to be a new behavior of आज जियो कल का बाद में हम सोच लेंगे. So all this is going to change the behavior patterns of people. Like no one is even thinking here कि मैं pension के लिए क्या बचाऊंगा. No one, I'm sure like 99% of people here have not even thought कि pension के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए क्या. What has happened is our parents and grandparents, most of us have taken care of roti kapda makan for us. So we no longer want to work for money. Okay, ठीक है, चलो income चाहिए, but we want to work for aspirations. Now here is a problem. Aspiration, passion and skill, if they do not merge, you are always going to be unhappy and abnormal behavior will exist in the consumer. So only those entrepreneurs are successful, because I keep meeting a lot of people invest, because if I invest, we also have an acceleration program. If they have aspiration, skill and passion merging, they do wonders. They do wonders. So I think this may be a good insight. And just one more insight, because you're an entrepreneur, I see a big spark. Always challenge yourself. Always get yourself audited from outsiders. The one thing that I've learned from the biggest of big giants, maybe it be the Tata's group, we have worked with them, or maybe let's say Motilal Oswal, or people 1,000, 10,000 crores plus, is they will always get an outsider because they have an objective view, and they will take just one day to tell you what is wrong in your business model, whereas you will always be emotionally biased, attached, and having your own thought process. So I do a lot of auditing for other companies, but for my company, I engage an outside auditor because I will never get that honest, independent perspective. So maybe that may help a lot of entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. Is there any question from you guys? Yes?
Yes. Three golden rules which will help you forever. Anyone. First, there needs to be discipline in your life. You need to have your budget. Okay, most people who have gone into loans have gone for two reasons. Either excessive indulgence, भाई बहुत ज़्यादा पार्टी करने की आदत है, बहुत ज़्यादा कैसीनोज में जाने की आदत है. Second, speculation. We want to become रातों रात rich. हम इंस्टाग्राम पे देखते हैं यार ये था, ये कल का छपरी लड़का है, आज इसका मर्सिडीज आ गया. हम लोग ये सक्सेस स्टोरीज, वी सी सो मेनी कोचेस कि मैं रातों रात आपको करोड़पति बना दूंगा. So we get stuck in the cryptocurrency scam, or the Bitcoin scams, or whatever. There are few good products, there are many scam products. We get stuck in stock market tips, okay, we will help you grow 10% in a month. So speculation is always to be avoided. If you want to speculate, always speculate with only 10% of your money. That's a risk money, 90%. So I think discipline, speculation, and third, I think it's very, very important to focus on passive income. If every day, this is the one tip which I've learned from a very big financial investor. He says every day you just write down how much passive income are you generating, and you try to live your life from passive income. If the day you hit that, you have already achieved time, energy, financial independence, because you don't need to work. Your assets are working to make sure you have a luxury lifestyle. So people don't have that mindset. Having that mindset will help them.
Sir, as you mentioned about the cryptocurrency,
Sure.
we'll end with this question.
Sure.
What will be the future? Because I'm sure the people, most of the people are here, they have invested in cryptocurrencies, or most of the youngsters mostly,
Sure.
they have invested in the cryptocurrency.
Sure.
So what will be the future and how they should secure themselves?
So I always have one rule is understand the basics. If you do not understand, don't invest. So I personally did not understand too
How
much.
to deal with the FOMO then?
So here is what I did is I have a risk capital of 10%. Let's say it's 100 rupees. So out of 100 rupees, I will buy cryptocurrency worth 50 rupees only. You need to have that discipline. Because if it is risky and if you are just going out of FOMO, you will always make a loss. Always make a loss. Second extremely important insight is blockchain is here to stay. Learn blockchain. Learn Web 3.0. Lot of documentation of municipals are happening on blockchain. Lot of foreign transactions by the Ambani group is happening through blockchain. So blockchain is here to stay. One of the application of blockchain is cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency, because we cannot really justify कि इसका value क्या है? Is it $1,000? Is it $1 million? What is the justification? So if you don't understand, avoid it or just invest your risk capital. And third, just one tip for all the listeners and the audience. What gets people in trouble is the PIG formula, PIG. I was a part of Lehman Brothers when it went down, so I learned the hard way. All crises, all recessions, all financial bubbles come because of PIG. First is greed, lalach, कि मुझे रातों रात अमीर बनना है. So that greed is always what gets you in trouble. Second is I is ignorance. We don't get into details. Cryptocurrency होता रहेगा, लोग बोल रहे हैं, सुन लो. But we really don't know who's behind cryptocurrency, where is the safety, is the government of India going to get tax on that or not. So I is ignorance. And then last is P is panic. When things go little bad, people will panic and sell off, and then the recession and asset bubble first. So if you don't have greed, you will always be safe. If you don't have ignorance, you keep learning, listen to good influencers, follow nice people, and then don't be in panic. When people are selling, just calm down, you know, maybe it's an opportunity, right? So if you follow the PIG formula, you'll always be safe.
All right. So guys, I hope you have got some insights about the recession, business, startup world. And thank you so much, sir, for all the information, all the insights you gave. Thank you so much. Yeah.
The pleasure.
Thank you so much.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you, and truly enjoyed this session.
My pleasure.
So much, and I just want to say it's a testament to how wonderful this session was, that people are wooing outside and everybody inside is wrapped with attention. You don't get that very often. Truly very, very grateful. Just looking for a couple of folks from Amazon because we have a gift for you. But I will, we have one right here and then there's a second.
Yeah, no, please, please, please.
As sir, as
He's a guest.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Mangesh, I'll just take yours. मुझे पता नहीं आज होगा. Thank you so much, everybody. And if there's a mic नहीं है ना, कोई बात नहीं. चलो, event is done. Thank you, Amazon Prime Music, Amazon Music. Thank you, Hubhopper. Thank you, Good Creator Co. I shouldn't have said Hubhopper. It's a strange thing to say. Thank you, Chasing Pods. And it's a wrap. Thank you.
So we'll have one photo.
Yes, please. Please.